my god! That wasn't that scary. Wait, am I not doing the right one? No, I think it's the right one. Okay, we're fine. That wasn't that scary. Oh no, my mustache. Ah! The illusion is shattered! How much? Hannah! Oh my god. Are you fucking shitting my dick right now? I was literally just saying. Fuck. I don't deserve this, man. I don't fucking deserve this, man. What the fuck? I thought this was gonna be blood points. I thought that was gonna be blood points. I'm like shaking. Shut up, chat. Come here! Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here!
What were you thinking? Activating that last. I was right. Do you have any idea how much that hurt?
Sorry, I'll be more careful next time.
No. If there is a next time, I'll be the one aiming your powerful weapon. Thank you.
Not that I approve.
I do appreciate you trying to fix your mistake. Do it again.
Oh no.
Now, shall
My
we go?
smoker's
Or do you
wheeze.
have any other chaos you need to unleash here?
Oh my god. See, this would have got me banned on TikTok. This I would understand. Why, Raven? Do you want him? Paula said he's been creeping through the windows. We're calling the cops. You kids lock every door and hide in your room. Don't answer the door no matter what he does. Can I open the front door? Hey. Oh, I can't even leave! Happy Friday. We did it. I just hear me screaming. We did it. We made it to the weekend-ish. Almost. We're almost at the weekend. How's everybody doing today? Let me put my rings on. I need to put my comfort stream rings on, or I swear to God. Thanks for all the partner anniversary messages, guys. Who was first today? Oh, I know who was first. I saw Mama J first. Agent Wakes not first. Agent Wakes mwah. Extinct mwah. Jello mwah. Mama J mwah. Shabby mwah. English mwah. Empathy mwah. Rat bat mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. YBZ mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Poe, no you didn't. Did you really? Disgusting. You disgust me. What kind of pickles?
Lizard.
The grossest pickles that have ever existed, ever. Which is any pickles, ever. Ew. Ew, you nasty. You nasty. It's alright. More pickles for you, less pickles for me. Yes! Oh my god. I was doing that during my 12-hour stream last week, Mama J. I was watching the NASA stream so I can get my badge. There's a couple other ones. There's a 6-7 badge, apparently, out there. I don't know. I think it's like, I saw people streaming chess or something. Twitch gaming. Oh, I spelled gaming wrong. Gaming. Baby Chick, PogChamps, chess. Yeah, it's in chess. Condensed milk! Condensed milk. Thank you so much for the 5 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, my little nutmeg. Mwah. Supernova. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, wait, what did you do? Thank you, condensed milk. Thank you. Also, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Uh, Kosher Dill Spears. Disgusting. Kaya, thank you! Thank you guys so much. I definitely make a typo. I see. Let me scroll up and see everyone else that said hello. What's up, Slasher Buddy? Agent Wakes, thank you. Super Band, thank you. Empathy, thank you. Thank you guys so much. YVZ, thank you. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so sweet. I hope I didn't miss anyone's messages. Kaya, how's your work? Your work week? How's your birthday week been? Hi, Sophia Rice. Sophia, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Oh, there was something with the cycling. I think I saw someone say something about cycling. So yeah, I guess you play chess, go live, and if you have to do a sub and you get the 6-7. How long is that for? Till Monday? Maybe we do a little bit of chess on Monday or something. Oh my god, what if we do Outlast Trials and while we're playing chess, we're in the chess category? It doesn't say play. It just says set the stream category to chess. I'm so gonna do that. I am so gonna do that. We can do that today. Oh, was that you? Okay. I was like, ugh, stop. Ugh, stop it, Charles. Wait, where was the other one? Control F. Twitch Gaming. Lizard. You're off till Tuesday? Oh, I love that for you. Oh, I don't know the cycle one. I saw something about that. It was like Sea Dog or something. Beauty school is Tuesday, though. Oh, fun. How fun. Boo, Charlie's very impatient. He's just like, he's waiting for it. He is, excuse me, mother, where are my TREATS's? He's so... This is the greed that they talk about in the Bible. I need you to understand that your greed is the greed that we talk about. I gave you nice, big old thing of wet food with beef. No, it wasn't beef. Was it beef? I don't know. It had meat in there. What's up, Haku? Hi, Ren. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. And no way! Oh, Kaya, that's awesome. That sounds like so much fun. It sounds like work and fun at the same time. Kaya! Oh, shoot. I don't have any dog treats down here. I forgot we used the last ones. All right, I'm going to go get some dog treats. You guys mind? Because I forgot we used the last ones on Wednesday. Be right back. Be right back. I don't think Boo realizes that if he trips me, he doesn't get any treats. Because mommy will fall and die. Is this resealable? I don't know. It's not anymore. Was it resealable? It was not. Weird. Pumpkin spice dog biscuits. Okay, these are cute. I was gonna say, don't make me give it to your brother. Oh, Paw, good dog. Oh, it's a good doggy. That was so cute. Pumpkin spice dog biscuits. Fun. If you watch the stream, oh, for Sea Dog. Okay, I don't know when he's live. I don't know if I care enough. I don't see it anymore in the Twitch drops. I don't know if it's available anymore. He's a very gentle boy. Oh, do they really? Oh, I didn't know that. Internally. Sea Dog. What's up, Nightmare? Sweetie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. It was only one day. I thought I saw it was like for some sort of like week or something. Oh, I did the wrong button. That's right. But that's right. That's all right. Because every time I checked to see if he was live, he wasn't live. So I was like, eh. I didn't care to learn his schedule. Oh, you know what? I think the times I saw that he was live and his VODs was when I was streaming. So I was like, oh, that makes sense. Well, I never saw he was live. that Twitch was trying to ruin my streak saying I wasn't here. What? Is your streak saved? I did post a story. I did post a story, so I think if you guys watch the story, it should save the streak. A terrible slay less. Also, does anyone want to pick my G Fuel flavor? What do we have? I'm gonna do a 2.0. Oh, it is saved. Okay, good. Good. Oh, okay. Starts at 11 p.m. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Hi, Kyle. Everyone tell Kyle how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Thank you so much, Kyle. You're so awesome. Thank you so much. I do not want to read this. I'm going to read it so you guys just know how perfect it is. I'm mad about it. Close your eyes and randomly point to what? Read it, hurt us all. Oh, thank you, Haku. Your cards are gorgeous. Thank you! I have an affiliation with them. Oh, hello? It is the 9 of Swords in the upright. Oh, for my G Fuel flavor. I was like, huh? I forgot what I was saying. I'm so mad. I'm literally so mad.
I love you.
Zarya, literally know you. Thank you so much for the 17 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudgies? Also, Haku. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. But, alright, so we have the 9 of Swords in the upright. Fear is awful, and reaching out for help is challenging when it hits. Don't hide when you're stricken with grief or sadness. Sharing trauma or stress with others can be therapeutic and help you regain control. I'm gonna send a picture of this to Rootsie. This is so funny. Like, it is crazy that this is the card that got pulled. So thank you, Kaya. Also, Electric Panther? What the fudge? Thank you for the 11 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the heckies? Thank you so much. Poe, thank you. Electric Panther. Mwah. Leanne's moans. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Get your little pickle butts out of here, Poe. Disgusting pickles. Also, go enjoy your lurk, Kaya. Thank you for the tarot pull. Oh. Thanks for the tarot pull, I guess. Oh, man. What should I drink? What G Fuel should I drink for my 5-year partner anniversary? Ooh, I know exactly what I want. I just gotta find it. Oh, it's right here. Perfect. Nuka Grape, because it's purple like Twitch. Ah, isn't that kind of perfect? Oh, and we're drinking out of a clear bottle. So that's nice. Thank you, Leon Smokes. Thank you so much. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Also, I have no plans on what to do today. Will it taste like purple or grape? Are they not the same? Is purple not grape flavor? 5 years of kicking ass. Oh, whatever. Electric Panther, thank you so much. You had your 6-7 plans? Yeah, so if we do Outlast Trials, it ends on Monday. So I could do Outlast Trials either today, tomorrow, or Monday. And we can do some chess, because that would just be really funny. Hi, Raven! Everyone tell Raven how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Raven, there was something I wanted to do or say. Oh, okay, that's no, okay. Hi, Glue! Saucy Plague. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. So I was trying to figure out what to play this weekend, Raven. And I was looking at my games. And you know what? I forgot to play in January for my yearly gameplay of it. I forgot to play my yearly playthrough of At Dead of Night. And so I reinstalled it today because it was like, well, maybe, I don't know, if I get bored of Dead by Daylight, we could play some, or if I just get mad or something, I just play at Dead of Night, because even though I do have all the achievements, I know, and I was like, oh, Raven will like this. I was like, ooh, Raven's gonna like this. So, I'm thinking either today, tomorrow, or sometime on Monday to do some at Dead of Night. And try to do speedrun of it, because I've never actually finished an On God speedrun. G. What are you doing, child? Is Nuka Grape. And then, what is it? Happy part. Thank you, sweetie! Sweetie, you're so hot. I love you. I bought you something today. Oh, is it, what are they called? A passport? So I go and hang out with you in Canada. I'm joking. Don't buy me anything ever. So I'll punish you. Oh, I still need to get those M&Ms for you. Hi, Rooster. Caw-caw! Thank you. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Try to copy this link. Pixels G for the day's new grape. Is code for 30% off. Oh, I love the song. Pixels G for the day's new grape. Oh, no, wrong button. Oh, Lanta. Jasper! What are you doing, love? Okay. Hi, Bravo Penguin! Oh. Everyone say, hello, princess. Also, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. You love you. Shut up. Do you still have your receipt, Raven? do you still have the receipt? I may already own those. On God. Oh my God, no way. I do already have it, and I love them so much. They're actually, on God, they're actually, like, really good tarot cards. On God. But yeah, I do have them. They're upstairs in my, my Lord of the Rings room. Yeah, I have a Lord of the Rings room. But that's, really heckin' sweet, and, if you have someone around you that loves Lord of the Rings and tarot, those are actually really good cards. No, I honestly, Raven, I think you should, because they're really good cards. The art is stunning, but also the descriptions and like the piece of paper that it comes with that like tells you like spreads and everything like that. It's really well done. So the collaboration that they did is awesome. That's so funny. But also for the record, thank you, because I would have had loved them from you. That really means a lot. Good evening, princess. Happy birthday. Thank you, Bouquet! Hi, Panda Pants! You big... Oh, my God. I'm not reading that out loud or else I'll cry. You're such a fat ass. Sorry, that's Jasper, not you guys. That's Jasper. Oh, Panda Pants! Panda Pants, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. Also, Electric Panther, thank you for the 45 stream streak. Huge. It doesn't hurt to, you know, that's true, but I don't know if I'm gonna, like, lose my Lord of the Rings tarot deck. I have plenty of tarot decks, but I just keep it upstairs, and I've, like, I don't know, if I look at it and I think of it, I'll pull a card from it. But I've only done it, like, twice. Cool Cam! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hello? Great Scots! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What's up, little devil? Hello, Scots. Welcome in! You said what about my ass? What haven't I said about your... Welcome in. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Hello! We just started. You've been following since November 2021? Oh, man. I was, what, DBD streamer then. Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you so much, Scott! Scott, how was your stream? What were you up to? Oh, man, welcome in. Thank you so much. What the fudge? Little devil, thank you guys so much. Your emotes are so good. I love the rainbow beard. That is such a dope idea for an emote. That is so cute. The floor above? That sounds scary. Is it scary? Tell us everything. Unless you need to like go raid and run, then like don't go do that. But if you have a moment, tell us about your stream. Tell us everything. That sounds like a scary game. I'm kind of in the mood to play a scary game today. I'm not gonna lie. I should have downloaded Anomaly game. Shut up! Oh, don't shut up. Store the floor above. Pfft. The hair is everywhere. The floor above. I see it. A claustrophobic anomaly horror game where you can only turn, blink, and decide is it real or not. Survive 5 endings and uncover Mike's story. Yikes! Oh, it just came out April 8th! Oh, hell yeah. You said you can blink? Ugh. Yikes. I hope it was so much fun. I love anomaly games. I love them so much. Oh no, you're so good, Raven. Thank you so much for the shout out. Thank you, Godpasta. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Godpasta. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in. Guys, welcome in. My name is Pixel Kitten. It is my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do today. Probably some DBD for some of the slutty little blood points. Maybe some Outlast Trials. Maybe some At Dead of Night. Not really sure. But I do have 3 cats and 2 dogs. Here's 33% of my cat population. There's half of my dog population. The other one is just staring at me. Hi, do you want to say hello? No? Is it because the scary cat is here? Scary cat. And I also have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. Woo! But everyone go follow Scott's. Scott's, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Yeah, if we do Outlast Trials, we'll definitely swap the chest so we can do the 6-7 emote. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And thank you for telling me about the game. That sounds awesome. It's a really good one. Wait, Marshmallow, what is? The floor above? Whether I wanted to keep them or trade them for Stranger Things. Oh! Either, right? Whatever makes you happy. You love the floor above. So have you played it too? Also, Marshmallow, what the fudgies? Thank you so much for 42 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. A snack mukbang and play... What does that even mean? What does it even mean? I could go for some got pasta right now, though. A post-work week marg and freshly cleaned water piece with fresh... Oh, fun! Oh, I love that for you. Hi, Kels. Kels, I love you. Kels. Was your convention today, or is it just the weekend? Hi, Capricorn. Capricorn, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Marshmallow, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, do you guys want a raid trailer? Here, Raven's here. Let's do her favorite one. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the Pope.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Cause I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl upstairs, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Thanks for the raid. I'm glad you guys like this one. Also, Capricorn, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. Panda pants. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. You really? Wait, what was your cosplay today? Was it not Tomi? What was it? The Junji Jitsu or something? What were you today? Oh, really, Capricorn? If I had a nickel for every time I got called Penelope from Chrono Wines, I would have a lot of nickels. Every fat person with glasses gets told that they look like Penelope Garcia. And I don't think it's an insult. I just think it's funny with like how often I hear that, especially ever since I got fat. Before it was, who was it before? I still get Hillary Duff a lot, but who was it before? Oh, Molly Ringwald. Before I got fat, pre-fat was Molly Ringwald. Post-fat, Penelope Cruz. I still have never seen that show. Also, Marshmallow, Pyro, Kai Pengu, thank you for the happy anniversaries. And Condensed Milk, Little We know you. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Pyro, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. It's a personality. Remember, I've never seen the show. People just tell me because, you know, I'm fat and I have glasses. So, again, I'm not taking it as an insult. I just think it's funny because, like, I get told that all the time. And you'd think I would start watching the show so I could start, like, understanding these references, but I did just start, oh, no. Please do not tell me that I'm not a fat person. I'm, my goal as a content creator is to destigmatize the fat phobia around the word fat. So, one of my biggest pet peeves is when I call myself, like, a fat person, especially when I'm not saying it in a derogatory way, like, because I would never use that in a derogatory way, because it's not an insult. But my biggest pet peeve, and, like, again, this is just an education thing. I'm not, like, saying, like, you're a bad person for saying this, but I'm just, like, whenever I say, like, I'm fat, it's like, oh, you're not fat, you're beautiful. It's, like, it makes me want to leave. It makes me want to end stream. It, like, it pisses me off so much. But it's alright. I understand. Like, that is just, like, just the fat phobia and the way that the country has raised us. Marta, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Also, thank you, Raven. Yeah, fat is not a nasty word. I'm a nasty girl. Also, Vanessa. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I said I was fat and ugly. Yeah, exactly. All the time. Oh my god. I used to tweet about it a lot more, but now I'm a little bit more, talk a little bit more about autism than I do about being fat, but that's a descriptor. I am not, exactly. I'm just fat. Condensed milk, you got it. But yeah. Got pasta. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. And you will see what I mean. She said, really? Capricorn, that's really sweet. Thank you so much for saying that. I really appreciate you. And I really appreciate that. I did just finish watching The Boys, though, which I suppose is really good timing because I guess season 5 is out now, eh? And so now I'm all caught up on The Boys and all of those disgusting milk references that people were making. I now understand all of them. So thanks a lot, guys. Oh, and then did you guys see that G Fuel came out with The Boys? G Fuel, to celebrate me finally watching The Boys, has come out with the Boys collab. Well, I guess it's their second iteration of their collab. I'm a large, bulky lady. Gotta pick all this muscle somewhere. I'm trying to become muscle mommy. I know, though, without context where you are coming from, but I promise that was in my No. I again, not offended at all. But and there's not a single thing that anyone has said here that has offended me. The Boys. Yeah, the show The Boys. Like the superhero The Boys. My birthday was happy birthday, Goth Pasta! Goth Pasta, how was your birthday? Everyone say happy birthday to Goth Pasta right now or you're banned. It's true. It's true. You're gonna get banned. What's up, Jerome? Jerome, happy Friday. You can be my muscle mommy. Okay. Okay. Where's DBD? I'm gonna open up DBD for a little bit. I'm thinking, should I get some blood points? Heal World, thank you! Thank you so much. Jerome, mwah, thank you for the forehead QC. There's not a thing you can say to me I haven't... Oh my god! You know what? I feel like I've seen that quote before. Rylu. That's so funny. But yeah, I totally resonate with that. Zaria, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Jerome, thank you. Music Kid, thank you. Also, literally know you. A black on black goth truck. Shut up. Oh my god. I bet that was so pretty. Was it delicious? Was it the most amazing thing you've ever had in your mouth? I hope so. It's a really good saying though. I mean, it's not like a good saying, but it's like for the self-debilitating here, you know. up, Jose? Okay. Music Kid, that's so funny. I was just thinking that about you. When do we know you? The most amazing thing I've had in my mouth is Somewhere in Boston. Oh my god! You know, I was curious if that was going to be made into a sexual innuendo. Heyo! What's up, Buds? Buds, happy Friday. Welcome in. Da, da, da. Oh, can you imagine? I would hope that I'm still doing this 5 years from now. Like, not in any sad way. I think that'd be awesome to still be doing this. What do you think of Grimoire? I have not looked at it yet. I wanted to have my first impressions on stream with you guys. I did see some tweets about it, though. And, of course, the stuff that's in the Discord. Yeah, today's Friday. I know. I did think today was Saturday, too. I was like, oh, gotta get ready for Dungeons & Dragons, but that's tomorrow. All right. So, what do we have? For the 5th verse, do we still have the, Komoso Dise, like, thing on overlay? Do we still have the Grimoire overlay that you guys can do with me? Is that still up? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I don't think I'm gonna do open lobby say cake. Whoa!
Happy partner anniversary, party popper emoji.
Party popper emoji! First of all, Cayman, think of the forehead kissy. Also, puns? What the fudgies? Thank you so much for the year. Did you know? Ooh! Did you know that you get a special Pokemon card in my binder when you subscribe for a year anniversary, whether it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, etc. Also, Railu, they go the forehead kissy. Oh yeah, Cake. I'm gonna try to get as like many bullet points as I can. My Spank Bay Killer Games. I don't know. We'll see. I borderline when I kill myself, so I don't think Killer Games will help unless I do a bunch of farming stuff. Yippee! Anywho, listen, I didn't cancel stream today, so I think that's good progress, right? But seriously, Master Funds, thank you so much for the year anniversary. What the fudgies? Hi, Panda Monster! Gotta catch me first! Oh. I'll use my Master Ball on Master of Funds. How about that? Is it Master underscore and then of Funds? Underscore. Okay, yeah. For 1 year. Also, thank you so much for using your Prime. You could have used your Prime on literally anybody. And now it's mine for the next 30 days. Also, Panda Monster. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you, Jose. Thank you so much. So if you are subscribing for 1 year, you get a Wooder Pokemon card. And you are a Weasel. There you are. Look at all these 1 years we have. Okay, this is going to get, like, I'm going to try not to get emotional with this. But these are all the people that have subscribed for 1 year. Holy.
5 months for your 5 years long.
No way, Cayman! Cayman, what the fudge? Thank you so much for the 5 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Alright, these are all the 1 years. These are all the 2 years. All the electric cards are all the 2 years. And then these are all my 3 years. Ugh, my 4 years and 5 years. Now I'm sure there are a lot more people that have been subscribed for these long anniversaries, but you get the Pokemon card if you subscribe on your anniversary. So you gotta be here during that month. You have 30 days to redeem your Pokemon card. Yeah, isn't that cool? Oh my god, condensed milk. Back in my day, I used to do a Pokemon card for every single sub. So, gifted subs, resubs, etc. for every month. And if it was a gifted sub, I'd draw like a little present on it so people knew that it was like a gifted. And oh my god, I ran out of space so quickly because it was just using energy cards at the time, and I ran out of energy cards. But the thing is, I also ran out of space. Like I had like a fat binder. I actually still have all of those energy cards still saved from back in the day with everyone's names on them, but I just don't keep them in the binder anymore. And I had to change it because you had to work with like your growth and your size and everything like that. So I had to change it to year anniversaries instead of every single month. But it is cool to look back on. So I still have all the cards. God's boss, that's really, really nice because I'm really, really struggling today. Oh, I'm gonna cry. That's fine. Oh, that's fine. Nikki, mwah, awesome boy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. That's fine. Hi, awesome boy. Shabby, stop that. Who do you want to give treats to, cat or dog? Charlie's like right off camera. He's got his like little doggy ears, just like, Pixel needs a treat. What's the lippy? It's the Safiya Nygaard Bury Me in Lipsticks in the middle. I do like a little Padme Amidala. Here, can I zoom in a little bit? I do like a little Padme Amidala with the Bury Me in Lipsticks. I do it like right here in the middle. And then I'm doing the other one. Was it the Mrs. Norris or whatever? The one I usually wear on the sides. And I smoosh them together. Oh, the Twitch baby thing. I've seen like the little plastic babies that people put in a jar and like listen, I'm not here to freak anybody's funk, but that's weird. That's a weird thing to have a bottle of babies, but you know what? I'm not gonna freak your funk. You do what you want. I have seen some really fun things people do for subs. I've seen people remember those like in the 90s where you used to like fold. I never learned how to do them, but you used to fold these little pieces of like colored paper to make it into a star, like a 3D star. I've seen people do that for subs, and that is so cute. And of course, Just Bumpy, who does like the frogies, and then she does like the frog races every day. So cute. I love it. Puns. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Give it to the doggies. All right. You guys say thank you, Panda Monster, because you're the greed that they talk about in the Bible. I need you to know that. Up. The greed they talk about in the Bible. But it is. Who do? Shut up. Oh, babies. No, so little gnomes would be fun. That'd be super fun. I said Padme. Huh? Did your kissy puns? I don't remember. Mwah, ban, mwah. I don't remember if I did your kissies. I don't remember. So extra kissies in case I did them already. Do I want to take a shot? I don't want to. Oh, does he not? Oh, I see. Well, he doesn't want to get crumbs on it, right? Oh, I did bring out my Mars Attacks cup, just in case. Ducky, thank you! You're about to light one? Guys, this week, I have had more edibles this week. You know, the last time I had as many edibles as I've had this week, the last time I've had this many was back when I dislocated my toes. When I was like trying to get through like the pain through it, I was just constantly popping edibles because it was like my pain management. You love that cup? Oh, thank you. I got this. They got it from Spirit Halloween. So this is my Mars Attacks. I keep this for when I want to mix every single one of my my liquors together, and I take a shot of it. Yeah, I dislocated my toes. 2 toes in August. And then I started walking 5.5 miles every single day a month later. Yippee! That was fun. Yeah, he gets crumbs on the other side. Ewok! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you so much, Ewok. Do you really, Panda Pants? Oh, no. Have we talked about this? Don't you have, like, a whole, like, figure? Or no, is it from something else? Are you from Mississippi? Because you're the only miss who's whiz I'd sippy. What the fuck is a whiz? Are you saying pee-pee? How you dislocate toes? I kicked a wall. Part of my autism is I have really bad, like, frustration, anger things, and I don't know how to properly deal with anger and frustration, so that's why, like, I cut myself. So, But I didn't have anything sharp on me, so I kicked the wall. Yippee! It was because my stalker neighbor was outside too, and I was having a really bad panic attack, and you know, that's the whole thing. But I was really upset. I don't know how to handle emotions, so I kicked the wall. I just look at my toes. I know, yeah. So don't kick walls, guys. It was in these Crocs too. Well, I don't know if it was these Crocs. They made them by black Crocs. Oh, really, Shabby? Tell me. Okay, I'm glad someone caught that. 'Cause I'm just like, what is that? I think the redeems are good. No, I never wear them in sports mode. I think it's because oh, yes. Thank you, Babo. Thank you, Princess. I don't know. I just never wear them in sports mode. Mostly because... Oh! Actually, these Crocs do still have them. So, Boo, God bless his heart, would eat these. And so this is actually my only pair of Crocs that has this left. Because Boo usually eats them. Yeah, they both have them. He doesn't eat them anymore. But when he was, like, a really, like, puppy. No! But you posted in Discord, right? Did you tag me? I have been really depresso espresso, so I haven't looked at the Discord at all. The only thing I've looked at in the Discord is the birthdays. The birthday channel. Oh! I see it. Oh my god. So cute. So I do have a package from Rootsy. From Rootsy's throne, and it feels like there's 2 plushies in there. It feels like there's 2 plushies in there. But I'm gonna wait to see if she's here today. But like no pressure for her. Hi, Soul Parrot. Mwah, the girl with the forehead kissy. Steel-toed Crocs. Whoa, which one, Ewok? That's alright, Shabby. Even if I don't use it, you can still message me. No pressure, no problem. No rush. No nothing. I did remember to do my Duolingo today. Yippee. Garchomp! Oh, cute. Would it be like the same size, the sitting one, or is it a bigger one? I still send it anyway. Alright, so as far as the... I'll do it later, because it kind of, like, broke my stream when I was trying to do the overlay on stream, but you guys can use the overlay right now to vote on the Grimoire, which I think is super cool that they have that DBD has a Twitch integrated overlay to vote on this Grimoire. But I guess you vote for either one of these 2. The left looks cool, but also the right looks kind of cool too. I just like how, I don't know. The left one looks like a little bit more Alice in Wonderland-y. I can't really describe it. Maybe it's like it has like the little hearts or something, like the Queen of Hearts. These wings look like a little bit more like debilitated. I don't know. I think I'm a little bit leaning more towards the left one. The right one's really cool though, but I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards the left. And then this one, very, very, very different ideas here. Lexi, thank you, Angel. Lexi, congrats on 400,000 TikTok followers. I was watching your video, and I was getting really emotional, and it was so cool seeing you in their like old Dead by Daylight clips. I thought that was so cool. Chico, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Thank you so much. It's been 84 years. Oh, of a moth? I could totally see that. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, the next mod that's nice to me is gonna get unmodded. I'm joking. I'm not gonna do that. I was curious about the plushies. Totally haven't been monitoring the one you mentioned the one time to see if it gets restocked. Wait! Was it the Magnemite one? I don't think they're gonna restock that one. I don't think so. Hi, man! Mods, let's ban Mira! Guys, oh, everyone say hi to Mira! Mira, you're so hot and talented and handsome. Thank you so much. Everyone say hello to Mira right now. Or you're banned. Right, thank you so much. Alright, the next person. That's that's nice to me, that Mira, that is so funny. It's so funny to watch those, like, who, anybody's that? Oh my god, this is so cool. I'm so proud of you, Lexi. So heckin' proud of you. Mira, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Oh man, that was really funny. You never know, I check every day. I'm still upset. So there's this one stupid fudging plushie that they had on the Pokemon Center website to promote the Pokopia game. And it was a stupid Magnemite, like the silliest little like Magnemite plushie. The silliest little plushie. It was so ugly because you know how Magnemite just has like the one dot, like one eyeball. Magnemite. And all I wanted was that stupid plushie of it looking like a Ditto. And it's sold out! I'm so mad! I'm so mad. Because he looks so stupid. Because that's not at all like what a Magnemite looks like. Because, I don't know, it's just silly. So, but I don't think they're gonna restock it. There's no way. But you're so sweet for thinking about that. Stupid Pokopia. Stupid Dittos and they're stupid. Everyone buying the Magnemite when I wanted it instead. It was so silly. What's up? Yup. Lexi, be nice to me one more time. See what happens. I'm joking. I'll kiss you. Ah, dweeb! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Come on! I'm already like so. I'm still suffering from the first tarot pull. You should do a Lord of the Rings tarot pull. It's all the way upstairs. Whoa! Oh, Lexi. Meow. Lexi cat. I'm joking. Who's Lexi cat? Wait, the first one? I missed one? Yeah, I pulled the 9 of Swords. So, if you guys didn't see my Discord, R.I.P. Lexi cat, R.I.P. She was a real one. But, I mean, if for anyone who's not in the Discord just didn't see it, I was posted about how, to the surprise of nobody, I'm so depressed right now. And I wanted to cancel stream today. To the shock of nobody. But I didn't. But that's why I'm not doing any, like, crazy celebration right now. Because I have no energy. I have no desire to celebrate me today. You know? Because I hate myself. So we pulled the 9 of Swords today. And it's like, oh, don't worry about, or don't feel badly about reaching out for help. Don't feel bad about, what was it? Celebrating. I can't. Jasper! See, Jasper, this is why we can't have nice things. Anybody want a cat? So this was the 9 of Swords from earlier. Fear is awful, and reaching out for help is challenging when it hits. Don't hide when you're stricken with grief or sadness. Sharing trauma or stress with others can be therapeutic and help you regain control. Alright, Jasper, can you stop being a bad boy? Ugh. Okay. And now what we pulled today. You want him? You can have him. But that's why we're here. Rootsie! Rootsie, I was gonna send this to you! Rootsie, I was gonna send this to you. Hi, Rootsie! Everyone say hello to Rootsie. No, seriously. I should have clipped it. Because I was like, I have to send this to Rootsie. No, it's calling me out. Alright. Alright, next pull. The 7 of Swords in reversed. I'm gonna end stream. Do you guys mind? I'm gonna end stream. You feel like you don't belong and are getting a solid sense of imposter syndrome. Or you're deceiving yourself somehow and the secret is causing too much stress. Come clean and forgive. Oh, extramarital affair. Who's cheating? The way I'm laughing and crying right now. I'm so glad. So glad. Alright, so we're banning Kaya and we're banning Dwee because these are the 2 people that redeemed tarot pulls today. So as far as I'm concerned, pew, pew, ban. That's crazy. Okay, Rootsy, I do have a throne gift. Hi, she happens! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Legal Beagle, thank you! Legal Beagle, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh. Were these both from you? I accidentally already opened your duster last stream and I already used it. It's great. Thank you very much. I can't remember if these are both from you. They're the plushies, right? And okay, so I've already been very emotional this week. They're from both of you. Okay, so one is from you. Wait, is one from you and one's from Rootsy? I don't remember which one did which. Which is which? Okay. I already got emotional. Oh, no, these are both from Bravo Penguin. Sorry. Oh my god. Penguin, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. Beguini. Oh my god. Oh, are you really? Oh, trying to get taken by the Mushroom Man? Do you know how to do it? She happens. Canary, thank you. Okay, so these are both from Bravo Penguin. These are from God's favorite princess. Canary, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. And I already got really emotional just getting the bag. The bag came in the mail yesterday, and I knew what it was because it was like from Throne, and I like could feel that they were the plushies, and I already got emotional. So, no, I have not taken any shots yet, but I've considered. And these two plushies are gonna, I can't even look at them right now, but they're gonna mean so much to me because they're two of my favorite Pokemon, and there's never any merch about it. Or there's never any merch with them. Oh no. I'm gonna do this one first. So this is the one that Ewok just got too. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, it's so soft. Oh. Oh my god, hi Angel. Oh, you're so soft. If you're autistic, you know what I'm doing. Oh, it's so soft. Oh, hello. I'm not gonna cry. It's a Nidoking. Look at me, little Nidoking. Oh. Whatever. He's so cute. And then, oh. And then there's this boy. I love him so much. What's up, Ghost Loops? Oh, he's such a little guy. Oh my god. Oh. So I think Crobat is officially my second favorite Pokemon, and look at how cute he is. Look at my little poison babies. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Look at my little poison babies. I love them so much. I do have Clefairy / Clefable upstairs. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to bring them down here. I'm gonna have to rearrange and put these guys right here somewhere, you know? Oh, I love them so much. Thank you so much, Benguini. Hold on. I have a show and tell for you. Which journal is it in? Is it this journal? It is this journal. So this is my 151 original Pokemon, my dream team. I have, and yes, I drew this. So I have Clefable, she's my favoritist. And then there's Golbat, because Crobat is technically in second generation and not in the original 151. And then Nidoking. And then, of course, Charizard, Flareon, and Gengar. Gengar can also be swapped out with Alakazam, though. But that's like my dream team for Pokemon for 151. Spades, I literally love you, Moist. Did you hear it happen to Mira earlier? I almost banned her. It is loops like, the loops like, yeah. I hope you're doing so. I figured it had to be, because the ghost loops, and he had the same red color, too. They told me. Danny, thank you so much. Lisa, aren't these so cute? Why is Nidoking so soft? Oh, thank you, Nuri. He's so soft. What the heckies? Thank you, Danny. Yeah! They are, Danny! I just got these from Bravo Penguini. Pixel mod roll speedrun. Wait, what? Like me deleting someone from the mods? Dude, what do you think? He won't eat them. But Boo will eat them. Boo, do you want to say hello? Look, he already wants to eat it. You're good. You're good. We still have all of the dog toys that Bravo Penguin sent before too. Here, want this one? Want this one? Oh, okay. Okay, you go play with that. You go away. Ah! Which dog is older? Charles. Charlie, come here. Look at this old man. Look at this old man with his scary teeth. Yeah, he's got the gray fur all over his face. Makes me so sad, Muffin Top. Makes me so sad. Why is your mouth salivating so much? Nuri, thank you so much. Ghost Loops, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Don't please, thank you so much. Right, yeah, I think Ewok, I think you got yours the day before me. Guys, I'm gonna black out. Do you mind? No, if I just black out. I do have to keep these in a tall shelf though, because Boo will take them. They're so cute. Now I just need an Alchemy one. Because Alchemy is in like my top 6 that includes all the other Pokemon. And then who else do I need? I don't know. I'd have to come up with the top 6. Alright, so what if I just sleep with you? That's a weird thing for me to say. Sorry. The tism is tism-y. Okay, you're gonna sit right here because I can't put you anywhere else. Because Boo will eat them! Where's Jasper? Go, 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 go. Oh, good go. Good go. Hello. Jasper says, hello. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Good boy. Meow, meow. Good boy. Huh? Mommy was having an existential crisis on the kitchen floor earlier today, to the shock of nobody. And Jasper was being my little fuzzy friend. Well, technically all 3 cats were hanging out with me. I was having an existential crisis on my kitchen floor. Cause that's like where I hang out when I'm having an existential crisis. I just sit on my kitchen floor. I don't know why. I like my kitchen. I don't know. And I just sit on my floor, and Jasper and Balthazar and Midnight, all my cats, were hanging out with me. The boys were on the couch. That's right. And Jasper was just, Mommy, you okay? Mommy, love me. Good boy. He was doing just this. Just this. A clunter. What did you call me? Hi, Blakers! Blakers, happy Friday. Panda cat treats? What if I just do... Did you just say obliviate? That's so funny. No, go away, you fat fudge. Oh, that went all over my lips and my lipstick, Jasper. She happens. You want this one? Oh, he's gonna go on the floor to eat it. Go on the floor to eat it. Go away. No one asked you. Oh, I'm almost at it. I'm almost empty. Oh, this is the last one. Last one, Jojo. Last one. All gone. I do have some backup treats. Oh my God. Nobody asked you. Nasty boy. Come here. Come here. Oh, good doggy. Yeah, these are different, Jojo. These are different. Let me know if you like them. These are tasty salmon flavor. Wow. Oh, you ate that really quickly. Okay, well, must be good. About the cat hair on your lips. Malort! He's such a slut for treats. He's the worst. Oh, no, I haven't checked my messages yet. Is National Sibling Day. Too bad Pixel Bro can't be here. Oh, bummer. I'm joking. He's alright. Those big tubs every month because my cat loves them. I never really finish cat treats for the cats because the only one that really eats the cat treats is Jasper. Midnight can't eat them because she just throws them up because she's just a gross girl. And then Balthazar is like picky. Celestial, thank you! Thank you so much. Not just Charlie. Oh, you're good, Panda Pants. I didn't do anything. I still haven't even gotten past the Grimoire yet. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not crazy about, like, the religious thing. I'm definitely gonna vote for this one. The right one. The right side. Oh, is it just those two votes? Just this one and then this one? Okay, so I vote the left side and then the right side. That's what I'm going. I love her, though. Yeah. This is... I mean, I could see this as being a cosmetic, maybe in the future or something. The Grimoire? Sorry. Remember when I was reading? What was the... Oh, you guys made me read the news reporter in No, I'm Not a Human. You made me read that in an voice. Oh, screw you guys. I think someone clipped that too. No, that's on Mondays. That's on Monday, Panda Pains.
Lizard.
There's the key art. Gesundheit? Yeah, I don't know. Probably shabby, right? So I give them a lot on the back of mine. It gives 8 treats. Oh, wow. Really? Okay. Yeah. Like she's going to carry a ruler and snap the back of her knuckles or something, right, Spades? I made you do that. It was you! It was you. We used to do them on Fridays, too. We used to. But it's been a couple months. Unholy! Alice! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Cassie. What's up, Killa? Killa, happy Friday. Maybe forget what day it was. Oi, Jamoy. Oi, Jamoy. Oi, Jamoy. Oi, oh. Ace. Ace Visconti. Ace, ace, ace. What are we gonna do about you? Lisa! I'm so sorry. But what? Oh. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That was weird. Okay. No game sound? Oh, there is no game sound. You're right. Oh, I'm on Minecraft. I forgot we're playing Minecraft. Oh, it's going to be really loud, by the way. Okay. Let's turn that down. Woohoo! Thank you. See, Shabby is why I keep you around. It's weekend time! Hell yeah. Let me know how the audio is. I think I got it to where it usually is. Oh man, who do I have the most cakes on? Probably Ace, right? Yeah, Ace probably has the most. How many does Ashley have? Does Ashley have any? 256! Oh, no! 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 Oh, that's so unfortunate. 26? Not a lot. Space, look away! Look away. It has to be Ace. Ace has to have the one that, or Ace is the one that has the moist, right? Well, I guess I could just use these. Like, who cares, right? Right? Who cares? Who cares, right? Who cares? Lightweight. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, okay. game sound is when I get into the game, though. Por favor. Suck my balls, and I hate Save Award. What is Boo eating? Oh, he's got a bone. A bone? Does he have a bone? What are you eating? Oh! He took. Thank you. He took the cap of the Twitch treat, or not the Twitch treats, the cat treats. He took the lid of the cat treats. Oh my god! Thank you so much. Ugh! I thought he was eating a bone because it sounded like he was crunching on a bone. When did you take that out of my garbage? I've been sitting here this whole time. You sneaky little devil, you. Eat this. Go away. Just because mommy says the T word doesn't mean you have to come here every single time mommy says the T word. Shabby, I don't know. I literally have no idea what I want to do. Hi, Valky! Some shortbread, cause tight, since my friends are allergic to almonds. I don't know what that is. Oh, I love almonds, though. Oh, so Shabby, there's a new Twitch Global badge that people can get if, oh, yeah, Spades, yeah, I only opened it up to see how many, cakes I had, sorry. But there's this new Twitch Global badge for the 6-7 global emote. Distortion. And you have to be in the chess category. And I was saying to chat that what if I just play Outlast Trials? What if I just play Outlast Trials and I just stream me playing chess? And then that way we can get the glow emote. Wouldn't it be so funny? Excuse me, Alice! Literally know you! What are you wearing? My little Gabriel shirt that we didn't get last year, but we finally got this year. It's an Outlast Trials. Because I'd be so down to just, like, do just chess. Because I think there's, like, achievements for playing, like, so many, like, so many chess games, too. But I think it'd be so funny that we'd be in Outlast Trials, but we'd be in the chess category, so we can do, the 6-7 global emote. I would suck. Me too, because it's timed. It's timed. You guys know that I'm such a yapper and I don't pay attention. Really? Yeah, they have chess at Outlast Trials. You love chess? I love chess, but I'm so bad at it. Yeah, I don't like the timed. Because I yap so much. If I wasn't yapping and streaming at the same time, it'd be different, you know? He's gotta have Fame Res, right? There it is. There it is. I just know which pieces can move where. You know what? That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's all you need to know. So he has Lethal Pursuer, Barbecue and Chili, I believe. Ah, shit, nipples. And Pain Res. He's gonna use his thing again, isn't he? Ah. Remy, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss, you. I don't know any Twitch or any. What do I keep saying Twitch? I don't know any chess moves, so I'm gonna if we do that, I'm gonna ask that nobody like tells me like, oh, you should have done this or you should have done that. It's like, no. If I'm playing chess while streaming, I'm just gonna be playing for funsies and just trying to get like the 6-7 badge emo. No, not you. No, not you. You're perfect. You're golden, Pony Boy. Sorry, Jasper just came back downstairs. But now I'm like nervous if I do go into the chess category, are people gonna be like, actually, you should have opened with the The Queen's Gambit. I only know the Queen's Gambit because of the TV show. My brother was in chess club. Okay, sweetie. Sweetie, I'm about to go to second hook on my first hook. I don't like chess. I love playing chess. I'm just bad at it. Going to second stage on my first hook. Yippee. You can pick a Gamma back. Ain't that good? He couldn't beat me? Older or younger sibling? Who DC'd? The I Hate Sable Wards DC'd. Why? For the record, I got left on first hook, so you should let me live, right? You should let me live? Older? I thought so. I thought so, because, like, only an older brother would be that sad about it. That's very funny. Well, GG's, team. That's when I played with Winchester's bad. I got 5,000! What killer was it? Oh, Canary. How much older do you mind? Artist. Interesting. Never seen the artist. What's up, Danny? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. You Poison Eve. Thank you. Want to try a D&D? Well, D&D should cost nothing, right? Oh, really? Maybe, she's offended by Ada's hooer. Oh, I thought I got off the gen fast enough. Really? Interesting. Interessante. I don't really want to go for the save because this person left me on hook too, but whatever. I want blood points. Oh, this person is the one that did eventually get me, though, so I'll take it. Leave them all to die? I would. I'll heal you, too. Not with my medkit, though. Then get Hatch. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna get that. Oh, it's fine. I don't know if I care enough. Like, I think if I was, like, good at this game, and if I was, like, playing for... Woo, and if I was playing for, I don't know, something, I'd care, but I just don't care enough. Well, that's what everyone was doing. That was only the second hook, though, you know? So it's like, why were they mad, you know? No, I don't blame anyone for being petty. I don't blame anybody. I just don't know if I care enough, personally. Oh, bye-bye. Oh, he is chasing. I never dropped this pallet, so I guess I'll stay. Oh, I'm dead here. I just realized, yeah. That's right. I got all my skins. Oh, what? How does that happen? Is there a tick? Did you submit a ticket for that, Danny? Thanks, Jackie! Oh, only 2 hooks. I'm joking. Hopefully I got more than 5,000 points, though. Yeah, exactly, Spades. That's the only reason why. You did. Okay, good. Good. I'm glad you submitted a ticket. Hail yeah. Hail yeah. Alright, so we leave the game if we see I Hate Sable Ward in the game. Oh, thanks, Shadowhawk! Thank you, Dangos! Confetti, it's a parade! Dangos, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, but with cross progression, you shouldn't have lost it, though. Should not have lost it. Confetti! It's a parade. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Almost there. Ah, gracias. Thank you, she happens. Thank you. Yeah, that's messed up. You should definitely hear about that because how many blood points does it take to get to a P100? Quadrillion. So. Yes, it did show in Spanish. It says Feliz Aniversario de Socio. I don't know. Like at least 100,000. Yeah, it does. It is in Espanol. Oui. What the hecky? Jackie? Jackie, thank you for getting something too. Selena kills. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Oui. Yo, look at this this Dwight. I love the backwards cap. No cap. But seriously, thank you so much for the gifted subby. I really appreciate you. I do have the kitty cats for 5 gifted, and I got cats and dogs. Where are the dogs? Oh, here are the dogs. I got cat shapes and dog shapes for 10 plus gifted, tier 3s, and thrones. Oh my god! I said cat shaped, not cat shaped. Give me your paw. Give me your paw. Give me your paw. Thank you. Thank you, she happens. Oui. Guys, English only. Oui. Ay, j'aime. I did do my Duolingo today. I'm very happy. I'm like at a 95 streak or something. That's very exciting. All right, that was our warm-up game, right? Night. Until somebody. When I was dating my ex before my I guess technically 2 exes ago. Forgot about one the other one. And he was teaching me some Spanish. Mostly because his dad only spoke Spanish, and he would just leave me in his house with his dad. And we would just be sitting in the kitchen, and he'd start talking to me in Spanish. But not only would he talk to me in Spanish, but he would he's a mumbler too. And no, it was fine. His dad was great. But they called me La Güera, right? Like the white girl. And then his mom would also call me Chicle, which is gum, because I'd always be like right next to my ex at the time, or my my boyfriend at the time. I would be right next to him all the time because I was scared that he would leave me alone with his dad. Not that his dad was a bad person, but I just don't speak Spanish. No hablo español. You know? So I love Spanish, but I also love English. I would love to have to speak Spanish. I wish I knew how to speak Spanish. I wish I knew how to speak any language that wasn't just Anglais. Oh, it's a twapper. Oh, I wonder what add-ons he has. Oh. I guess we'll find out shortly, eh? Oh, he's setting up. He's setting up and mustarding. And, alright, where was that one trap? He puts, right here. Look. Alright. Look at him. Look at him. Ah, there it is. There it is. All right, let me go into a locker. Ah, here we go. Okay, well, let me just disarm as many as I can while I'm injured. Right? Okay, and I'll heal right now. Okay. Bloody Koyo. Yeah, she'd call me Chicle because I was stuck onto my boyfriend at the time. Resetting. Yeah, okay. This guy's got traps, you know? That's nice. Yeah. Oh, he only wants his traps. He's gonna be relying on them. What are the odds? What is the over-under on him also having the resetting automatically? They reset automatically? What's the over-under on him having that? Oh, he didn't reset that one. I don't know. He didn't reset that one. Let's watch. Let's watch this and see if it resets. Whew. Ooh. What's up, expert? Yo! Sploosh that become. Wait! Wait, did it? There it is! We called it, chat. We called it. So he has Bloody Coil and the Eerie. Is Eerie Stone? Alright, let me go find another totem to totem. Because I don't want to undo that one until I do a totem. You know what I mean? I actually probably should have undone it. That's fine. Undone it. You know what I mean? Where was that other totem? You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna do the gens. I think it might be in our best interest to just do the gens. I think. I'm gonna do this. No, because he's gonna know where I am. Hold on. Oh, he's at. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna undo that yet, because he'll know where I am, right? Okay. Oof. Oh. Yeah. So Agi for sure, right? I'm leaving. Yep, there he is. I gotta go. I'm pretty close to basement right now, though. I'm not gonna lie, I'm totally ready to sacrifice Blade Dragon. I'm so ready to sacrifice Blade Dragon. Really, I am. He didn't even kick the gen. Why? Yeah, I'm sorry, Blade Dragon, but I'm good. I choose life. Oh no, I'm injured. That's why I couldn't save you. Oh no. I'm injured. I couldn't save you. That's really unfortunate. Oh, he got off. See, he's good. See, he's good. You guys are worried. For what reason, Master Chief? Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, here we go! Oh, actually, before we do that, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. And then let's do this. Because then we can heal ourselves. Alright, yo, 100%, right? Because if it was, like, right here, then I'd believe it. Okay, there's one over there. Alright, Wish Expert. I really want to get that gen done just because it is so close to the basement. You know what? Let's do that. Let's actually disarm this trap, because I know this trap has been reset again. Okay. Oh, I'm scared! Arnar! Clear conversation! Wait, Spades, what did you say about him watching Trapper Mains? Is that what you said? Like, he just watches too many, like, Trapper videos or something? Yeah? Oh, that's funny. This is fun, though, because I'm not the one who's getting trappered in the basement. So that's why it's fun. But as soon as I start, Splashdown? Okay, talk to me like I'm 5. Splashdown means that they landed? I think I'm hungry. Well, go eat! Do you have any leftovers or anything? Any leftover Zaw? Even though I know that was like 2 days ago. Does he commit? Probably not, eh? Alright. We're healed. Yippee! I really want to get this gen done because it is so close to basement. He moved that trap, though. Interesting. This is the last gen that needs to get done, so I am going to commit to this. Sorry, Jay Chase. Look at you. Look at you. Oh, he just went to second. Damn. Oop. He gets me here. That's fine. Oh, he's so close to getting, be able to get unhooked too.
Hello.
Hello! Thank you for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Make a win. Oh. Oh. Thanks. I really want to do that gen though. Hello, Cybrid. Welcome in. Oh, really? I don't know what mine is. Mine changes all the time. I'll use my medkit on this guy. Oh, he's leader too. Slay. Yeah, he's gonna guard that gen like crazy. Did someone throw out my paella? Oh, okay, they're gonna do that? Alright. Well, if you guys are gonna do that, I'm gonna do this. There's some other really good ones too. I can't remember at the moment. I'm actually sad that they're taking my gen away from me. Yeah, get off my gen. Whoa! Oh my god! That was so fudging funny! Yep, there it is. Alright, so I do know where one totem is from my counterforce. Okay. Somewhere over here. We all knew. Yep, there it is. Shit. Well. That's where it was. Did I just get nopered? I don't have conviction. Oh, no. Damn. That's so unfortunate that he went down, too. Oh, yeah, we knew. Yeah, as soon as we saw the build, we knew it was Noed. Oh, and... Blood Warden. Eh? That's gotta be Blood Warden, too, eh? She stepped into 2 traps. Yeah, because I think he opened the door. Or did Bladed Dragon open the door? No way! Leon! Leon! Oh, Leon, you're so hot. Brother, move! Oh, okay. Brother, stay. Homie, we got you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Leon. Leon! Oh, leader, leader, leader. Leader! Guys? Whoa! I think I get this with leader. I think I get this with leader. Do you think he minds? Oh, please leave, please leave, please leave. Oh! I hope that Leon doesn't mind, that I know that he saved me, but I'm gonna leave. Spades, I was so scared. Too bad you are a camper. It's a trapper. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Oh, I'll take a 2 out. I will absolutely take a 2 out. Okay, so he did not have. Interesting. So okay, so I guess the other one left. GG's. I will take it. I will absolutely take a 2 out on that. What's up, Draconia? Draconia, happy Friday. So, remember, R.I.P. Leon. Thank you for your sacrifice. Leon! I will remember you all in therapy. Rootsy. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. Draconia. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. I'm not gonna lie, I did not think we were gonna make it out. I'm like, especially because I didn't have conviction on either. Leon! Expert. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Also, we gotta do an ad now, so there's no ad in game. Do you guys mind? Yikes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Draconia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. That's not a scratch, is it? Oh my god, I almost had like heart palpitations for a second. I thought my glasses got scratched. Oh my god. I was roughhousing with the dogs earlier. And Boo is not nice all the time. He's kind of mean. Alright, add now to metagame. You wouldn't believe it, but this dog gets riled up. I know, the dog that sleeps 24/7. The reason why he sleeps all the time while I'm streaming is because he's so riled up with me during the day. Yeah, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 right here. So yeah. Mayo toes. What game are you playing? He does have the zoomies. He actually had some really aggressive zoomies. Like, you know, where he has, like, where the dogs have, like, their butt comes, like, under... Okay, Rivals, I thought so. I did almost install it today, but I didn't have enough time. Because I'd have to do the shaders, too. But you know how dogs, like, they tuck their butt underneath their body and then, like, they run like that? He had that kind of zoomies today. It was super cute. I kind of want to do a map instead of a med kit, I'm thinking. Maybe the blood sense map. Yeah. Right? Rival stream? Maybe. Maybe I can re-download it. Oi. Oi. I like it rough, cause I'd rather feel pain than nothing at all. Come here! Does anybody want a kitty? Does anybody want a kitty kitty? Oh, it's a pretty baby. It's a pretty baby. It's a pretty baby. Oh, I gotta ready up. Sorry. There we go. Too cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. Why is he so cute? Is it a baby? Thanks for hanging out with me on my kitchen floor while I was having an existential crisis today. Thanks, homie. And I guess midnight, too. Balthazar came at the end, so he wasn't really much of a help. I'm way too burnt. Oh, that's right! There's the challenges! You know, I should look to see what challenges there are, Shabby. That I still have to do for that. Why? Why? Yeah, keep on stepping. I have to look. I'm sure I have plenty of killer stuff that I have to do. He keeps wiping his... My lips are really moist right now from this lipstick. And he keeps wiping his really long furred tail all over my lips. Alright. Good boy. I'm sorry. I don't think I have any Survivor ones left. I don't know. Oh, who can it be? Really? My cats will, specifically Jasper. Oh, especially after I, like... How? No, I have distortion. How the fudge did you know I was there? I walked the entire time. Ain't no way. How did you know? What did I do? I hate being the first found. I'm so bad at this video game, guys. Thank God he found me at the strongest loop, though. Oh, it's Wesker! Thank God I was at, like, the strongest loop ever. Bitch. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. I don't think... No, it didn't take his distortion stack. No, you're good, Draconia. You perfecto. But yeah, my cat will lick my hair. Ew, Shabby, ew. That's very funny. I don't see my counterforce totem because this map is so yellow. What? Oh, there he is. Okay. Ah! Oh my God. You're gonna make food! Please make food! Who shoved their dicks in and or around my ears? Was that Derpy? It was! Derpy! Derpy, thank you so much, homie. All right, I can't do any gens, and I can't find any of the gas things. What the heckies? Oh, there is that a gas thing? Oh. Oh! Why was it covered? All right, whatever. Derpy, thank you for my daily dose of dicks. Also, thank you for the forehead. See that? That's only like the second time someone has ever used that sound alert, Milk. And so I was like, was that me? I was just like, you know that one Franco brother when he goes like, that meme? That's what I felt like. Derpy, literally know you. Oi, Jamoy. Thanks for the 200 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. Ooh. Oh. Don't touch me. Get shit on. Egg? That was a long time, right? Ooh! Wow! It's fine. I get hit here. Yep, there it is, there it is, there it is. Oh, yeah, he has egg too, I think so. Oh, I got shit on. Nice crack. Oh, that I've been holding a lot of stress up there. Lots of stressies. I'm just getting started. I played that really poorly, but that's okay. I didn't drop. Oh, I did drop a pallet, but I got a stun, and I think that's what matters. I think that's what matters. Why is he walking so fast? Look at how fast he is. Do you think that is fixated? Do we think Tap has fixated? Yes or no? That was super fast walking. Gabriel, you are such a crybaby. He's my little crybaby doll. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Thank you so much, Derpy. I love you so much. Everyone go tell Derpface how hot and tall and talented and handsome is. And seriously, thank you so much for my daily dose of dickies. I really appreciate you. That's such a weird thing to say out of context. But you guys know. You guys get it, right? He has to have fixated. That guy's walking so quick. Right? Oh. Oh, poops and goops. Get his ass. Get Tap. Yeah. Yeah, get Tap. I'll get the save. Hopefully he doesn't come back. Hello, Jane. Hello, lovely. I would like to rub your bum. Boy, howdy would I like to rub your bum. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh, she said bye. Okay. Oh, she's getting a chest. Okay. Damn. You missed one skill check and they think it's the end of the world. I'm sorry. I get nervous. Oh. Now Jane's gonna be mad because she used the thing. Yeah. She opened the chest in his terror radius, so he came and got her. And now she's gonna be mad at me because I missed my skill check on healing her. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. That's how I see it all going down. Let's try to get it away from the hook. Come. Come, Albert. Come. Come, Albie. Oh, alright. Okay, bye. I want to go and, like, try to see if I can heal her, but I don't want to get, like, roasted. Thanks, Maximus! Thank you so much. Oh. Oh, there we go. She's gonna run away from me. Watch, watch, watch. Okay, don't miss a skill check. Don't, please, God. She's gonna think I'm trolling. Oh, you guys thought. Atlas Trials or DBD Killer? I'm gonna say DBD Killer. Because that shite ends soon, you know? Whoa! Oh, I love corn blindness. Oh my god, that was great. That was so gravy. Holy corn blindness, Batman. Oh, we got him good with that. Oh, I want to see if I could waste his time here while they do the gen, but no dice. I'll go back. Corn blindness was crazy. I don't think he saw me. I don't know if he saw me. I'm not sure. I did walk over there. Okay, now he'll definitely see me. I'm gonna drop this. Where is he? I don't know where he is! I'm running right to Cowtree, though. Oh! Hello, love. Didn't know you were here. Oh, no! You're gonna throw my pallet, Jane! Oh, actually, if all three of you are here, I'm going over. Or all two of you are there, I'm going over here. If you're gonna hang out over there, I'm going back to the generator. 37! Wait, so the tie for the POTD is, was it Cayman and Shabby? Wait, you didn't pre-drop all your pallets? I did pre-drop one. This one right here. But I think it's still down. 63 huge, Pippi! He's gonna kick the gen, right? Alright. Nice. That's great because Tap is still on his gen. Oh. Oh, he slugged. Makes sense, makes sense. I'll go get you, Mr. Sluggy. Oh, he found the Tap gen. That's alright. Because Jane still has progress on this one at Cowtree. Yeah, and she's still doing it. Cool. We're good. So 63 inches is the POTD. Oh, she wants to finish that gen. Makes sense, makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense. Oh, Jane dropped her thing. All right, let me see if I can. I think this V forgot that she had one. I think she forgot. That's so funny. Oh, wrong button. Shinobi! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. 16, that's all right. 58. Does she want to be healed? No, okay. Oh, Tap got taken. That's all right. I wonder who's gonna check first. Duncan!
Good evening.
Duncan, thank you so much for the 21 months. Holy! Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Whoa! I did not know that gen was right there. Oh, peeps and poops. I was actually kind of hoping I could run the opposite way. Oof. Well, thank God he missed. Okay. Makes sense that he wants to sluggies right now. Makes super sense. I do want to make my way over to Tap, though. Oh, yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, okay, he wants to get everybody down. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. He's desperado. Ooh, Monte Carlo. Alright. That's alright, that's alright. Duncan, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Black and Over doing so good! He did pick her up. Okay. Oh! He's gonna come right here, though. Yeah, we gotta go. Where's Kraken? Alright, there she is. Oh. He heard me. Alright, that's fine. Oh, no way it's still up. No way. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, interesting. Shh. What are the odds? Oh! Cartoon Pride Dinosaurs? Shut up. That's so cute. Alright, we're healed. We're healed. Oh no. What's happening? What is happening here? Oh no. Guys, I don't know if we make it out of this. Oh, this gen has seen a lot of damage. And that was a lot of damage. Alright, he's over there. Oop. Damn. I was hoping he chased me one more time. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, I see you, Tap. I'm sorry. Oh, Tap. I'm sorry. I was just going to a tile. Oh, man. Alright, well. Well, let's see if we can finish this, Jenny. They were running over here. Where was the gas thing over here? Where's the closest gas thing? I don't know. I think they were running this way. V was running this way to get gas. I don't know. Oh. I thought I heard V for a second. Oh, can I do this? Will this show me gas? This does not show me gas. Oh. I think it was this one all the way over here. Oh, V's about to finish it. Oh, is V like one little tidbit away from it? I think V is like one little bit away from filling it. That's so unfortunate. That's right, I'll finish it. I don't care. I'll do it. That's right, V, I got you. Your tattoo! What tattoo did you get? Oh no, he definitely saw V. Alright, well then I'll go and finish this then. Hopefully this is enough. Oop. Oh, this is enough. More than enough. Adrenaline? Oh, she does not have adrenaline. That's right. That's right, lovely. I'll open this door and we'll get out. This is a long game. I got a Venom tattoo? Shut up. That's awesome. Where did you get it? Spades, I was literally about to say, this is like the longest game I've ever like played. Where did she die? Oh, there. Okay. I had to look through my helmet in order to see it. He could make it over here. Well. That's solo queue. GG's, GG's. That's awesome. Venom is great. I love Venom. Venom is super cool. GG's. That was a really intense game. We got all of our gens done really quickly. But as soon as he hit that that 4th gen getting done, he's just like he was like, I gotta what is it? Slugging. Which I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. And it worked. He got 3K. Oh, a spoink! I'm gonna catch a spoink. I'm gonna catch a spoink. I got it from a guy named Pikashi Tattoo. Really cool. I'm so happy for you. Oh, I want to check my Blood Moon stuff. Oh! Did I do all the challenges? I have everything unlocked. I forgot what event it was, but there was an event a couple months ago that I forgot to use all of my Komoso Dise, like, trinkets that you get from the event. I don't remember what event it was, but it was a couple months ago. I forgot to... Oh, and there's 2 more things I need to unlock. Okay. I forgot to use all my trinkets in the little event thing. I was so sad, because I opened up DBD one day, and it's like, oh, here's all your blood points that you get for all your unused trinkets. And I was like, no! I totally forgot. So sad. Psycho, thank you! Thank you so much! It probably winter, yeah. That makes sense. It would be a couple months ago. Makes sense, makes sense. Oh, here we go. I need to damage blood generators, damage the survivor carrying a blood can, and fuel... Oh, I need to fuel 18 blood generators. Yeesh, I haven't done any of that. Oh, I need to sacrifice 4 survivors, hit 3 different survivors with a basic attack in a single... Oh, I have to do a bunch of killer challenges. I have to go pee. Do you guys mind? You guys mind if I go piff girl? I'll play an ad too while I'm piffing. Oh, actually... Let me put back all the stuff that I took off for the Minecraft stream. What was it? Wasn't it like this? And then it's like the Ko-Fi, right? Was it this? No, not that one. It's something else. What else was it that I had? Hi, Mr. Ware! Mr. Ware, thank you so much! Take you. Oh, it's this one. There it is. Cool. And then, that was it, right? Oh, I don't have G Fuel on. There we go. I knew I was missing something. There, okay. I turned all that stuff off for the Minecraft stream. I totally forgot. Mr. Ware, think of the forehead kissy. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Yeah? Yeesh. Is my music on? There it is, okay. Be right back. Yeah, he's on me.
You're dead though.
You're dead.
You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang. Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli. Oh, purr. Okay. something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh. There are few things cuter in this world than watching Jasper run down the stairs before you. Because his little fuzzy butt is like, bloop, 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 bloop. He's so cute. You wanna come up? Do you come up or I pick you up? Oh, you're so cute. It's so cute. Just bloop, 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 walking down the stairs. Yo, Canary! Thank you for the 3 stream shrink. What the fudge? Cute as a button. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thana heart. Thana, thank you so much. The emote is so cute. So cute. What was I gonna do? Oh, yeah. Let's see. P-A-R-T-Y. There you go. I feel weird not having like a pinned message, you know? Otherwise it's gonna be make sure you guys, what is it, get the boys collab with G Fuel, because that's pretty cool. I'm so excited. I'm so excited that I finally started watching the show, and then they come up with the collab again. I think that's so funny, the timing of it. Thanks, Kinos, your button. This emote is so cute. I love it. Is that your cat, Thor? I love it. Sunny, mwah. Think about the forehead kiss you. I feel like I was gonna do something. Is my cat so handsome? I love him so much. I love orange cats. Turkey baby? Oh, my turkey baby. You know, I want to change one thing in my build. Maybe I will get rid of Counterforce. I just feel like Counterforce is so handy in so many ways. But I'm going to put on Conviction instead, because I do feel like Conviction might be kind of nice. Yeah. Maximus, mwah, think of the forehead kiss. He's 14 pounds, big boy. Oh man, how much do you weigh? I should weigh you. I forgot. Do you want to say hello? Did I play an ad? I did not. Fudge. I literally said I was gonna play an ad while I was gone, and I didn't. So ads now, ads again. I'm so sorry, guys. I am live on YouTube though. If you guys don't want to watch the ads. Oh, hello, Muffin Top. You're so cute. You know what I want? I want one of these Angry Orchard Thriller packs with the Jason Voorhees. I kind of want one of these tonight. I kind of want the pumpkin one. I really, 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 really do want it. Do you want one too? Here we go. Here's the pumpkin. Pumpkin. So good. Spoiler. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. A stretch. Could do a stretch. Wait. Excuse me, lovely. Oh, big stretch. Oh, fudge. Live for almost 2 hours? Holy. Let's see if we can get a back crack. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, little baby one. Oh, a little bit. A little bit. Let's do little toe touchies. Jason? Have you seen that before? Oh, that feels so good. Oh, good nice calves. Calf stretch. This is from last year's Halloween season. The Angry Orchard Thriller pack. I hope they bring either this exact same pack again this year or something similar at least, because they're so good. And this is my last pack. And this is my second to last pumpkin. It's so good. Distortion. Oh, hello. Frames. Let's get a totem out of the way. Here we go. Sadako. Is it? Oh, man. Oh, it's so good. That has to be my favorite one. The pumpkin one. Oh, I wasn't even looking, Spades. Oh, my God. I was not even looking. Wahoo! Yeah! Oh. Yeah! Yahoo! Wait, where is she? I'm running, because I don't know where she is. Okay. Okay, well, apparently she was right behind me. Who knew? I could not see her. That's so funny. I had no idea she was there. I'm just gonna go ahead and, do that, I guess. I don't know where any of the spawns are. Oh, right there! Hey. Oh, sloppy. Alright, so she has sloppy and lethal. That's what we know. Ooh. Oh, she's so tiny! That's unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. She's just such a tiny little girl. So tiny. I did get my safe hook rescue. I did not get my heals though, which is unfortunate. She gets stuck on me? P-A-R-T-Y. Thank you guys so much for being here. If any of you guys saw the Discord message, I am not okay. So, thank you guys so much for being here, because I was trying really hard to not cancel stream. So, really appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah, I thought that too, right? Oh. Short people thing, short king, or short queen. Oh, okay. Proud of you. Oh, thank you, Alice. Thank you. That really means a lot. Hoi. Oh, pips and poops. Well. It's gonna be a rough 50-50. Oh, you can't run that way. Alright, good enough. That's unfortunate. I'm totally okay to go next. This is such a good map for her. With all these like tight corners, and she gets like her little speed boost, you know? And then she's so short too. I'm so ready to just go next. So ready. One killer game down. Really? What killer are you playing, Shabby? I'm being a witch outside in the rain. Really? Ah, I love that. Did you guys see that Coven was coming back for American Horror Story? That they're gonna do another story with for Coven? Oh, I didn't take my vitamins today. Oof, I haven't taken my vitamins like all week. Yike. I loved Coven. Coven was so good. What is her name? I can't remember the actress's name. She's so fine though. It's like, oh, it's like Angela something. I can't even remember her character's name, but she's great. Anywho, hey Pixel, guess what? Appreciate. Oh, Mr. Weir, no, you. That really means a lot. Thank you. Is it Angela Bassett? She's like one of the head people in the American Horror Stories, right? Ooh. I'm gonna try to run into a looker. Yeah, maybe try to get some heals. Maybe. Ugh, let's see. Is that her name? Hold on, let me Google. Yes! She is so fine. Jesky! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. I hope you're doing so good, lovely. I'm gonna go... Ooh, hello, big-ass box. I'm gonna go save you because I want to get out of this game, so. Marie Laveau. Yes! Yes! God, I love her. She's so fine. Yes! Yeah, yeah. Oh, hello. Yeah. Angela Bassett. Fantastic. Well, if they're both being chased, I'll go get the unhook. I also love her in that 9. Oh, you know what? I've seen trailers for that. I have no clue what show it is, but I've seen like she has like really really short hair in that show, right? She's so pretty. I'm doing all right, Jesky. Oh, I'm having issues living, but oh, okay. I don't know. I don't have a flashlight, so normally I would just like use a flashlight and point it to the sky, but I thought it was funny that way. We could all admire Gabriel's gluteus maximus. Don't talk to me about 911. Is the show called 911? Is that the show? Also, thank you so much for the follow from 3 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the alert go off, but thank you so much. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. It is! Okay, interesting. So I've never heard the title before, so I had no clue that was even the title of a show. But I have seen ads for her for that show. Do we recommend it? I still need to watch Criminal Minds, though. But Jessica, I hope you're doing so good. Thank you so much for being here. She's so good. Oh, she's so good at everything, yeah. I love Criminal Minds. I need to watch the show. GG's. Oh, you know what? I forgot to look if that one game on Rancid Abattoir, if he had fixated. GG's. You had to stop watching? Why did you have to stop watching? Curiously, before I even try starting. Any day? I've never seen it. Not a single episode. Oh! Oh! Yeah, okay. Fair and valid. Yikes. Yeah, okay. Same. There are some shows that I have to stop watching because they're so good, and it bothers me because I don't finish watching them because I just want to know what happens next, but then also it's like I can't watch them. There is an Ashley J. Williams in this game. An all-men lobby. Ew. Where are the ladies? Where my ladies at? Angela Bassett. She's 67 years old? Mother. God, she's so pretty. What's up, Zummies? What have we been winning? Always. Thanks, Wild Glizzy. Thank you so much. Thank you. 5 years Twitch partner. I remember the very first stream that I did after I got Twitch partner was I played Animal Crossing. I was, at the time, I was pretty much only playing Dead by Daylight. And the day after, or the day that I got Twitch partner, I played Animal Crossing. And it was so much fun. Halved my viewership because no one wanted to watch it. But there was like 50 people there, so that was nice. It was just so funny. I was like, as soon as I hit Twitch partner, I was like, I just wanted to play something different, you know? Escape! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Is my stream kind of freezing a little bit? Wow, Glizzy. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Is it another Onryo? There's no way I've been cursed like this. It sure is. Okay. No, it's weird that, like, I have... So, my stream was lagging a little bit the other day, right? But I haven't had a single frame drop. And I still don't have a frame drop yet. So, I don't know. I need to figure out what is making the camera lag or like fluctuate, you know? Because if it's not... Okay, I was gonna say I don't have a flashlight. Because if it's not OBS, I don't know. Oh! Shut up! Well, I feel bad that I missed a stream of yours. And also, I'm so sorry. I feel your pain. Why are there 2 cans right here? That's crazy. Woo! Damn. Why does every Onryo have Sloppy Butcher? Like, just out of curiosity. Oh, okay. Just out of curiosity. Oh, that doesn't show? Oh, okay. Oh, I go down here, yeah. I also would have cried. No, you're good. Yeah, well, between that and my wife, I caused me to expect a 400 ping! I have a tech coming out tomorrow, though, to check everything. Damn. Well, I'm glad you have someone to come check it out. But yeah. I don't want to say anything about internet. I like your fit. Oh, thank you, Jose! Sorry I missed that. Ashley is awesome. Ew. He's P98 for me right now. Prestige 98. Isn't that disgusting? Ew. Hello, lovely. I thought I was gonna get like an auto pick. No way. Thank you. Oh, he did get the auto pick. Interesting. Oh, I need to get a totem. Okay. I'll get that one. What's my luck that I get 2 honor rounds back to back? On my computer, I kept making my entire PC free when it was like, what was it? At least you knew what the issue is, right? Welcome back, day guys. Metal, never heard of that. That's awesome that you knew what the issue is, though, right? Hell yeah! Cool. I'll take that. I don't care. Keep chasing me, baby. There not being a pallet here sucks. Oh, what the helly? There we go again. Ah! Damn. Good, I said, good evening, princess. Welcome back. Why am I keep getting slugged? Oh, interesting. Ah, okay. Oh, princess. So I'm drinking my Jason Voorhees Angry Orchard collab in the pumpkin flavor. Look at how cute this guy is. Look at how cute he is. Look at how cute he is. Because we like drinking. Whatever. Ashley, what would I do without you? Are you on controller? I can't tell. He's on controller. I feel like. Oh, you don't have to heal me, but I'll take it. Angry Orchard. I'm still mad that they don't have that rosé anymore, at least not that I've seen. I'm still sad about that. I want my Angry Orchard rosé, por favor. Yeah, right? See, that's what I was thinking. I'm gonna walk over to this gen. I'm thinking. Wait, I want to heal. I want to heal. Please. Yes, because then I'll get conviction. Yeah, sure. Shit. Well, I got my conviction. I'm happy. Ah! Oh, she don't want me. I'll take it. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. I missed the rosé one. Was there like not even for a second? Did you know this person's face that sent you the clip? Or is it just because you were also in the game? That's crazy. Like you said, it is not that serious. That is insane. That's honestly insane that they would care so much as to send another person a clip and be like, is this fair? That is actually egregious. He was no, so, okay. So it's just some random person that you're playing with. That's insane. She's definitely still on me, right? Ah. I'll take it. Still haven't been hooked, by the way. Woo! I'll take it. I get abandoned because I've been slugged for so long. That's so funny. How the game's been? They've been okay. Very, very solo queue-esque games, but you know what it is. This is my second Onryo in a row, so I mean, that's crazy. Sitting right on my XA sandbag. It's like, and the thing is, I'm sure that that guy has never sandbagged on purpose or accident ever, like, God forbid, right? You know? Oh, I'm so sorry, lovely. Jasper, mommy's playing. And he was like, no, he did. I have a clip. Do you want to see? They clipped it and sent it to... That is wild. That's, I wonder if they have, like, a whole folder on their PC. All the times that I've been sandbagged. You know what I mean? There we go. Why didn't we do that? Ooh. How does she know? Oh, what if I made her with him again? That'd be so funny. We all escaped in the end, and they still took a clip. It don't gotta be so. It doesn't have to be. No, I feel like it should be. Oh, I'm not dead. Oh, I just realized. This is like my 4th or 5th down, but I'm not dead because I didn't get hooked the first couple times. That's funny. I'll take it. More blood points. More time in the game, more blood points. I don't know. That's just like so intense. Was this person also a streamer? Oh no, they had to have been live if they clipped it, Spades. So this person was live going into another person who's live stream, and they didn't know. Oh, they clipped the metal. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's how that came up. Okay. So metal is something that clips when you're not live too, I imagine. I threw a pallet without looking behind me. Yeah, it's like God forbid, you know. This Ash has saved me every single time. But Becky, all right, you don't have to touch me. It's all right. I'll go get my Camosidice inner healing. I wonder if she has something that says aura or something, because she knew exactly where it was by that gen earlier. She's probably gonna see. She definitely has something aura reading if she comes down here. She definitely has aura reading if she comes down here. Oh. Okay, bye. That's right, we got this. Hello? 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 Ghoulishly, what the fudge? Thank you for the 5 gifted subbies! Yo, if you guys got gifted, make sure you say, thank you! Oh, am I almost dead? Oh. Oh, you want me to get a tape? Oh, she went. You can Mori me. It's fine. You can Mori me. It's alright, love. It's alright, you did that. You did that. Alright, well. I guess I'll keep playing. Happy 5! Oh, thank you so much, Ghoulishly. What the fudgies? Braver. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, I just opened up my chat, so I can't see who got gifted this up, but I'll read that in a second. But Ghoulishly, thank you so much. Let me know what color pussy you'd like. If you'd like pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Also, I did put your pop socket that you got for me on the back of my phone. Thank you, Angel. Ain't no way y'all doing 4 gens. I'll do 4 gens. I'll do 4 gens. You think I won't? What do you have? Oh, sorry, I was not looking. Shock and awe me? I could do that. I will shock and awe you. I'm thinking green. Is green okay? Thank you, Ninja. Ninja, you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Everyone tell Ninja how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. No, no. Thank you so much. I missed a Breloom. I actually unironically really enjoy Brelooms. I think Brelooms are so cute. Oh, and Ghoulishly, you get to pick a shot for me. Vodka, rum, Malort, or whiskey? What are we thinking? It's gotta be a closer gas can, no? Is this? No, that's another gas thing. Oh, man. There's no way this is the closest gas can. Malort! Ninja, literally. Right here. Right here. Oh, Ninja, what did you say that I should go with you next year? Was it the tattoo show? Is that what we were talking about? What did you go to this year that I was like peanut butter and jelly that you went to? And you said I should go with you because you go alone. It was okay, cool. Should I ask her if it's okay if I save him? Should I be like, dear Onryo, can I save me friend? Oh, never mind, we're good. Guess what? Chicken butt. Cool. I'm excited. I'm down. God, you have to run so far. This is egregious. Guess what? Chicken butt. Alright, so shut up, Malort. I got you. I did clean my shot glass. I cleaned my Clefable shot glass my dad made for me. Jasper, go away. No one asked you. Ugh. This takes so long. Thank you guys so much for being here. Really appreciate you. I forgot. It's not hi, how are you? It's how high are you? Oh no! They got grabbed again! Oh, I think they may just be chilling in the lockers then, eh? An edible too? So you're smoking and you took an edible? I didn't know people could do that. Should I take him? Is that okay? Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't mind. She got her 4K. She deserves... She let me live a lot longer than I should have, so I'll take it. You for gore. For gore. GG's. Thanks for letting me get some more blood points, homie. I should have healed. Damn, GG's. Thank you, Ashley J. Williams. Oh, I should have said GG's. Oh, I'm the worst. I haven't talked in endgame chat all game. Or all day. I'm the worst. All right, let me get your kitties. So, it's the same little kitty post-its for 5 gifted subs. And then if it's 10 gifted, tier 3, or throne, you get to choose either a doggy or a kitty to go on the wall. Because I'm all out of bunnies, so we're doing kitties now. And then we'll do our shot of Malort. Ghoulishly. Na, 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 na. I love writing your name. Your name is just so much fun to write. Oh, you know, I know what kind of kitty to do. Oh, scary kitty. Yeah, that's cool. I like that one. There we go. A little ghoulishly, but like she's like a scary kitty, you know? She's like a ghoul. Ooh. How cute! I like this one. You're hanging out right next to Chu Shinobi and right underneath Rooster. Caw-caw! Which is great, because I listened to album on the way. Did it really? I love Panic at the Disco. Malort is Trollum backwards. Nothing significant. I'm just sharing my weird brain. What is Trollum? And I appreciate, and I love your weird brain. Let's shake her up a little bit, because she is glittery. So you make me put my edible glitter in there. A troll going, okay. I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? Oh, my eyes started watering. All right. Hey, Spades, can you do me a favor? Can you look away from your screen for a little bit? Because I'm going to put some blood points into Ash. Really? Okay, I'll let you know when it's safe, Spades. Well, hey, I do plan on going again this year. So hopefully you are too. This is a double shot glass, so this is a shot. And I'll bring Warlord again. Cheers. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. What the fudge? Ugh! Yeah, Spades, leave. Also, thank you for gifting a sub to Rebecca LaFar Smith, Snickle Bricks, Gulther, Ko-Fi95, and Ultima Zuka. Thank you guys so much. I'm joking. Let's see. Oh! Prestige 99. So he's Prestige 99. Spades, keep looking away. Keep looking away, love. So he's Prestige 99 right now. He's Prestige 99 and a third. I need to message Slothbag because he wants to do some sort of silly, slutty little charity thing that I do believe involves P100, Ashley J. Williams. So I'm going to message him and see. The joke is that I have to respond to message in order to message him, so we'll see when I do that. But raise your hand if been personally victimized by not being responded by Pixel. Actually, please don't, because I'm gonna cry. But it's everybody. The spoiler, it's everybody. But what was I gonna say? Oh, so I'm gonna message him and see like what if that's still gonna be a thing, and then I'm gonna get him to Prestige like 99 and like 99 out of 100 and like almost Prestige him, and then I'll start putting points into Ghostface. I actually might start putting points into Ghostface now. Who was I playing? Gabriel? Gabriel, okay. You can look again, Spades. It's safe. But I think I might start putting points into Gabriel. I'm sorry, not Gabriel. Ghostface. Because we have... Oh my god, I can't think. We have Ashley at Prestige 99, which is awesome. True friend right there. Me? Or Slothbag, because if it's me, Thank you, Jesus. 100% will be there. I'm so excited that's in November this year. That makes me so happy. All right, ad now, no ad in game. We are live on YouTube if you guys don't want to see any slutty ads. And all right, I run it now. Stream's going okay. Jesus. Drinking some Angry Orchard Headless Pumpkin from the Jason Voorhees collection. That's really yummy. I'm just playing some DBD. Do you guys, should we swap over? Oh my god. Get his trap back! Whoa! Thank you so much for the 3 months. What the fudgies? Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the hecky? Thank you so much. Asus, isn't it? It's so good. I still miss that rosé flavor, though. Just replied to your message from like 2 weeks ago. I didn't even know that I did message you. Oh, that message. Okay, no, I remember that one. All right, it's fine. I'm down after this game to swap over to some chess, aka Outlast Trials, and we could do the 6-7 emote thing. Because I really want the 6-7 emote. But you won't get any drops for Outlast Trials because technically we'll be in the chess category. But Shabby, if you're down, would you be down, Shabby, to do some chess with me? It's okay if not, because I know you're smoking. Bravo, I completely understand. Same. I'll try, no promises. Listen, no problem. As long as we can go live long enough for me to get the sub so I can get my 6-7 badge, I'm okay with it. Yeah, here, Lethal Pursuer. Spleen Twap. Yep. Yeah, there's a badge. It's like PogChamp 6-7. Oh, shit nipples. Oh, it's a glitch trap too. Yikes. Okay. Yikes. Oh, he is still going for me. All right. Very good, very good, very good. Yep. I'm bad at this game. I know, I know. Thank God he's not Sadako tall. Thank God he's got those giant bunny ears! Oh my God. Oh, thank God for giant bunny ears. Alright, I've dropped 2 payetas. That's fine. This is not a good palette. Oh. Why? Why? What do you have? What do you know that I don't? What do you know that I don't? Ah, that's what you have. 24 ping! I wanna live where the servers are. I wanna see those server pings. Living around like I'm in the Midwest. Fuck! Fire King, thank you so much. Why am I still on this? There we go. Fire King, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. I dropped like 4 pallets, but you know what? Out of those 4 pallets, I got 3 stuns, so I'll take it. Right? No, I got stuns out of all those pallets. I'll take it. I'll gladly take it. I have been there. You know I've been there. I would love to cosplay this, by the way. She is so pretty. Oi, Jamoy. The little like snake bangle on her arm, so pretty. Thank you, Ajma. Oh, why did I just lose a stack? What did he do? What does he know that I don't? Yeah. Has he been there, right? What was it? Last time I had the 1000 ping, I was on Killer, and it was Nemesis, I think, right? I was just playing Killer. That was rough. Internet fully. Whoosh. Man, that sucks. I'm glad you're gonna have someone to come and look into it, though. Ooh, she's getting a little drinky winky. She's feeling a little silly willy. I want to get this gen done if it hasn't already. Yesh. Yesh. Oh, I'm so sorry. Also, I did see that you guys are in the server, and I wanted to join so badly, but I was not in a good mental headspace yesterday. I didn't know you were streaming, though. I just saw you in the server. It was bedtime. You guys were in there for, like, ever. It was really cool, though. Ah, it is barbecue. BBQ. Thank you guys so much for the resubs. 5 hours. I think I saw that the uptime was 5 hours. Oh, Cherim! Oh, shoot. I don't remember. Who was someone's favorite Pokemon was Cherim? I don't remember. Midstream. Oh, but you guys kept playing? It was you! Canary! There's a Sunshine Cherim. That's awesome. I'm so glad you're here for that. Holy crap. I hope you get it. Thank you guys so much for being here, truly. I kind of want to. Oh, it's only 8:30. Okay, I was about to say I kind of want to make this maybe a long stream. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. As long as I can go. As long as I can physically keep my eyes open and my dogs are okay with me doing a long stream. Because I don't want to be alone right now. No way, Mama J. That's awesome. That is so. What? That's so exciting. I'm not gonna commit. Hey, we gotta go, lovelies. For the record, I'm sorry. That's awesome. About how confused I got when you said barbecue, because I had a friend who's just, oh, really? What are the odds? Yeah, because that's the scariest part, is them returning, right? That's the most, like, deadliest part. Is them returning, so that's really cool. That they're all Gucci. Yes. Don't worry, I'll finish my gen. He's gonna be so confused, because he can't kick it. I knew. Oh, sorry, love. Oh, this is the last gen too. Oh, he looked. That's right. As soon as you pick her up, it's mine. Perfect. Wait, did you not get it? Oh my god. I kind of want to see if I have it, and I just see if can I like trade it? Can I like give it to you? If I have it? If PCG has no haters because I'm dead is literally so funny, by the way. I want to get her. I want to save her. Oh. We need to get this door open, though. But I don't know. I don't know if we can get them. Yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think that gamer's getting out. I kind of want to heal myself, but I think I'll be okay. I want to throw that pallet so bad. She had the same idea. That's so funny. She had the same idea. Adri! Adri, thank you so much. Adri, hope you're doing so good. Man. Sorry, homie. Getting the right at the basement at the end. Unfortunate. That was a fun game, though. I did one gen. Yep, yep. Oh, we had nowhere to hide. That's where the other one was. I see. I see. GG's. Oh, and surveillance was the other one. Okay. GG's. Thank you, Jose. To fry. Yay! Zombie! Zombie. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I hope you had the best stream ever, Zombie. So you guys want to swap over to chess, right? Have a good night, Mama J. Mama J, have the best ever. Thank you so much for hanging out. All right, let's open up some Outlast Trials. Shabby, I would love for you to play some chess with me, but I understand if you don't want to / can't. We get sad. Happy Friday. I hope you had such a fun stream. You were doing, what was it? Fallout, right? Ooh, AFI? Fallout, hell yeah. Hell yeah, but people are gonna be so confused. Oh. Hello? I'm sorry. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream. I'm ending the YouTube stream. Hello? Ah, I'm dropping frames. But now they're not. Stream is still live? Okay. I can hear you? Okay. Because my PC froze. I am on a black screen right now. I ended my YouTube stream. We are back in the green. I still have a black screen. Sigh? Yeah, YouTube had to go. Okay. Okay. I still have a black screen. I'm a little nervous. I'm almost at 100 hours for Outlast Trials, by the way. Frames are back. Okay. Here, we'll do this. In case anybody is behind, press pause or press play. And it'll get you back up. Let's see. Okay. Because I clicked on Outlast Trials and my cursor had the like little spinning cog thing next to it, and my everything just stopped working. I was like, oh no. Oh no, sweat. I have like 60 something hours for No, I'm Not a Human. I want to get up to 100 with that. I don't have Spectrum. I have Xfinity. Yippee. Yay, okay, it opened. Woo! Okay, we're good. Whoa! That was scary. Hi, Lazy! Lazy, welcome in. Lazy Unicorn, welcome in. Shappy, are you here? Can you hear me? It's okay if you're not. I can make... No, because Rooster's doing Marvel Marvels. Who has Outlast Trials and wants to play chess with me so I can do this, this silly 6-7 global emote? Violence against the Dwayne! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I can only do if we do, like, chess online. Okay. I know exactly which chess. I used to play that a lot back in the day. Thank you! Partner Precious. I assume that's a Lord of the Rings reference. What is this chess you speak of? It's in the waiting room. Oh, which chess do I need to go for? For the... There's so much chess. Yeah, it's literally chess. It's in the waiting room. Where you do the waiting room for... Here, I'll show you. It's in the waiting room. I've done it a couple times before. I think I've played, like, I don't know, like 5 games or something. Oh, someone's already playing it. Damn. All right. Can I leave? Exit main menu. Yeah, it's the same place where you do, like, the arm wrestling. Hi, Sushi Guy! Sushi Guy! Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. It is! Excellent. Glitty when I saw your comment on the post. Wait, which one? Hi, Billy! How late you going tonight? I want to go pretty late because I don't really want to be alone today, so... Yeah, so it's just like waiting room, but it's chess and it has like the timer on it. It's 3-minute chess. Okay, I don't know though what category I need to be, which chess category I need to be in for this 6-7 emotes. Or badge. Chess. Chess. All right, let's see if I can do it. Or let's see if I can find it. Oh, it's this one. Okay. So theoretically, there should be a badge, or not a badge. There should be a thing that says, "Oh, get drops if you do this" or something. I'll be looking for Alice. Oh hell yeah! If you go back to DBD Babies Games, I'm so down. Yes, and Willie, thank you for the 7th stream streak. Also, enjoy your lurky turkey. Bad karma. Bad karma, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! Shut the front door. Lazy Unicorn, that is so dope. Oh, I'm so peanut butter and jealous. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, Willie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, I'm currently drinking one of the Jason Voorhees Angry Orchard collab. The Angry Orchard hard cider, but it's the pumpkin flavor. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? We are going to try to play some chess. To do that silly little chess badge thing. I'm not going to say yet. I think Shabby might be in a game. And was talk them into rating you. Wait! Random Twitch user, was this your idea? No way! Sushi Guy, you have it! Of course you already have it. Oh my god, hell yeah. It was incredible. I met some awesome people. DBD! Oh, I just ended DBD. I might go back to it in a little bit, but I want to get that stupid 6-7 PogChamp badge, and so I'm going to play some chess with Outlast Trials. Thank you so much for the raid! Oh my god. Well, random Twitch user, thank you so much for recommending for the raid. Welcome in! My name is Pixel Kitten. This is my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. What? And, yeah, we do a little bit of everything here. Mostly Dead by Daylight, though. What were you playing, or who were you playing as? You're totally fine, Shabby. I figured. You're totally good. I'll see if someone random will play with me. I got the game, but never played it yet. Wait, what do you have? DBD or Outlast Trials? Beth, mwah, think of the forehead kiss. See, everybody go follow Bad Karma. Bad Karma, if you need to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please get your post-streams, stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch your drink. Thanks, Beth! Oh, no way! And get revenge on Teabaggers, as you should. As you should. Yeah. And I think it's 3 minutes, if I remember correctly. I think it's 3-minute timer. They telling me. Oh, I'm sorry, random tissues. I had a nice Onryo earlier, which is nice. Oh, I got excited. I did not. That's alright. It's a legitimate strategy. Was it? Spade said that they got tunneled so badly yesterday that they only had 5,000 points, which is really, really bad. I feel so bad. It took me a while to actually play the Resident Evil remakes. Mind you, my first Resident Evil was RE7. Oh, really? RE7's really scary. What's up, Andreo? I got the Pixel Lime. No way! I've actually been having these all week myself, Andreo. That's awesome. I had 2 yesterday. Not at once. Just, I had one, like, in the afternoon and the one at night. Because I just wanted to not feel anything. And this helped. And yeah, I've been having a lot of Pixel Lime gummies this week. Oh my god. Do you love them? I heard about it and went to Chess Stream and grifted. That's awesome. Space Pixel. Can I gift a sub yet? And it'll count? I'm not sure. But seriously, thank you guys so much for the follows and the raids. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see them and I appreciate them so much. I need someone to play chess with me. Who has Outlast Trials and will play Outlast Trials or will play chess with me? All right, it doesn't say that I have drops. Oh, there it is. Subscribe to earn drops. Okay, cool. Well, let me gift a sobe if my internet will allow it. Oh, is this person gonna... No way! Hold on, we're in a game. Everyone shut up. Oh, I just chucked my mouse. Okay, hold on. Is it my turn? Oh, shoot. Okay, everyone shut up. I don't know who this is. Who is this? Scotty Mayo. All right, Scotty Mayo. Bye, Bad Karma! Bad Karma, thank you so much for the raid. Seriously, enjoy your post-stream self-care. Oh, it's 5-minute chess, not 3-minute chess. I lied. I lied. Okay, and then I want you. Yeah. It's happening! Thank you, Bad Karma! Also lazy. Mwah. Swole nerd. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Oh, look at this guy getting like all of his specials out already. That's so scary. No, Lazy Unicorn, you are so fine. It is the smallest of deals, as in not even a deal at all. Oh, if you gift a sub or if you manually sub yourself, but it can't be like a like it's not like a resub where like, oh, you have your resub set up already. So it can't do that. And it doesn't count for primes. So if you either gift a sub or subscribe yourself, you get it. It can't be prime. Exactly. Jax, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. What is he gonna do? What are you gonna do with your rook? What are you gonna do? Oh, put it there. Put it there. Because then I could do this, right? Yes! Yes, Dagos! Thank you for giving the subby to Jan Bishi. No, of course, Simply Ray. As soon as this game's over, I'm gonna gift the sub so that I can get my sub badge. Because I want it so bad. Might as well be aggressive, right? Oh! Random diffuser, oh my god. Might as well take his knight, right? Oh, actually, I could take this one, no? This one's more fun to take. Right? No, you're good. You're good. That's fine. I will just go back and take your other knight. I'm just gonna use my queen. I'm just gonna take all of his pieces. And then he's gonna lull me into a trap, and I'm gonna lose my queen. I think I take his knight no matter what, right? Oh no, his bishop's right there. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. Okay. Let's get you out here. Yeah, I love the badges. I want to get my rook out here too. I want to get one of the rooks. This one's the easiest one to get out. Rook him up? Hold on. Chill. Oh, I think this is his first game because he only has 1,000 score. I think that's what you start off, right? Where are you going, lovely? I want to get my rook out. Did they include that? I would assume so. It's a pretty fundamental. Is castling? Yes. I have seen someone castle. Yes. I do believe. So. I could try it if I move my knight. Well, now I could get that, right? Cool, yeah. I think so. I'll double check. I'm so nervous. Because it's just one little thing, and I lose my queen. But Danko, seriously, thank you so much for getting a sub. I really appreciate that. I'm so locked in right now. I want to get my rook out. We're timed, Scotty Mayo. 6798 is his name? I'm in a pretty good spot because I have 3 of his specials. And he has, but I do find myself putting my queen in a bad spot. I have been drinking. I've only had 1 shot, but I have half a can of this down. He's putting his rook out. Shut up. That's so funny. He's putting his cock out. I'm scared I'm gonna mess it up though, Spades. Trust. I will find a way to mess it up. Scotty Mayo, you're not quitting as in like you're gonna wait for this a minute for it to run out because that's so not fair. Whoa, Jigs! Thank you for the 10 stream streak. Thank you so much. That's so many streaks. Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Thanks, Scotty. I appreciate you, homie. Yes, I think so. I think if they run out of time, I still win, I think. Can you hear you? No. Thank God. I hope not. Scotty, blink twice if you can hear me. Does this put him in checkmate? Oh, not checkmate. Check. I could do a queen trade. I'm so down for a queen trade. He only has 20 seconds left, so I'm down to trade queens. Totally down. He's got 19, 18, 17, 17. I'm trying to make these fast for him, you know? Oh! You idiot! Sorry. Well, he can get my rook. Do you really play chess? I only play chess in the Outlast Trials, but, I am doing this for the badge. GG's. GG's. Oh, GG's. Alright, while we wait for the next player, let me gift a sub so I can get my badge. Gift a sub! The Pixels Canvas, shut up. Gift them all? Gift to 72 eligible live viewers? No, I'm good. No, not chess.com. I'm playing on Outlast Trials right now. Because Outlast Trials has chess in it. Hey, we got the Pog Eva or the Pog badge. Hell yeah. Oh, they're playing Pong. All right, let's see if another lobby will play with me. Oh my god, I forgot those scary sounds. I haven't played on chess.com. I have to say it's probably been over 10 years. It has to be over 10 years that I played on chess.com. Oh, it was fun though. I used to play on like my... Oh god. I think I first started playing on my family PC back when I lived with my parents. Alright, someone play chess with me. Oh, here, I'll even do this side. I wonder if there's... oh no, isn't there a weekly challenge? Chaotic! Chaotic, thank you so much, Angel. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing so good. Someone play chess with me. Because I'm pretty sure there... Oh, wait. What day is it? Yeah, there is a weekly goal or a task for chess, no? Complete a chess match, yeah. Let's see if anybody joins us. Burns down. Oh! Chaotic, thank you so much. Also, I love you, Moist. I love you so much, Moist. Thank you very much. Oh my god, yeah, Jinx, totally. Totally, please do. Hey, play chess with me. Play chess with me. Play chess with me. I'm just gonna keep getting to different lobbies until someone plays chess with me. I actually am. I thought today was Saturday for a second. I thought we had D&D today. Oh, I did play that. I did play the 3D Wizard Pinball. Actually, I have to pee. Do you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? Hi, Tiny Tiger! Tiny Tiger, I was thinking about you yesterday. I don't remember why. I don't remember what happened. My person like woke up with such a start. I don't remember why. But you were in my head yesterday. I don't know why. But I hope you're doing so good. Goddess, thank you! I'm gonna go pee really quickly, which is fine because we have to play an ad in 3 minutes anyway. So I'm gonna go pee, and I'll be right back. All right? Wait, hold on. Do I have this? Yeah, okay, he's on me. All right, I'll be right back.
You're dead though.
You're dead. You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang. Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli. Oh, purr. Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No Palin here, no Palin here on the right. No Palin here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Want to hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! Oh, best pee ever. Thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me pee. I forgot to play an ad. I do this every year. I always forget to play. I keep forgetting to play an ad when I went to go pee. All right, who's gonna play some chess with me? Oh, are you? Richard Simmons looking ass? Look. Come on. Is it really? Hold on. Come play. Oh, I'm looking at you. Richard Simmons looking ass. I used to sell these when I used to work at Spencer's. That's awesome. Jasper, shut up. I'm sorry, I'm being yelled at right now. Okay. I'm moving to Sparta. What's that from? Oh, look at the heels. Wait, hold on. We gotta look at this outfit. Hold on. Wait. Oh, wait, do you want to play chess with me? No, play chess with me. No. Play chess with me. No. You. Chess. Me. Yeah. Come. We're in! Alright, everyone shut up. Oh, no. I'm so nervous. Oh, this guy's got a good score. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. He could have taken that, by the way, but he didn't. I'm okay with him not taking that, though. I'm scared. This guy knows a thing or two. Look at how he just, like, he goes with, like, such conviction. He knows exactly what he wants. What do you know that I don't? Look at him. Look at him! He's scaring me. I'm down to play again. That's fine. We can play again. You want me to do that? Alright, come on. You've already embarrassed me once. What's another time to embarrass me? Alright, let's go. Pain! Our song played earlier. The 3 Days Grace one. Oh, Jasper! Moved my arm! He moved my mouse. That was so rude. Yes, I am playing my cat. Oh, Clutchy doesn't play Dead by Daylight. I play Dead by Daylight. Damn it. Okay, Clutchy, you're embarrassing me. And in front of all my friends, Clutchy. Clutchy! Damn it. Clutchy! You won't get me twice, Clutchy. No, you're not getting me twice. Fool me once. At least I opened this up though, right? He's doing it again. No, I know. I've seen faster. Why'd I do that? Oh, my queen's protecting my pawn. Silly goose. What's up, problem child? Also, pain. Mwah. Milkman. Mwah. Think with the forehead kisses. Stop that. You're making me nervous. This guy knows a thing or two about a thing or two, and he's scaring the hell out of me. I'm so nervous. Problem child. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Like, he just moves with such purpose, and I hate it. I really want his knight, but I won't. Oh, go ahead. Take it. Take it. Wait, why are you sore? They're so scary. You're so full? Good. What did you have for dinner? Oh, this guy knows so many things about things. My MMR is not... Oh. Okay. Alright. We're doing things. Alright. No, go on. Take it. What if I just do this? Bet you didn't see that coming. This guy is not on my MMR, you know? You know what I mean? I hate you!
You don't ask why. You ask how high.
You are not my MMR! You are not my MMR. I don't know. This guy just like is so big brained. Oh, I have to open this way because I don't want him to get me again. So he seems to have a favorite. This is something that he goes for and then he just does. Like this is just. Okay, I'm not trying to mirror you. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to copy you. But this is just what he does. He does the same opening every time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. I'm gonna do something different. Oh, I see. You thought I was gonna be stupid again. Again! Stop! Stop it! Stop, 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 stop. Stop it! Stop it! He's just so scary. He's so powerful. You know? He's so powerful. He scares me. What can I do? Oh, I can go here. Okay. I was like, what do I do? Oh, yeah. So I've never, like, studied chess. I just play the game, you know? I don't know I don't know. I know the Queen's Gambit, but I don't know what that is. I just know that there's something called the Queen's Gambit because I watched a Netflix TV show about it. Stop. Stop it! Stop it! I'll go back. Think I won't? I'll go right back. Oh, wacky! If you either gift a sub or sub yourself. Okay, that was rude. That was rude. Oy, jamoy. Let's get her out, eh? Right? Let's get her out. Right? If you gift a sub or sub yourself, but no Prime, you'll get the badge. Oh, man. I'm glad you guys are enjoying my pain. I hate it here. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Can I... Oh, shoot, nipples. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I'm scared. Fudge. I don't know what to do. There we go. I don't know. Who's so scared? Oh, please don't backseat me. I'm not playing for money. I'm not playing for anything. This is literally just for me having fun. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Thinking you know how to play this game. I know how to play this game too. Stop! For the record, I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, problem child. Oh, no. Oh, no! Oh, no. So that's why you can't play this game when you stream. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what to do. If I don't know what I'm doing, then he doesn't know what I'm doing, and that's how we get them. If I don't know what I'm doing, exactly. If I don't know what I'm doing, they don't know. Hi, Eclipsed! Eclipsed, happy Friday. Oh! Ray! Ray,
Hello?
Ray, Ray. Right, thank you for giving somebody to Problem Child. Problem Child, enjoy your 90, count them, 90 emotes every viewing in your sub badge. Simply enjoy your 6-7 badge. What do you know that I don't know? What does he know that I don't know? Oh, it's Mr. Kissy. Mwah. They go the forehead kissy. Oh, come on. Move it. Move it. Move it. Move it. Do it. Move it. Stop it. You're scaring me. Clutchy. This guy's name is Clutchy, by the way. Can you see it? No, you can't. Stop. Stop. No, no, no. No, not that. Not shh. That's fine. That's fine. I lose my knight. That's fine. He was a sacrifice I was willing to make. Because you know what? I can do this. I have no idea what I'm doing. Jinx! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. It's this timed business, you know? This timed business scares me. Stop it. Stop it. Clutchy, stop. Clutchy. Clutchy. Clutchy! Clutchy! He's scaring me. I like him, though. He's a good sport. What do you know that I don't know? Once I make my move, you're free to check the king. No! What is it? He's going to sacrifice himself. No, you can't! There must be another way! Do you want to stop Snake from stealing that stone or not? Sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry. Sorry. Do it. Do it, Clutchy. What do you have planned? What do you have planned? What do you have planned? It's you that must go on. Not me. Not Hermione. You. You're free to check the king. No, no. Don't do that! I'm so scared right now. I just spit all over my monitor. Sorry, you guys liked it. Do you think he has, like, his little brother playing for him this time? This is so intense. I'm so scared. Stop it! Stop doing things that I don't like! Stop it! Right? Was that the move? I'm so scared right now. I'm just gonna protect him. Stop. 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 Stop it! Ha-ha! Touche. Touche. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! You're a good sport. 10-1, shut up! Oh, we don't have to. Oh, I think he's done. He's done. Oh, he wants this. No, no, no. I don't know, Clutchy. I don't know. Clutchy. I'm so scared. Oh, I can't do this. I can't do this, Sam. Oh. I can't do this, Sam. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is my last game with Clutchy. He's scaring me, and I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong enough for this. And that game is just where Hermione and Harry could not survive. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's messages. I'm very scared right now. That probably wasn't a great trade. I'm not gonna lie. Probably not the greatest trade, but I'm really just like, I'm really excited. Oh, wait, let me castle, right? Ah, see? Space Queen castle. Okay, I didn't really want to do that, but I had to test. Stop, what are you doing? You're scaring me. Okay, yeah, do that. I don't care. You're losing your night. I'm so scared right now. Pussy. I'm joking. I'm joking. I have no clue what I'm doing. Yeah. Atlas child table banging. Thank you. Whoa! Whoa. You stop that right now, mister. Look at him. Look at this guy. Stop that. Stop. Ah, poops. Poops and goops, guys. Poopies and goopies. Oh, I can't do that. Well, did I play Phasmo by myself? Why would you play Phasmo by yourself? I don't have it installed, though. Oh, I hate this guy. Oh, I hate him. I hate him so much. No! No! I forgot about that! I hate him so much. I keep spitting all over my monitor, guys. Oh, I don't have it installed right now. Yeah, take it. I don't care. I don't care. Think I care? I care a little bit. I care a little bit. I have no clue what I'm doing. It's right. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Why do you have the perfect emote for everything? I hate that. Himsht. Ooh, what did he do? Oh, he took that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't care. Oh, I just realized what I did done wrong. Fuck. Fudge. I didn't realize he put his knight there. Fudgy wudgies. Alright, whatever clutchy. Whatever clutchy. If that is your real name. Stop it! No! I just realized. That's fine. Jasper, shut up. Mommy's working. Oh my god! You gotta stop. I don't care, Clutchy. See if I care. See if I care, Clutchy. Do it! Take it! Take it! Take it, Clutchy. Take it! Take it, Clutchy! Coward. Jasper, shut up. Mommy's working. Do you hear how loud he is? Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! I need to get this guy out here. Right? Oh, God. Horsey! But that's so cute, though. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. I'm so scared. Whoa. What are you doing? What are you... Jag var expecting not. I don't know. I'm so scared right now. Shut up, Jasper! Mommy's working! Jasper, go away. Stop. What are you doing? Right, Rabbit? I want to get the 6-7, the badge. Feed the kitty. He has been fed. He just wants attention right now, like a little brat. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? Shoot, I can't really put pressure on anything, can I? Do this just in case. I'm so scared. My, Oh. Oh, dear. I left that bishop wide open. Yo, so I totally meant to do that. Yikes! So anyways, I started blasting. Yeah, that's right. You better move. Better move. I'm so scared. What are you doing? Oh shit! I didn't see that. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's actually fine. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I lose every piece, but it's fine, because it's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. Shoot. What am I? Oh, I'm white! Oh, shit! I forgot I was white for a second. Oh, is it my turn? Oh, shoot! Oh, damn it. Fuck! Ah! GG's. 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 That was a very good game. Oh, man. I need a shot, man. I need a shot. I like to forget I'm white. Oh, man, I feel like I had it, but I can't. I need a shot or something. That was, whew. I also forgot you're not, I thought I was black. No, Clutchy, no, Clutchy. No, Clutchy, no. I'm gonna sit in this corner. I feel like I deserve a shot, right? Does Pixel deserve a shot? Because that was really stressful. I don't know. Should we go back to DBD? Did everyone get the 6-7 badges that wanted the 6-7 badges? should I do DBD? What do we have? Did everyone get their 6-7 badges? Or should we just take it at Outlast Trials? Wait! Let me procrastinate while I'm writing a book. Yeah, I'm down. What badge? It's the 6-7 Pog Champ badge for either subscribing or gifting a sub during while you're playing chess. Ooh. All right. No, I don't want to do it. You can't make me, Clutchy. No. All right. Well, let me take a shot. Of what? I'm looking at the rum. This guy was so fun, though. Clutchy, you were amazing. I wish I could like do voice chat, but I don't want to do voice chat. So actually, Clutchy, what are we? That was super fun though. Be a player. I'll be a player. That was really fun though. I think what I like about Clutchy is that he okay, this is from me just assuming based off of zero interaction because I can't hear him and I have no clue who this person is. They seem to be a good sport, you know? And I think that's what I really enjoy about Clutchy. So, Clutchy, cheers to you. We will never meet, but I adore you. Thanks for teaching me how to not... No, I'm not going to a match, Clutchy. He keeps ouching me for match. No, Clutchy's a real one. A good sportsmanship, if I do say so myself. I'll never forget you until tomorrow. Well, how do I say goodbye to you? Thank you. Bye. I would say bye, Clutchy. Oh, Doomed! Doomed, thank you for gifting a sub to AWOL Trooper.
Hello?
You're just in time. We're about to swap back over to Dead by Daylight. So enjoy your 6-7 badge, AWOL Trooper. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. We could do this again tomorrow and on Monday. The badge ends on Monday. So we can do this again for anyone who still wants the badge. But we'll go back to DBD for right now. Numa, yay. Oh, Zarya! Zarya, just in time.
Hello?
Enjoy your 6-7 PogChamp badge. And Squace, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you guys so much. You got you got a golden kappa? Wait, did you get it for streaming? Or did you get it for someone else? That's awesome. All right, let's swap over to Dead by Daylight. Does anyone else need me to stay? I'm swapping over right now. Speak now, will forever hold your peace. I'm swapping over. Rootsy, shut up. Rootsy, I would be so honored to have you play Dead by Daylight with us. Oh, did you? Ewok. Oh, no way. Ewok, that's awesome. How fortuitous to have a golden kappa during the chess. That's awesome. Rootsy hype. Rootsy dootsy. Cool. We'll do some more badges. Maybe I'll catch Shabby another day. Maybe tomorrow. I don't have a bonus for Survivor. Does anyone else have a bonus for Blood Moon event for Survivor? I do not. I'll check. Okay. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know I keep saying that, but I'm really, really grateful for you guys being here. 'Tis not been a good day. This has not been a good couple of weeks, you know what I'm saying? Sheesh! So, thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out. Thanks, Cliptic! It is Dig Dug? No, but it totally sounds like Dig Dug. Are you guys down for playing on West? You have 6.1? What are you, Leon Smells? Are you West or East? Love you. I love you, Moist. No, thank you, Supernova. Appreciate you guys. It's only 9:30, so I'm still... You're West? Ugh. Ugh. Yuck. No bonus? Alright. Well, someone who is on West invite us. Because I want the bonus. Oh, really? Well, it would be to the shock of absolutely nobody that I cancel stream. It's true, Rootsy. Na, 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 na. Actually, I have to catch up on mod chat. Hold on. Ugh. Alright, I'm caught up on the mod chat. Oh, someone wanted to join! Sorry. I ignored you. Hold on, I wasn't clicked into the game. Rootsy? 8 years old? Sorry. I'm so sorry. I sent mod chat messages a while ago. I'm sure you did, Dangos. I'm sure you did. No, you guys are good. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait. Oh, I gotta swap to Ace. Because I'm not doing... Okay, I got cake. Cake? DS? Okay, I got DS. Okay. Alright. Alright, so I took a shot of Rum. Am I okay? I did eat today, right? No, you're so good, Raven. Legitimate things to be upset about, by the way. Heat of the moment. Heat of the moment. Heat of the moment. I'm so glad I got that badge. I'm so happy. Ugh, you can eat all the baked potatoes you want, Angel Face. I'm in the DBD category right now, right? And I did get my 6-7 badge. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It's such a funny, silly little badge. Oh, you know, my last chance would be to do it tomorrow because it ends at 3 o'clock in the morning on Monday. So my last chance to do it would be for tomorrow. That's so lame. I'm so sorry, Raven. Heat of the moment. Yeah, enjoy your baked potatoes. If I had one. Oh. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video. Oh, okay, bye. All right. Well, I didn't even read my little message that I was getting. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Look at all the totems that are here. What the hecky? Who is that? Pig! 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 Someone get Dr. Finkelstein! Pig! Meep. Meep, meep. Oh, okay. Somebody come get this cat. Raven, come get your cat. What pizza did you get? Like, what kind? What toppings? Where's the wicked? Yeah, that's right. Get her, not me. Boop the snoot? You think I'm good enough to boop snoots? I'll try. I'll try. No promises. Whoa! Why me? What did I do? Oh, I forgot we're in West. I was like, that hits? Of course it hits. Yep. So what is my ping? 80. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think they have. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. I think there are still some snoots that do get booped. I think that still exists. No, that was huge. Omega Dong Aura. That was awesome. I want to say, I'm not going to speak for her, but I'm pretty sure this is Rootsie's first game on. And immediately, flashlight save. And I got the first try. Oh, my aura is so huge right now. Could not be bigger. Could not have bigger aura. Ding! Omega Dong! Oh, where's Rootsie? Alright, there she is. 20. Really, Canary? Oh, do you mind if I ask? Do you mind if I ask why? Like, what has stopped you from playing? Because mad respect, you know. I totally understand people not wanting to, or people just like. Yeesh. I'm gonna run as far away as I can. Actually, and go heal really quickly. You guys don't mind, right? Oh, hello, love. Actually, do you want heal points? No way, Rootsie. That was very, very hot. Bacon double cheese. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. As a pizza? I want that. No, I totally understand. Because I bought whatever. I literally haven't played. Really? That sucks. Well, let me get my sprint burst, and then we'll go get the save. So, that sucks. I totally understand that. I have played with people in open lobbies, and, like, with people that are super angry with the game. Like Spades was mentioning that there was... Look at this person. Look at this guy. This guy said, no one can save Rootsie. Rootsie, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to pull you. I'm going to pull you, Rootsie. I got to do this trade. I gotta do the trade. It's either that or she goes a second, you know? Yeah. I think that had to be done. That had to be done. A second hat? Oh, Rootsy. That would have been so funny, though. That would have been so funny. Oh, I would have loved that. I would have been gagged if she just auto-picked. A second hat is insane. Amanda. I don't have stomach problems already. That's alright, worth it. But yeah. Every game they were claiming every... Oh my god. Oh, Canary. Yeah. No, it's too much. It's way too much. Oh, they're stream sniping. Oh, they're tunneling. Oh, you know, it's too much. You know, it is a video game at the end of the day. And these games, especially for Survivor recently, they go so quickly, you know. Gift of Pain. That is the name of my strap-on. That was me shoving my penis on the... Hey! 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 Come get me! Thank you. My game comes, or why do I suck? My game comes, or why me? What did I do, you know? Here, I can heal you. No, no, no. Let me heal you. Oh, are we running? Are we running? Alright, let me get a locker, right? Oh, I forgot it's run first. What's up, the Pixel? Wait, did you change your name? No. First time chatter. New name, right? Oh, shit! I forgot my head is about to explode. Oh, nipples. But Pixel, love your name. I always die trying to get the boobs. And you know what? Sometimes it's worth it. What are the odds that I get first try hat off again, right? What are the odds? First try hat off. What are the odds? Welcome in, Pixel. So glad to have you here. Oh, no. Oh, she said no boop. Alright. She said no boop. I had to try. I was gonna die no matter what. Because somebody... I'm joking. I'm so joking. I should have ran when I saw Leon. I just wasn't sure they were in chase. Hacking Ghostface who spent the entire game flying and occasionally crapping us. Hell yeah. Hey, I have DS now. Or just hanging out. Oh, she's safe now. 4 now. Alright, Jasper, can you go away? My sweet love of mine. Alright, bye. I'm going back. I hope this one is first try because I'm running out of time. She's gonna come right back here. You know she is. Oh, Joe Jamoy. What do you mean I didn't get it first try again? What do you mean? I'm not gonna lie, Winchester, hope you enjoy hanging out because, well, this is fun. Oh! Well, you got a flashlight save, so I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty poggies, right? It's worth it. Right? Oh! I pressed M1 instead of spacebar! I thought I was in Outlast Trials again. Oh, no! Oh, no! If I don't get it right now, I don't get it. I don't think. Oh, pips and poops. Well, let me get some blood points, I guess, right? She was really, yeah. She said, I haven't been flashlight saved in 30 years. Watch out! Get in her face and die. Shut up. That was funny. Yo, GG's. GG's. I just, in every game, I can't get off hook. That's my problem. It's like, I can't get off hook because the killers are, you know, they're playing for wins. And you know what? I don't blame them. I don't blame them for it, you know? Oh, she's so patient. So patient. But honestly, I'm so glad you got that flashlight save. On your first game back, too. Mazel tov. Do I drink G Fuel or Angry Orchard? What do you guys think? G Fuel or Angry Orchard? I'm gonna do G Fuel. I love piggies. I do see as an old piggy main. Angry Orchard. Both of them. I did. I actually did. Ooh, grape pumpkin. Actually, is not bad. Angry Orchard is this. It's a hard cider, and it's from the Jason Voorhees collab that they did last October. And I'm drinking some of it right now because it's so good. Pork and Los. See, I like the way you guys think, but the grape and pumpkin's not bad. Oh wait, did you guys see the new G Fuel collab with the boys? They're bringing Compound V back. I imagine it's probably the 2.0 formula, no? So I'm so excited. Jude, 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 Dankos, I hope you know that anytime I play, or that Lady Gaga comes on my playlist, I do think of you. Maya! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, but going back, to Canary, to your, I did, when I used to play Piggy, I would tell people, it's like, no, I'm not here for booping. Hello, thank you so much for the raid! Lady Love, welcome in, Raiders! The Love Boat is here to be entertained. Oh, well, you came to the wrong place. I'm joking. Lady Love, thank you so much for the raid! What's up? It's Monet. Welcome in. Violet Professor, welcome in. Nike Label Harlot Tay, welcome in. It's Melon Cat, welcome in. Hell yeah! Welcome in. What's your name? Awful? Hold on. It's Awful. Welcome in! I love your name. Hi, Dragon Center Plays. Dragon Center Plays. Happy Friday. Thank you guys so much. Lady, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. What's up, Maya Papaya? Shut up. Why do you guys have, like, the cutest names ever? You guys have to stop. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. Dragon Center Plays. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, hold on. Is it, Javon? Welcome in. Hello. What the fudge? A double rainbow? Mandy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I'm, like, tearing up a little bit. Oh, my God, Lainey, stop it. Welcome in. What's up, Brian Haskell? Welcome. Everybody go follow Lainey. Everybody go follow Mandy. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. Moon Courts. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? Thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but all the follows, I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Holy shiitake mushrooms. What's up, Trisette? I see uppies. I'm uppies. I've been a good slurp queen. Uppies. Oh, I'll give you uppies. I give you uppies. Come. I'm taller than you, right, Saphira? Oh, everybody go follow Lainey. Everybody go follow Mandy. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Do you guys want a cat? Hello. This is my cat. His name is Jasper, and he is such a brat. Hi, I'm Jess. Oh my God, welcome, man. This is Jasper. Come here. Oh, hello. And this is Boo. They say hi, Boo. Hello, this is Boo. Good morning. Good morning, Boo. His tail is going like crazy right now. Hi, Boo. Say good morning. Good morning. Say thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raids, Lanny. Thank you, Mandy. Say thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're a good doggy. Oh, they say thank you, Boo. Thank you. They got so much of the raids. Oh yeah, that's those are the ingredients that make up Boo. By the way, we did do a DNA test for him. Oh, thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. Everybody go follow Mandy. Everybody go follow Lanny. Thank you guys so much. Please make sure that you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bath and breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, puko, stretch or drink. Sorry. I've been drinking a little bit. So I just burped. please go eat, go pee, go food, go scratch, go drink. I'm gonna play a little raid trailer. For you guys. Do you mind? I have to go pee. Yeah, please go pee. Oh, really? Boo doesn't have bad breath. Charlie's breath is pretty rank. I'm gonna play a raid trailer for you guys. I'll be right back. Oh, look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thank you for the raid. I want to ask you like whereabouts, but also like I don't want to be weird about it. I'm Chicagoland area. I'm Illinois. We do you guys want to take a shot of Malort with me? Want to do a shot of Malort? Wait, you too, Maya Papaya? I love your name. Hi, Rude Puzzle. No, wait. So I drink a lot of Malort here. All right, Lanny. I feel like I'm saying your name wrong. Lanny. You can still taste it? Can you taste it on my lips, Mandy? I'm joking. So anyways, I'm going to take a shot. Do you guys mind? Laney! Okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, you're so hot for that. Thank you. Jesse! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, Boo doesn't look like he has Dachshund. Well, I think it's like 4 or 5% Dachshund. I'm like 5% Asian, and I don't look like I have Asian in me, so it makes sense, right? I think it's like 4 or 5%. I can't remember. What's up, Ilmatic Chulo? Welcome in. As you a shot of Malort. Whoa! Okay. This is a double shot glass. This is like a shot and a half. But you know what? We just got double rated, so YOLO! Oh, 5.6% Dachshund, yeah. He looks like the, what is the one? Treen Walker Coonhound. He looks the most like that. That and Pitbull. I don't so much see the cattle dog. But Boo, you good boy? Boo, good morning. Boo, good morning. No one asked for you, Jasper. No one asked for you. Boo, you good boy? Boo, you so good? Oh, good morning. Very excited for your challenge life. Oh, thank you. I'm having such a rough couple weeks, but it's fine. We're here. We're queer. Yippee! All right. Cheers. Shout out to all of our Chicagoland homies. L'chaim. Thank you, Jucifer. Thank you. And seriously, thank you guys so much for the follows. Also, Dangos, thank you for giving us up to Lainey. Yay! Everybody go follow Lainey. Everybody go follow Mandy. Lainey and Mandy and friends. Please make sure you guys get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. We are currently playing Dead by Daylight with friends with Leon's Moans, Spade System, and Rootsy. What breed is Jasper? Jasper's a Nebelung. A Nebelung. Which is, for all intents and purposes, a long-haired Russian blue. No chaser. I do have some G-Fuel. What the hell, Twitch unfollowed you? Drucifer, if I had a nickel for every time Twitch has unfollowed me from people that I've been, like, that I know I was following, I would have 1,000,000 nickels. It's really frustrating. Whatever, Jesse. All the time! He does look like a Maine Coon. But he's a Nebelung. And all Nebelungs look the same. Also, I am so sorry to do this, but I do have to do an ad. If I play an ad now, then there won't be an ad in the middle of the game. So, I'm so sorry. Also, I ended my YouTube live stream, so I'm not live on YouTube anymore. I like to go live on YouTube with no ads because I hate like ads. Miss Lung? Wait, what does that mean? Yeah, Nebelung, the first one, is the one that he is. Thanks, Blade! Blade, thank you so much. Welcome in. But I do have to do an ad now, so there's no ad in game. I'm so sorry, homies. But that way, you guys won't see any ads. Nebel is missed. In what language? So the cat is part of Longbottom House? No, Neville, you're so funny. Hi, puppy! I have no idea, Raven. I'm not sure what was automated in that. Do I say hello? Okay. Oh, he's a good doggy. He's a good doggy. Yeah, if you guys look up Nebelung, he looks, all Nebelungs look the same. And he has like this like white crest on his chest too. Can I show that to you? Can I show that? Oh, there, you guys see his like his white crest right here. Oh, he's a good puppy. He's okay, puppy. He's okay, puppy. He doesn't like being picked up. He's a very, como se dice, bitchy. He's a very whiny boy. We think my cat is a Russian blue tabby. Oh, I think Russian blues are up there on one of my favorite like cat breeds. And I was looking for, when I was before I adopted Jasper, I was looking specifically for a disabled cat. I was looking for some sort of disabled or special needs cat. But instead I saw Jasper, and he was 3 years old, and he was surrendered. And I saw him at the adoption clinic, and I'm just like, this is I'm taking this cat home. He was just so fun. And and they told me he was very vocal. I was like, oh yeah, give me a vocal kitty cat. Like, I love it. All right, Jasper, are you gonna stay here? And like, I say that I love it, but at the same time I was like, fucking shut up. But yeah. All right, Jasper, are you staying here? Are you staying here? It's a spray trap. Oh. All right, so Jasper's staying here. Hell yeah, buddy. You stay here. Nope. Oh, he left. Well, I never. Two kittens came out with my tribe. Oh, so Rootsy actually has a tripod doggy. So cute. Oh, hello, love. Named Phoenix. They're so cute. I need Phoenix and Boo to meet IRL because I think they'd be best friends. I think they would. Oh, I think they would get along so well. Like, it sickens me how I don't know if there's ever gonna be a time where Boo and Phoenix will meet, and it sickens me because I need them to meet IRL. I love my cats. They drive me crazy because the boys pee everywhere, but it's fine. Whatever. But they're good kitties. They're good kitties. Oh, really? Really, Jucifer? No way! My mom has always wanted a Maine Coon. That's like my mom's dream cat, is a Maine Coon. Yeah, I've adopted all of my pets from the same location except for Charlie. Charlie was the same organization but different location. Rootsy's running this man. I shouldn't have said anything. Maine Coons are huge. Cosmos, our Cosmos just got a Maine Coon kitten that she posted on her Twitter. They're big vampire Maine Coon kitty, you know? Well, they're gonna go right for spades, right? Oh, just kidding. Whoa! What did I do? Oh, okay. Alright. Swim first. I'll go fuck myself. Iron grasped D's nuts. Why didn't you go for spades? Why didn't you go for me? What did I do? What did I do? Why me? I've had 3 shots. 3.5 shots. Hey, I forgot Run West! I forgot Run West. I keep forgetting! You idiot! Pre-drop, pre-drop, pre-drop. Pre-drop, West. Pre-drop, 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 pre-drop. Idiot. Holy, wow, that Iron Grass was ironing. Guess what? I swear to God, if your next sentence is you're on West, I'm gonna ban you. Diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. Massive, arrogant, lazy, and he knew he was gorgeous. Ugh, classic, beautiful human. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Dangos. That's what I thought. Yeah, I just did a 1.5 shots of Malort. Because this is a double shot glass, but I filled it up. I got a heavy hand. What can I say? I got a heavy hand. Diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. God, that's so good. You can heal me if you want, but I do have inner strength. Oh, I have DS too. Bonk me. Cold hands, warm heart, dirty feet, no sweetheart. Where's that from? Where's that from? Alright, I can't touch a gen. So if I touch a gen... Oh, okay, that pallet's gone. Wait, what if I... Oh, what if I do this? How do I leave? Oh, control, okay. You're welcome. Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. I'm gonna break my DS. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Check this out. Oh, enjoy your lurks! Oh, Drew. I hope they're okay. Give him a little forehead kissy for me. Also, Maya. Thank you for your first forehead kissy. Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. I can't stop. Diggy diggy hole. I think that's the last song that was playing on my Spotify, right? Maybe. I can't tell. She loves that song. It's so fun. It's so funny. The current vocal stim. Pixel's current vocal stim is blank. Oh my god. But it's probably going to be like whatever song. Okay, do your thing, Drucifer. Do your thing, Chicken Wing. How was it going to be like whatever song was just playing, right? Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. What else is there? Ladies. Why me? Vocal stim? Yeah. Happy Autism Awareness Month. Vocal stim is a huge thing for like neurodivergence. It's something that they just say repeatedly because they either like saying it or they like hearing it or something. The song that never ends for an entire 8-hour shift. You know what? That could be it. That could be one. I sing a different song. Lamb chops. No! Why did Rune Puzzle and Drucifer have the same exact idea? Cheese? All the gens are done? I blame Rootsy and Spades because I did not do anything. Thank you, Tails! Tails, thank you so much, homie. I'm gonna get canned. Oh, well, you know, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I'm joking. Oh, dang. There's the other ones. Dankos. I'm joking. Shut up. How often do you stream? I stream Mondays. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Ah! Ah! Tails, what the fudgies? Free drop. Tails, what the fudge? Wait, did you just say Tails is a good girl? Did you just say that? Why are you so fast? Why you come fast? Wait, hold on, Spades, come get me. I'm a good girl. Okay, I'm gonna stay right here. Because Spades is a good... Oh, you good little gamer. Oh, you good... Oh, you bad gamer! Bad Spades! Spades, unmod! Unmod Spades! Spades, unmod! I'm joking. Why you come fast? Hi, Pinky! So anyways, what's happening? Rooster's such a good boy, it's crazy. What is happening in my chat? What the fudge? Also, Pinky, I was thinking about you earlier because we went against a pig earlier and I thought it was you. Alright, please don't hate me. Pinky, please don't hate me. Tails goes rar. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Silly Little Goose. P. Ryopus, Just Dark Dragon, Tuz, and Alex Waterflower. And a Rooster. Thank you for the. Yeah, take him, not me. Wait, what did I do? What did I do? Alright, going back in. Going back into the game! What did I do? What did I do? Ah! Don't worry, I have conviction. That's a lie, I don't have conviction. Yo, Little Goose! Enjoy your gifted subby. Man. Rooster, thank you for giving us up to Big Slide, to Kaz, to Squid, Zillestein, Peppy, and not Michael. What the fudgies? Thank you guys so much. I really just yelled, what the fuck? Oh my god. That is so funny. Magical chick. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. What about 07s for me? I died too. Sorry, I burped. Tails. Oh. I meant to type GG's and I typed 07s. Because of Raven. Fuck. You guys didn't see that because it was a tiny screen. But I did type 07. You're making me wheeze. Also, thank you for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see and I appreciate you. Tails and Rooster, please let me know what color pussycats you'd like. If you'd like pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Oh my god. Oh, that was so funny. Please let me know what color pussycats you'd like. Dark blue. I got you. So it's pink? You never know. You never know. You will get my pizza? Where's the pizza? And then, Rooster, let me know what color pussy you like. Magical chick. Thank you guys so much. Tails goes, 19. Ooh. 19. Thank you so much for the 5 good subs. I don't know what to say. Really? Well, must have been nicely, Yasmoons. Oh, that's a derpy looking kitty. Holy shite. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, it's a derpy kitty. I don't think I have green yet. I don't think you do. You do not. A green pussy? Look at the black permanent marker I got my finger! Yo, Dragon, thank you for the 10 stream streak. What the fudgies? What the fudgelicious, daffalicious, make the boys go loco. Thank you, Jacob! Thank you so much. Rooster 528. Okay, got you. Rooster 528. So I made a rooster for you last time. Let's do a silly little guy. Oh, he's so silly. He's so silly. I love him. Guys, I'm crying. You're such a good little gamers. Such a good little gamers. Tails and Rooster. This is my favorite face. I love it so much. It's so tiny. Thank you guys so much. I love it, Rooster. You, and then who else I do the caw for? Oh, Soul Parrot. Soul Parrot also. All right. Tails, you're hanging out right underneath Ninjet, right next to Ghoulishly. Rooster, you're hanging out right underneath Kyle. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! All right, already up. All right. Should I do one more shot? All right. Either Rooster or Tails. Tell me. Malort, vodka, rum, or whiskey? What do you guys think? Malort, vodka, rum, or whiskey? Holy. And you guys get a little itty bitty little kitty for 5 gifted subs, and then 10 gifted, throne, or tier 3. You get a choice between cat or doggy of the scratch cards. Oh, I should put Conviction back on. I'm gonna take DS off and put Conviction back on. Do you guys mind? Because Conviction's just such a good perk. I have paid attention to this and mostly spacing out, but I saw everyone talking about their sweet quitties and made me think where I got all mine from. And at this point, I realized all 8 I have were literal rescues off the street. 6 to 8 were literally either picked up and brought inside when they were like 2 weeks old. 4 of them, their mamas just passed. But she was brought with them and coaxed into her garage. Shut up. Doom's Night. I love that. I love that. So, what does it say? What's it called? The cat distribution system. Have you guys heard that before? The cat distribution system picked you. I love that. That's so cute. Oh, Jesper. Oh my god. This fat ass has climbed over my G Fuel box for my Critical Role so much he's made an indent into it. That's why I call you fat ass. You're ruining my collector's box, Jasper. You're so fat. Oh, look. I'm calling him out. He did it with like Dan to Dan, too. Crowley seems like a smart cat, but also like a dumb cat at the same time. Would you agree that Crowley is smart, but also super dumb? Jasper. So anyways, I started blasting. Kay is crazy! Thank you for the 20 gifted! To Pocket Bay, Dreamy Gamer, Gash to You, Mayor Megabytes, Elvin Trees, Curse Cactoid, Consequential, Gladys Over, Beautiful Full Dork, Heatley Kills, Aging Wonderland, Razzie Snazzy, Nick Money, Zamis DT, UG the Stallion, Metro Virus, Lazy Unicorn, Bubble, Decimate, and Pup Dax. What the fudge? That one, Gay Cop, let me know if you want a cat or a doggy! Spartan, thank you so much. Get that booty out of my face, Leon Smones. Get that booty out of my face. Holy. And should we do, hi, Pocket Bay, enjoy your 90? Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Should we do a mix-em shot? A Houndmaster, aka Poundmaster, aka Fuck Me Master. You know what? I'm not even embarrassed by that. That's pretty good. Mix them up. All right, I'll mix them up. Because we have Tails, we have Rooster, and we have Gay Cop. Let's mix them up. I too have been drinking. I have had 3.5 shots. I've had 2.5 shots of Malort and 1 shot of Kraken rum. And I've had almost an entire can of Angry Orchard Hard Cider. What have you been drinking? We're still getting picked. We just can't afford to bring any more in, but oh my god. Doom's Night. Like, if I were a rich man, I would open up a cat cafe. 100%. 3 marks? Oh, hard cider. I'm doing hard cider too. I'm doing a pumpkin. The Jason Voorhees pumpkin hard cider. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. What the fudgy fudge fudge fudge. Holy. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to mix every single flavor. We're going to mix the Malort, the rum, the vodka, and the whiskey. We'll mix it up together. Oh, you know what? I actually have like a little bit of whiskey together. Just because I have stream tomorrow for my birthday. Wait, is it your birthday tomorrow? Shut up. Sorry, I screamed that really, really loud. Wait, Gay Cop, is it your birthday tomorrow? So I swear to God I'm gonna lose it. Yep. If you guys don't say happy birthday to that one Gay Cop right now, and if I have a moderator get a shout out for Gay Cop, shut up! Wait, you're 92? 1992 is what I mean? Because we're the same age, because I turned 34 this year. But if we can get a slight little shout out for that one Gay Cop, that would make me so happy. Thank you! Guys, everyone go follow that one Gay Cop who's doing a slight little birthday stream tomorrow. What time is your birthday stream tomorrow? Happy birthday! Holy, that is me too! No way! That's awesome. Yeah, I turned 34 this year too. So hell yeah. In particular. Wait, Tango's you too? Hold on, noon our time? Okay, slay. Slay, slay, slay. Hell yeah. I hope you have the best time during your birthday stream tomorrow. Hell yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna play? Happy birthday. Isn't it? Shortly? Wait, when's your birthday, Dangos? I cop dust is crazy. I cop dust. He's just a baby. Oh, I forgot that you and my dad have the same birthday. 25? Oh, you're just a baby. You're just a baby. Look at these babies in chat. I want to also just say that if you are a minor, first of all, what are you doing in here? Second of all, please don't share your age if you're a minor. Now, every time, Dankos, I forget every single time. Every time. Oh, Dankos, what's your birthday? You're literally the same birthday as my dad. Old school Lord of the Rings games! No way! I feel so young in here? Yeah. I wonder who my youngest mod is. Do you think it's Slasher Bunny? Whoa! Envy! No way. Envy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Yo, everyone tell Envy how... Wait, what the fudge? What the fudgies? Hello? Double rainbows? Courtney? And it's not me. I don't think you're the oldest either. I think Kyle has the oldest, right? What the hecky? Thank you so much for Courtney and Envy for the raids. What's up, Dark Spear Paul? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here and welcome in. Thank you for coming over with the raid. Envy, thank you for the raid. What the fudge? Courtney, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, welcome in. My name is Pixel K and I'm celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. Isn't that disgusting? I've been a Twitch partner for 5 years. What's up, Bearded Collector? Welcome in. Guys, everyone go follow Envy. Everybody go follow Courtney. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. We're currently playing some DBD with 2 of our mods, Rootsy and that one Gay Cop. I'm so sorry. Wow, that was weird. 2 of my mods, Rootsy and Spade System, and one of my VIPs, Leon's Moans. So anyways, I guess Gay Cop is a mod now. I'm joking. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. How was your streams? How was your DBD, guys? Also, since we're back on DBD, NB and Courtney, can you guys tell me who your favorite survivors are so I can play them for you? I'm definitely not a mod. I am! Dangos, I'll do it again. Think I will? Oh, you're being chased. Okay, we're good. I didn't know an unknown was in chat. FBI, we need to hide the snacks in a lemon pound cake. I could fuck up a lemon pound cake right now. Michaela, I got you. Okay. Don't let me forget. Michaela next game. Hell yeah. Michaela, Sable, Fung, or Steve? Okay. Well, if we're doing a Michaela for NB, we'll do Sable for you, Courtney. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, Pound Cake did get auto-modded. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Truly. Welcome in. Yikes! Run, the Ansmones, run! Whoa! That's alright. I get that! Oh, that was good. That was very good, little girl. I went baked. Do you really? I would like to hug the doggo. I'd like to hug her boobs. So anyways, I started blasting. Alright. Oh, Spartan, what did you say? What was your auto mod? For the record, auto mod is oh, it was the Pound Cake. Auto mod is out of our control, so don't start pointing fingers. But it was the Pound Cake that got auto modded. Really? That's so cute. Wait, do you and your husband have the same birthday? Or is it for your birthday cake? Alright, so I have, like, literally this much left of my whiskey. Oh, she has pop? Okay. So that's all going in there. Man, I'm all out of whiskey. I was supposed to go out with my dad on Thursday, but he had an emergency doggy transfer for the dog rescue that he works with. So he couldn't hang out with me. We couldn't get any liquor. We couldn't get any stuff. So it's on the 6th. Our anniversary was. Happy anniversary! No way I'm getting left a second stage in this game. All right. No, that's fine. That's fine. No. No. Happy anniversary. No. Mod apps open. Mod apps open and VIP apps open. I'm joking. For the record, I couldn't care less. I was literally pouring liquor into my thing. I couldn't care less. I'm just chilling. Be chilling. Jasper, you're so fat. Another one? Oh, here it is. Wait. Is she here? Oh, wait, hold on. Listen, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Take it! No way. Oh, man. The streamer privilege. Tika, thank you so much. Oh, bye, Snug. Tika, thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. Yo, T-Cat, one of our gunner gamers. Everybody go follow T-Cat. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your Final Fantasy, love? We are currently celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. What the hecky wackies? Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. T-Cat, tell us everything. How was your stream? I'm gonna go heal again, I guess. We're doing some DBD right now. We're having a good time, not a long. We're here for a good time, not a long time. What? Also, my cat is driving me crazy. What are you doing, Jasper? Wait, I'm healed. Are we playing again? Wait, stop! Oh, good girl. You're such a good girl. No. Yeah, that's right. I saw that. Yeah, you thought that you were looking like you weren't trying, but I know you were trying to down me. I have conviction, though. Oh, T-Cat, thank you so much, Ray. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Oh my god, thank you so much. Also, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch or drink. Oh, I forgot about my sprint burst. Kinda gay cap. I am playing on West servers right now, and my normal servers are East, so I'm on 80 ping when I'm usually like 40 ping. So, no, Jasper, can you stop for 10 minutos, por favor? Ugh, right? I'm jealous I can't eat the cake. Let them eat cake. Don't worry, guys. I'll finish it, Jen. Don't worry. I'll finish it. Don't worry. Jasper, stop! Stop it! You're such a bad dog. And by dog, I mean cat, but still, bad boy. Don't worry, I'll finish Jen's. Oh, do we still have the boost, by the way? Anybody check if we still have the boost? Das Boost. Wait, hold on. Let me finish it, Jen. Let me finish it. No, you can take her. Oh, no way! Streamer privilege. It's so bad. Oh, it was gone? Oh, okay. Snug. Jasper! You just tried. You're so stupid. You're so fucking stupid, Jasper. I hate you. Oh my god, my cat just knocked over like 3 bottles of liquor. Streamer privilege. Thanks, homie. Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, that worked out. Thanks for your sacrifice, guys. Appreciate it. GG's. That was a fun game. It was fun because I didn't do anything. Alright, what did I put? I put Malort in here and Whiskey in here? Who wants to see if they have a bonus? Wait, let me see if I have a bonus. Hold on. I do not have a bonus. Does anybody else have a bonus? You played fetch. I did, and I was the fetch. Rum. Rum. I have to go pee again. I know. I've been drinking a lot. That's alright. We drink our feelings. Oh, that was a lot. And what was it? Vodka. Oh, vodka. What was the last one? Alright. Slav 6.0. Yeah, me too. GG's! Oh my god, GG's, Houndmaster! Thank you so much for letting me live! You're the best. Everyone say GG's to our hot AF Houndmaster. GG's. No, seriously, GG's! So we're playing with Rootsy. Spade System. Spade System was Ada's Whore, and then Leon's Moans was Winchester. So thank you so much. Everyone say GG! Thank you so much! I'm about to take a shot of Malort mixed with Tennessee whiskey, mixed with Kraken rum, mixed with 3 olives vodka. Is what we're about to take a shot of. So that's what we're doing. Oh, I don't have a bonus right now. So this is what we're taking a shot of. Sorry to whoever died. It's alright. It's okay. I'll forgive you. It's alright. We're just here for blood points. Oh, no one does? Oh, okay. Alright. Cheers. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 20 gifted. Oh, it's so sparkly.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. That was very 3 olivesy. It's all I taste is 3 olives. I'm gonna drink the rest of my Mario Galaxy water from the other day. Oh. Really? Oh, lazy. Dagos, you're absolutely right. And I don't feel bad about it. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. No, you! Oh my god, Diego, literally, no, you. No, you. Oh my god, seriously, GG's. Everyone tell Diego how hot and tall, talented, and handsome they are. I hope you have the best rest of your game, so I hope you get so many blood points. I'm gonna go pee really quickly, and then I'll ready up. I'll play an ad too while I'm be right back in, so that, there's no ad when you come back, but I'll be right back. But Diego, seriously, GG's!
You're dead though.
You're dead! You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Pain Res as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, and I remember to play the ad this time. W me. Alright, so we're on East servers now? Is that we're on East? I thought you said West. What build do I want to do, guys? Am I getting value from this? Am I truly getting value from this build? Oh, I gotta play as Michaela! Hold on. Michaela, no. What offerings do I have for you? Oh, okay. I thought you said West! Oh, I do have a coconut scream pie. Soul Guard, Boon, Exponential, and Conviction. All right, well, I guess we're doing that. I guess that's what we're doing. All right, I'm gonna have to drink some more G Fuel because that shot is gonna go, you know? What if I have a little cutie right now? I came prepared. What if I shove a little cutie in my face hole right now? Oops. Ugh, so much cat hair on me. Yikes. What's up, Wednesday? What's the G Fuel flavor tonight? It is... Nuka Grape. Nuka Grape. Did you see the boys one that they just released? Oh my God, Wednesday, you have nothing to apologize for. Wednesday, big ol' hugs. Big hugs for you. And anybody who wants a hug for you. And if you guys don't want it, you guys can double and give it to the next person. But I thought Nuka Grape would be an appropriate flavor because 1, I love Fallout. And 2, grape is purple. And we're celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary, so I thought that was kind of appropriate. Look at, thank you! It is a cutie. I have 2 cuties. And I have my Pokemon hard-boiled eggs. I have a Wobbuffet and a Gengar. My last hard-boiled eggs that I have. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright. My hands are so sticky. Ew. Oh, I love hard-boiled eggs. So let's go back to West. Our first game on East, and it's a ghoul. I see a Jen. Oh, I need to find a totem so I can do a boon. Okay, okay. Mindbreaker, yeesh. I love hard-boiled eggs. These are my last two that I have too, so I'll have to make some more. They're such a good source of protein. Oh my gosh. But yeah. So my go-to snacks are my QTs. 2 QTs. And then oh, did you take it down? He's doing a diggy down. Wednesday! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, zombie. I am now officially many shots in. I think 4 to 5 shots in right now. I should have went over there. Damn. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Thanks, homie. Because now I can take this window. Perfect. Oh, I messed that up. That's fine. That's fine. What's up, Jeps? Jeps, happy weekend. Dick, diggity, dick. I don't know either, Rootsy. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. But yeah, I've had two and a half shots of Malort, 1 shot of rum, and then I just did a shot of vodka, rum, whiskey, and Malort. Vodka, rum, whiskey, and Malort all in one. It is! Diggity dig. Hum nom nom, hum nom nom. Oh, how I love it. Oh, he's got the same kitty cat thing that I have. Fuck! I blame the, like, 5 shots that I've taken, alright? That was a little early. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to. I didn't realize I had a flashlight, actually. I did not realize I had a flashlight. I should have just done a flashlight. My bad. I didn't realize. Who just got hooked? Winchester? Homie, I'm so sorry. You deserve better. Stop. Stop. Alright. He's just fucking with me now. He's just fucking with me now. Yeah, zombie. It's my 5-year partner anniversary, and I have not been having the past 2 weeks since last Tuesday have been really, really bad. So I'm just happy to be alive. Is it? Yes, Tokyo Ghoul. Yes. The ghoul. My fingers are all sticky from my cutie. Oh, and I'm almost finished with my Angry Orchard hard cider from pumpkin flavor. Oh, thank you. So today's been good ever since I started streaming. Before stream, feels pumpkin man. Shut up! Shut up! That's so funny. I love pumpkin. Oh, zombie, literally know you. Everyone tells Zombie Magic how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. And if you don't, you're banned. I don't make the rules. Thank you for healing me. I feel so healed. What G Fuel are you gonna make? Blue beam right here. Blue beam. What? Oh, are you gonna do the apple? The rules bend to your will. Alright, I'm blessing this totem. So if you guys go down over here. Oh, yeah, perfect. Oh, that didn't work out. Okay, but you know what I mean. Very hot, very tall, very talented. Thank you, Canary. See, that's why I keep you around. Good little gamer. What did I do? Wait, why are you here? Okay, but like my keyboard is actually sticky from my from the cuties. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait, Rootsy's about to die! Rootsy, I'm coming. Rootsy, I've never left a gamer to die. Okay, Rootsy might die, actually. Hold on. Rootsy, please don't die. Rootsy, please don't die. Rootsy, if you die... So anyways... I started blasting. So anyways, Rootsy, I'm so sorry. Rootsy, my keyboard was sticky from the cuties. Rootsy, he stopped my boon. Ooh, Rootsy. Yeah, I'll let her die again. Think I won't? I'm so sorry. On God, my keyboard is just really sticky. I'm so sorry. Apple or Sage Mode? I'm gonna say Apple. Some sandbag wars? I don't know. Apparently Leon's Moans is the sandbagger, according to that one Twitch streamer. I had a cutie! I literally just ate a cutie before stream. I'm sorry. Frisky, risky 8-bit. It's because we went to e-servers. I blame e-servers. What's a cutie? Oh! It's like a mini orange. It's not an orange. It's not a mandarin. It's a cutie. It's a cutie. Yeah, but it's not a clementine. You know? It's a cutie. It's like what you guys are. Fucking cutie. You know what I mean? It's cutie. You're okay? Get out of here before I kiss and make out with you. Oh. Sorry. There's a seed in that one. Ever go tell Simon Magic how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is? Hi, Max. Max. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Juicy sweet, yeah. Very juicy. I hope you're doing so good Wednesday. Everyone say good night, Wednesday fan. Wednesday fan, thank you so much for coming in. You were so sweet. Oh, it was a cutie. It was a cutie. So that was my second. Hitch! That was my second cutie. Really? Loki, I love that. You were zooted? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was zooted last night too. I took two edibles yesterday. One in the afternoon and one in the evening. Ugh. Alright, so now a Sable game for Courtney.
Dead girl Jeff shocked.
Whoa!
Dead girl Jeff shocked. Dead girl Jeff shocked.
Chloe, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and you're so bad. Or who's the president? Rootsy. Rootsy? Oh, rat! Rat, do you want dog or cat? Dog or cat? What's my build? That's fine. Hi, Kyle! I've been drinking. I got you. Chloe, hope you're doing so good. Loki. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. Jasper, come here. Come here, puppy. Come. Come here. Sit the fuck down, boo. And Charlie's here, too. Poor Jasper's so scared. No. Why do you have fur on your head? What is happening? This is for Jojo. I love how all the dogs congregate. Oh, that was crunchy. Crunchy. Oh my god. Amanda! Amanda, are you shiitaking my mushrooms right now? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders! Amanda, thank you so much. Welcome in. Max, do you want them? You can have them. They're so cute. Amanda, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Amanda, do you have a favorite survivor? I would love to play them for your next game. Or, alternatively, do you have a least favorite survivor? Because I'm probably going to die. Do you want to watch them die? So let me know who your favorite survivor is. Shut up! Guys, everyone tell Amanda Lee Cosplay W affiliate anniversary. Congratulations on your 5 years as affiliate. That's awesome. Shadow Curse, welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I am celebrating my 5 years as Twitch partner. And happy anniversary for your 5 years as affiliate. That is incredible. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We just did some treats for my cats and my dogs. And we're playing some DBD right now. Not very well. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Really? Oh, Spades, literally me right now. But I'm literally glad I didn't cancel. But you know, this was close. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. Or oh, I can't read what my encoding thing is. But thank you so much. Oh, astrology sign check. I'm a Libra. What is everyone else in chat? But everyone go follow Amanda. Amanda, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. Thank you so much for the raid. Aries, Taurus, Scorpio, Virgo, Cancer. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? There's literally a Yui right there. Look at this guy. Oh, bamboozle. Whoa! How did he know? Idiot. For the record, I'm joking. I don't think he's an idiot. I was just joking. Oh shit, nipples. That worked out. Oh man. Oh, I do not mean that he's an idiot. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, I forgot he has bamboozle. Yikes. No, lovely. No, love. Ah, GG's. I need to wash my hands because I still have like cutie semen all over my fingers. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Wait, hold on. I can do it really quickly. Hold on. Okay. Alright, you guys can save me now. Oh, Hooker, no! What's up, Chip? Ooh. Okay. Whew. That was close. Got zombies here. What do I have? What is this toolbox? I don't think we're gonna get this heal, are we? Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think we're getting this heal, homie. There. Oh! So anyways, I started blasting. For the record, I've been drinking a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot. I did acknowledge you! Hi, Chip. Zombie juked. That was really funny. Stop. Stop. Why are you glitching around like that? It's scaring the hell out of me. You saw me! Oh my, too good! Oh my god, hold on. Chill, Nemesis, chill, chill on it. Chill on Nemesis, chill. Hold on, Nemesis, chill on it. Okay, chill on it. What's up, Joe Taco? What's up, Jesky? What's up, Do Good? Oh, hold on, sorry. This guy is really mad. Thank you so much, Do Good. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in! Do Good, Jesky, Joe Taco, welcome in. We are currently celebrating my 5 years of being Twitch partner, if you could believe it. Oh, my keyboard's still sticky from me eating those cuties. Heck. I've had a little bit of shots tonight. Don't worry about it. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Yo, everyone go follow Do Good. Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Also, Do Good, if you have a favorite survivor, I would love to play them for you. Oh, no way. No way. Because we have Zarina for Amanda Lee. And then Mystery Flavor for Do Good. Yes, yes. Your boy David? Oh, okay. Let's do some slutty little David gaming. I don't think we make this, guys. I don't think we make this, guys. No way! Oh, no way! We just juked the heck out of him. Hell yeah. Oh, well. Thank you, Steph! Thank you so much, homie. Alright, so we have Zarina for Amanda. And then we have David for Do Good. Hell yeah. Everybody go follow Do Good. Do Good, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream was amazing. Oh. Got your ass. Bitch. Ah! Watch out! Oh, no! I don't have anything on this class. But I do have conviction. Oh, and inner healing. Interesting, interesting. Have a good night, Dragon, said Blaze. Thank you so much for hanging out. Everyone say good night, Dragon. Dragina. I think I'll go for the save. Yeesh. But thank you so much, Steph. Thank you so much, Dragon. Have the breast night. Also, Kyle, hope you had such a good time with your D&D. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much for the raids. You guys are so hot and tall and talented. Thank you so much. You guys could have raided literally anybody on Twitch, but you guys accidentally came here. We're celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary today. And God, yeah.
Happy 5
There's
years
Big Chill.
early.
What the fudge? What? Chip, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh my God, thank you so much. What the hecky weckies? Holy! Also, Max with the 2 years and 4 months following. What the hecky? Thank you so much. Oh, no way! When is the next tournament? That's awesome. Hell yeah, Do Good. That's awesome. I hope you had such a good stream. Oh, sorry enough. Hell yeah. Shout out to that one guy D with the Moore tournament. Really? Max, that really means a lot. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's a lot. Thank you so much, Chip. Truly. That's very sweet of you. Yeah, I very seldomly remember how I get to people's streams. Usually it's from like a raid or something, right? But man, almost 2.5 years. That really means a lot. Oh, he definitely saw me, right? Sorry, I can't. There's nothing I can save you with. I can save you by doing gens! I don't know, maybe? Oh, I did just pee. I was like, I swear I had to pee, but I was like, no, I'm good. Yeah, he's gonna come right here, right? He's gonna kick that gen. He's gonna come for us, and we're gonna run. We're gonna run, because he's right there! I'm so sorry! Oh, don't hit me. Oh, thank you, love. I am Death Hook, so I'm gonna try to run somewhere far away. Someone might be on this gen. I hope no one's on this gen. There's no pallet here. That's alright. There's no pallet here. Whoa! Oh! Oh, there's a pallet here! Easy. There's literally nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Yeah, there was nothing for me. I had that one pallet there, but I think I heard a gen. Yeah, I heard a gen being done, so I wanted to run away from that. One of the few people who will sacrifice themselves for the gens. I got you guys. Don't worry. I got you guys. That one gen that I was working on was pretty close to being done. So, GG's. And then what do we got? Zarina and then David. Really? Oh, Max, that really means a lot. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you for following and for sticking around for all that time. GG's. All right. Let's actually make a build for this one. Your gen got fucked? Really? I was just on it. Even and he chased me all the way through the hook. I'm surprised. Oh, he could have had pain res. Well, I don't know, because that was my third hook. Who am I doing now? Zarina. There she is. There she is, love. Do we have any offerings for you? I have nothing on you. I have an envelope. Oh, Pop. Are you being every survivor? Anytime someone raids me, I like to, when I'm playing DBD, I like to ask them who their favorite survivor is, because that's like my little like way of saying, thank you for raiding in, you know? Like, you guys could have raided literally anybody, but you came here. You have about an envelope, so I mean, that's something. So whenever someone raids me, I'm just like, hey, thanks for the raid. So Amanda Lee asked for Zarina, and then Do Good asked for David. Let's see, what can we do? What can we do? Maybe we can do, I don't know, Really? Oh, Loki. Loki, that means a lot. What the heckies? That's so cool. It's cool knowing, like, how people found me. That's why I have that in the Discord. Like, the how did you find me question. No one has to answer, but it's cool when people do. Oh, you know what? Kindred could be helpful. Kindred could be super helpful. Let's do Kindred. Kindred. What's up, Sammy? Sammy, thank you so much, Angel. Hope you're doing so good. Oh, shit, we gotta do an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. Do you guys mind? L streamer plays ads. A Facebook reel. Oh, hell yeah. That's pretty cool. We've actually had a lot of people coming in from Facebook/Instagram recently, which is pretty heckin' cool. So that's awesome. Hi, Sammy! Sammy, hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend. Ads how evil. I know. What's up, Rosaria? Playing against a Sadako on the new map. You know what? I actually just went a survivor against a Sadako on the new map, and it was rough. Wait, Rosario, were you playing the Sadako? Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, I'll wait. Sorry. L ads. Heck. Oh, desperate measures is always good. Let's put some desperate measures on. Oh no, actually let's do resilience. 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 Yeah, alright, I'm alright with that. Yes, another drinky. Oh, cup. Oh, short one. Okay, Rosario, were you playing the killer or were you playing against Sadako? Because we were playing, or I was playing against Sadako earlier in solo queue, and it was a rough game. I think I gave up at one point. It was a rough game. It was my first time going against Sadako, and on the new map, it was rough. Oh, I see. It was the other survivors. Oh, lame. And so, like, they were, like, shit-talking you? That's so messed up. I'll never understand people who have, like, the Twitch shirts or TTV in their name that, like, talk like assholes. Like, why would you advertise you being an asshole? Oh, shit! Wait! Oh, Gay Cop, I didn't ask you if you wanted a kitty or a doggy for your gifted subbies. Fudge! Well, heck. I kind of want to do a kitty cat for him. Oh, we did already do a kitty cat for him. Should we do a doggy? A doggo! Oh, cool. So I'm so sorry, Gay Cat. Oh my god. I'm the worst streamer in the world. A little doggy. Oh, this one's got a fluffy tail. It's so cute! You do have a kitty. Welcome back, Max. Rosario, that's so messed up. People suck. And the thing is, you know, in their, like, Twitch bio and, like, their rules, they always have rules. Be a decent person. Don't be, like, don't be an asshole. Like, they always have that in their Twitch bio. And they're always, like, it's always the biggest assholes that have, don't be an asshole in their Twitch bio. It's always, another Spring Trapper. Hell yeah. Thank you, Ivan! Thank you so much, Omi. 5 years of being a Twitch streamer, or Twitch partner, can you believe it? Yeah, safe space, yeah. No transphobia, no homophobia, no politics. They always have that in their Twitch bio, and they're always the first to be like the biggest see you next Tuesday. You know what I mean? Ivan, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Thank you so much. I've been drinking. Yeah, oh my god, Spades. It's always no politics. And they're like, follow a bunch of MAGA people. It's like, oh, I wonder why you wouldn't want to talk about politics, because you're fucking MAGA. Enjoy. Why? Hello, love. Hello, hello. Okay. Okay, bye. Oh, okay, alright. That's alright, love. That's alright, love. Ha 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 ha! Gets asked if you vote for a cat or will answer. Yeah, there's no way you would not immediately answer, I did not vote for Trump. Like, what's up, little god? Little god, welcome in. I'm easily tameable. EU service is always free. Trevin Myers is with the other day. I had like 12 Weskers. Ooh, 12 Weskers. Woof. Oh, I have Kindred on, right? I do have Kindred. Cool. So everyone should know where I am. Oh, he's so cute! This is a donkey, by the way. Oh, Springtrap camping at 4 gens? That's crazy. Yo. No way you still got that. Oh, slay. Pussy pop. Nice. 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 I probably get tunneled for that, but that's alright. It was worth it. I'm just gonna run. Yep. I get tunneled for that. That's alright. Oh! Hello, Rootsy. You want to take a hit from me, love? Oh, that's alright. I actually don't even think he saw her. Ooh. Double Volter Walter. Same. Oh, Foxy's hook, by the way. There's no way he got that. Okay, he didn't see Rootsy. He didn't see Rootsy. He did see Rootsy. Fudge. Eruption. Oh, lame. You've ever played Graveyard Keeper, but it's currently free on everything until Monday? Oh, I've never played. Never heard of it. Oh, is that Rootsy? Oh, I forgot you guys are both, I forgot you guys are both Yui. Sorry. Sorry, loves. If he sees me, he's hacking. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was, Oh, can I put a little birthday hat on this guy? Yeah, like a little birthday hat, because it's your birthday tomorrow. Aw, your birthday hat! It totally looks like a cat. Okay, so he is camping. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I'm wearing a Twitch shirt, isn't it? Yeah, I'm wearing a Twitch shirt, so that makes sense. Well, who wants to take a hit for Pixel? Who's taking a hit? No hitters? No hitters, no quitters? No hit takers for Pixel? No hitters. Damn. You were right there! I didn't see you. It's alright. We get tunnel, no big deal. That's alright, it's no big deal. Blast mines, trapping Gen 7 stain. Oh, yeah, that's alright. It is what it is. It is what it is. That one can't come! It is a dog, by the way. I just made it look kind of like a cat. Everything looks like a cat, alright? What's the opposite of streamer privilege? That's kind of streamer privilege. Thank you, A. Keely! Thank you so much. Super consequences is super funny.
Hello.
Oh! Hello! It's a raid! Oh, I called you Keely because apparently I love The Hobbit so much. What's up, Mr. Spaghetti? Shut up. That is such a funny name. What's up, Like Tyler? What's up, Kim? Yo, A. Key! Welcome in! Sorry that I called you Keely. What's up, Percy? Welcome in! I didn't even see you there, Spades. My bad. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Oh, I got disconnected. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Kai! Oh, it's Kai. Is that it? Did I say that right? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in! We're currently celebrating my 5-year partner anniversary. Gay Cop, thank you for the 20 gifted subbies. Oh, the server died. No way, as soon as I die, the server dies. You know that one game, Bing Bong, your item's gone? Can't feel like... It feels like that, Joseph Pixel. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Kai, if you have a favorite survivor, I would love to play them for you. I'm gonna do a David right now for Do Good. For Do Good's raid. Adrenaline, Deja Vu, Dramaturgy, and Bond. Alright, that's it. And then do I have... Oy, I don't really have anything. I have an escape cake. That's what you got. Claudette! I can do Claudette. Dwight? I don't know if I have Dino Dwight, but I could try. Also, Shelby, welcome in. Leon's one's actually super funny. Alright. Let me put, okay, Bond and... Yeah, that's fine. Let's do a Sprint Burst. And then, let's do Kindred again. I feel like Kindred is just super helpful. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you truly. Welcome in. Everybody go follow Kai. And please make sure to get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, puka, stretch, drink. I'm gonna play a little raid trailer for you guys, and it'll be...
Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis.
went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. Pixel! Move your fat booty! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Wait, did no one else get blood points in that? Because technically I died and everyone else was still in the game when the server shut down? Because that's actually super funny. Thank you guys so much for the raid. So, we're doing our David game, and then, I'm so sorry, who did you want me to play as? Was it oh, Dwight! Dino Dwight. I didn't pay attention? Yeah. Whatever my brain. What is the skin, David? Alright. Alright, David, alright. Pop your pussy, David. Pop your pussy. Pop your pussy, David. Get it going. Oh my god. Oh, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the rain. How many bits change cosmetics? What do you mean? What's wrong with this cosmetic? It's a dredge. Oh, R.I.P. to anybody with flashbang. Strange. I really have to pee right now. This is not a good anti-pee killer because he's gonna jump scare me. I'm gonna piss myself. I've been having a lot of shots tonight. Don't blame me, alright? Don't blame me. Oh, it's a snowball. A snowy. Whoa! I almost got your ass. Watch out. What's wrong with my cosmetic? Runnin', 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 runnin'. Yahtzee! Ah! To be so bad. The hair makes it. The hair is really funny. What's up, gender fluid druid? Welcome in. No, the hair is so funny. We love it. Let's see if I can sneak past and get the save. There you go. Sneaky. Oh, damn it. All right, he's gonna get me now. Yeah, because I was not in a good place, and space is a good place. That makes sense. Yeah, and I would get hit here. Damn, that sucks. All right, so whoever was not getting this, who was in chaser in the save, gonna get the save now. I tried. I tried. Who's on hook? Winchester. Winchester. Sorry, I tried. Okay, someone else has got him. Someone else has got him. I tried. I tried to sneak past. Oh, I literally was like, oop, let me just scooch right past you. Pain res? Okay. I tried. I tried with the ope. Let me scooch right past you. Oh, they forced them into second. That's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. And surprising, too. Huh. Smacked me, so I gave him a little forecast. She stopped me to the most confused. Wait, Solstice is like the streamer Solstice? Wait. Oh, your cat's name is Solstice? That's so pretty. What the heckies? Oh no. Oh, are they telling Winchester to get them out of the game? That sucks, because Winchester's only been hooked once. That sucks. Winchester with streamer, what'd you guys call it? Streamer consequences? That sucks. Damn. They really played this game for money, huh? They said, I want my Applebee's gift card. And that's what they said, and that's what they meant. They want their Applebee's gift card. I guess I'm the next person. 'Cause I'm already injured, so it's done for me, eh? Shut up. Damn, Winchester, I'm so sorry. It's so dark, yeah. It's a dark and stormy night. Damn. Just Cyber Line depends on winning this game, apparently. Like, don't get me wrong, like, there's nothing wrong with tunneling, but it sucks that they confirmed your hook to second hook and then telling you out. Like, that sucks. Like, again, it's a legitimate strategy, but I can't, like, we're allowed to say that it fucking sucks. You know? Where's the blood? Where's the blood? Whoa! Yikes! Right. We'll stay here, lovely. There's a gen right there. Going to know. Don't see anybody here. Oh, app pallet's gone. Unfortunate. Ah, I ran into it. Damn. Man, I have the worst luck when running to any place that has like a pallet, but it's already used. I have the worst luck. Oh, that pallet is down. I could have stayed there. I didn't know that, though. I wonder if he's going to confirm this one. 2 gens left, though. And no one else is hooked but me. Rex! Rex, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You posted a picture on Instagram. Was it yesterday or the day before? Mwah. Just mwah. Mwah. Oh my god, your hair, your makeup, your face, everything. Just mwah. Really? I wouldn't say like I'm so bad against dredges per se, but I'm just bad against every killer. I'm bad against every killer. Nah, this actually will have consequences is so cute. Oh my god, that's so cute. Yeah, you love consequences. Yo, Duggar with the favorite Pokemon. Check my favorite Pokemon is Clefable. What is yours, chat? Oh, there it is. There's the tunnel. Listen, it's a legitimate strategy. It's just, I know, you know what I mean? She's running, 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 running. I don't know where she went, though. Thank you! Thank you, Rex. Houndoom. I'm actually really glad that I don't have inner healing on this class because yikes if I had inner healing on this class, you know what I'm saying? Ralts! Shut up, Ralts is so cute. I love Ralts. I'm a big Hoenn gen enjoyer, you know what I mean? Oh. How'd she get there? I'm a big Hoenn enjoyer. Nidoking, hell yeah. I love Ralts. Now, what is our favorite Ralts evolution? Are you a Gardevoir or a Gallade? Gardevoir or Gallade enjoyer? Jody! Shut up, Jody. Thank you so much. Welcome in. What's up, Wood Dragon Phillip? What's up, Joke Pool? Yo, thank you, Val. Thank you so much, Danny. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Lintona, thank you, Val. Thank you so much. Oh, happy birthday, Val. Everyone say happy birthday. Val, thank you so much for coming in on your heckin' birthday. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. What's up, Cool Cam? Lintona, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, thank you so much for the rate. Everyone go follow Joni. Joni, you were so hot, tall, talented, handsome. Thank you so much for rating. Welcome, welcome. What's up, Zolek? Joke Pool, thank you so much for the 10 biddies. Got your captions on? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. My name is Pixelkin. I'm currently celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary today. Oh, someone asked something about, like, do you get notifications when you get into a locker? So, Dredge gets Killer Instinct when he pops out of a locker if you're within, like, a certain range. But, he does not, like, see every time you're by a locker or that you lock a locker. I love Gardevoir, yeah. Oh my god, get out of here, Joni. Please get your post-stream self-care. Thank you so much for the raid. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. Truly, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Cool Cam. Thank you guys so much. We're celebrating 5 years of Twitch partner, if you could believe it. 5 years of Twitch partner, and we're doing some DBD right now just to get some blood points with this event. Isn't that pretty cool? Ooh, let's see if we can get like a med kit from here. That'd be nice. I love med kit. Yes. Perfect. I should be able to heal myself now, even with Gift of Pain. Unless I miss a skill check, which I'm sure I will. But, Joni, I hope you had such a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid. You're so sweet. You raid me so much, and I'm really, really grateful. Seriously, thank you guys so much for being here. And Val, I hope you're having the best birthday ever. Ooh, I actually don't think I finished this. No way. Oh, just barely finished. Holy, main is almost done. Okay, is main is a blood gen. Okay, cool. Ooh. I don't know if this person's being chased right now. Oh, you know I'm here. Really, Max? Who do you want to use them on? Hell yeah! Val, that's awesome. I love that for you. W birthday. Cool beans. Alright, well then I will go fill up my gas can here. And then I'll go to main. Or I'll go to the gen I was already doing. I'll go to the gen I was already doing. Yeah, I'll go to the gen I was doing right now. Oh! I hope your rat's okay. Ancient Bakes, welcome back. Ooh, okay, Max. Okay. Oh. Alright, he cut me off. I'll go to main instead. I don't really have a lot left in here, but I'll put whatever I have in here in main. Ooh, it was enough to get it to stop. There's no pallets here either. Alright. Let's just try to run away, right? Try to run away and give them a chance to finish the gens. Oops. Sorry, that was me hitting my mouse on accident. W6400 DPI. I guess I'll just try to, like, run away from main, if I can. And then give them a chance to fill it up. What the fudge? That's crazy. I definitely hit that, by the way. Absolutely hit that. Yeah, this is a Nostromo, yeah. As your face is fun. Oh! Wait, are you talking to me? No way. Well, they got the gens done, so I'm happy with that. I still haven't played It Has Your Face. But I do have it downloaded. No, GG's. GG's. Hopefully they both get out. The ponytail's iconic. Thanks, Canary. Yeah, this is the alien map. Shout to aliens. GG's. Not too bad, not too bad. The Dredge. GG's. Guys, I have to pee again. Guys, I've been drinking so much. So can I finish this Angry Orchard? Do you guys mind? Ugh. Oh, it's so good. Cat hair. Huge cat hair. Oh, you had Bond too! I was like, that's definitely Bond. Okay. I thought I saw someone I played in there. Oh, really? Well, I mean, they have, like, streamers in there and has your face, right? Has Dead by Daylight yet added Predator? Not Predator, but Alien is in there. Jungly Russ? What is that? What is Jungly Russ? Oh, you were exposed? Oh, go no! I didn't even see what I don't even know what perks they had. No, GG's. GG's. I would kill for Predator. What do we think is gonna be the 10-year anniversary? A lot of people thinking Jason Voorhees, right? GG's. Oh, that jagged compass. Oh, friends to the end. That'll do it. That'll do it. Yo, GG's. Do you guys mind if I go pee-pee really quickly? Oh, Rootsy, 100%. 100%. 100%. All right, I'm gonna go pee. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. I've been drinking so much. Do you guys want to check to see if anybody has a bonus? Oh, and then who am I playing as? Dwight, right? Do I have Dino Dwight? I don't. I don't have Dino Dwight, but thank you for reminding me. Yeah, Angry Orchard. I was drinking the Jason Voorhees Angry Orchard hard cider from last Halloween. All right, let me go pee. Let me go. I'm gonna go pee. I'll play an ad. And I'll be right back.
You're dead though.
You're dead. You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I have the flashbang. That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli. Oh, purr. Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh. Best pee ever. Good night, Dankos! Everybody say good night, Dankos. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Also, Goncher, thank you so much. Thank you. It's been 5 years since I got partnered. Sheesh. What is this build? It was actually a decent build. It's fine. Let it break down and cry. Whoa, whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, 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 sweet love of mine. Meow, 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 meow. Small man, it seems to me. Ghoul's tongue? I'm listening. You had to go get your meds. That's right. I had to go pee. So you're Gucci as a Gucci. Gucci as a Gucci. Oh, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet child of mine. I have a question. Answer. Give treats, cat or dog, Max? Them all treats? We shall see. We shall see. Well, Charlie's down here. Of wet food, and she's eating the old crusty bits off the mat instead. So crusty. Alright, one for each of you. One for you. Right here, stupid. One for you. Stupid. Right here. Right here. Alright. One for Boo and none for you. No, none for you. Do you want a cat treat? You're a fucking freak. Jasper, do you want a cat treat? Jasper, do you want a cat treat? Alright. It was off camera, but he got one. You mean the short one? That I'm like coming over? Yes. That's it, right? Would it look okay curled or would it be weird? I think it would look super flapper. Like super 20s, right? Curled? I'm picturing flapper. Which I think is a good thing. Right? Flapper is cute, no? Flapdies, okay. But I think it'd be cute. I think it'd be super cute. Sir Charles would, yeah, he did hear the T word. Is my cat, they're all a little goofy. All my cats are a little bit goofy. I would love to see it curled though. You know, worst case scenario, if you don't like it, just put on a hat. Right? I'm joking. Myers, no! Didn't Iva just say that? It was like Weskers and Myers or something like that. Or sweater? The best time to wear a striped sweater is all the time. I don't think so. I think you look so cute. But to be fair, you always look cute. And this, I ain't gonna hold you. This haircut that you have, the length is just so... You know what I'm saying? It's just... Morlul? Oh, the Pokemon? The little grass guy? Yeah, he's so cute. Morlul's adorable. And, yeah, the little mushroom guy. He's so cute! Oh, someone needs Elin. Hello, lovely. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Reggie. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. I'm trying to press. Sorry. Uh-oh. Reggie! Reggie! Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to take a hit, but I forgot that he can do that, where he can, like, down multiple people. Or not down, like, insta-kill you. Yeah, my bad. Well, to the pallet I go! My bad. I kept trying to press F, or to press 1, but I kept pressing tab instead. Yeah. So, my bad. I was trying to press 1, but I kept pressing tab. Oh, I forgot that I have kindred, but they don't have kindred. Ooh. Oh, I thought they saw you for a second. I got scared. Oh, you're lucky I don't have conviction. You're lucky I don't have conviction. Ooh. This guy's so nervous. For what reason, Master Chief? He's so nervous. Look, he won't even pick me up. Man. See, this is what happens when I don't put conviction on. Well, I guess I never finished the heal, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but still. Damn. Egg chillin'. That's right, he's wasting his time, right? Man, these killers are playing really aggressive tonight, no? Imagine someone was like right here, right around the corner. Yeah, but Rootsy got like half that gen done during that entire time, right? I'm so confused. He's so nervous. Maybe he sees the Twitch shirt and he's like, oh, clearly they're playing together, so I have to be careful for saves. Maybe that's why? I don't know. He was so nervous, though. But, I mean, Rootsy, for all intents and purposes, got that gen done. I mean, jeez. 3 hooks. 2 gens. Thank you, love. I got scared. I got scared. Bloop. That did nothing. But I got too scared to be out there. Dun 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 dun. See, I'm scared again. Yeesh. This reel just reminded me of DVD because who the killer is. Who's the killer? Oh, because of Michael Myers? I haven't played him too much since his rework, so I'm not too sure about how to play against him. Oh shit, nipples. I'll go this way. Right? Stop that. Oh, I forgot I had life. This build is crazy. I totally forgot I had this build. You stressed me the fuck out. Really? That's saying a lot, right? I'm just gonna go this way. Oh, let's stop. Stop it! Stop, he's so scary. Look, 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 he's so scary. Alright, so he thinks I'm going that way. I'm gonna go this way, because he has no idea I'm over here, right? Because he thinks I'm over there. I'm gonna waste his time. He has no idea. So he's probably still chasing me bottom main, right? Or bottom this house? He has no idea. Yeah. Look, 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 look. He's still looking for me. See, I love whenever a killer's chasing me to go by a gen that's done. Because I know that I can't bother anybody, you know? Like, when I don't have bonds, I love to hang out with gens that are already done. Because it just wastes a killer's time. You know what I'm saying? It's so good. I love it. Daddy, thank you so much. Good night, Max. Everyone say hello, Daddy, and everyone say good night, Max. Thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out. I really appreciate that. Rocky. Uh-oh. I don't think this is enough to finish this gen. I think I have to do one more. Oh, and he kicked it. Okay, so I'll definitely have to do another one. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Oh, there's another person here. Oh my god, hello. Ha! Oh, this person's right next to the hook. Okay, they're getting them. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Oh, shit nipples! There's no pallets, no pallets, no pallets, no pallets, no pallets. That's right. Oh, there's a pallet right there, but that's alright. We'll go to this here. Because we have this. We have life. No way! Bullshit, homie! L life. Irish Queen! Irish Queen, welcome home. That's what I'm saying, zombie, right? That was egregious. That's right. We have one less hook. Knock the fuck out, man. I need someone to come save me. Has it base kit? Oh, you know what? You can tell that that's Spades because that person wasn't moving. And then they typed in chat, "No way out." That's all right. If Spades saves me, that'd be great because Spades will only be on first hook, and then we'll have more time. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that Spades has to die for me, but I'm just saying that Spades training for me would probably be the breast or Rootsy. Obviously not Winchester. Oh shit! I missed that. Shit! I missed that. Sorry. I think that's- I missed another skill check. That's my fault. Yeah, that was 100% my bad. No way. No way. No way you did that. No way. Do you mind if I take window? Do you mind? I have life. Do you mind? Thank you. Okay. That's right. I can heal. I can heal! I missed 2 skill checks back to back. That was my bad. That's alright, because now we have so much time. Because this is Spades' first hook. He opened that door. That was a choice. Alright, Winchester's healed. I'm about to be healed. And now we can go... save Spades. Question mark. Don't tell me no. Nope. I'm not getting double downed. Hell no. There it is. I'm not letting you stalk me. Oh. That was rude. Shit. Oh! Okay. That's fine. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Wait, why would you let me heal you? Wait. I was like, hold on! Some of you may die. Because if Rootsy and I can get healed, we can get this. Oh, shit. Alright. Oh! Winchester can get it! Oh. Some of you may die. Oh, man. That's alright. I think it was, one of us was gonna die, no matter what, right? But honestly, having a 1K at the end was not so bad, right? I didn't realize he was Stone's power when I was over there. Ah, it is what it is. It is what it is. GG's. GG's. Oh, he had no, or not no way out. He had, oh. He had coup? I didn't notice that. I thought that too, Space. That's right. It's no big deal. If raise your hand if you've been left on first hook or second hook in this group. It's alright. It's no big deal. 'Tis no biggie, homies. And that is, I think, like, my first game that I've escaped all night, isn't it? We are okay, guys. We are okay. We are okay. Boo, what are you doing? Boo, can you go lay down? Can you go lay down, Muffin Top? Thank you, Muffy. More or less removed tier 2. I don't think I've played him since his change. That's right, cosmetic, face, and hair. You like that, Dingos? Give Pop a pet for me. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? I got you, Val. I got you. Why did we go? Why did we go? Wow, 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 why did we go? Yeah, I was gonna call you out and be like, you were passing out, weren't you? I won't call you out. I understand. 'Tis the weekend, right? This doesn't look like it'd be grape flavor, does it? Does it look like grape? Okay, on camera it looks like grape. But in person it looks like it'd be like a blackberry flavor. It is grape, though. It is grape. I work tomorrow. Ew. Ew. Because I was off Thursday. Oh, well, I love that. Yeah, Val. I don't blame you. Yeah. What was the brand of the grape or the cherry flavored medicine? Yeah. I understand. I hate everything. I'm so sorry. Jingles, I'm so sorry. Hugs for anybody who needs one. Hugs for anybody who needs one. If you guys don't want, you guys can definitely give to the next person. I'm not gonna lie, I had no intentions of playing DBD for pretty much the greater part of the stream. But you know what? I'm alright with it. I'm pretty happy with it. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. Trapper? Was it Robitussin? I love hugs. Ah! Me too. Robitussin sounds right. Yo, DJ! DJ, thank you for the 3 stream streak! Fucked up off it while on my sec. Really? Oh no! Oh yes. What was the trapper that I heard earlier with his with the bloody coil and the eerie add-on? Oh, that was a fun game though. It was super stressful. Uh-oh. Why are you coming? Slasher Bunny! Oh my god, I forgot to ask Joni who her favorite survivor was. Slasher Bunny! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Okay, Cop, you know what? That sounds about right. Slasher Bunny! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! Slasher, tell me who your favorite survivor is so I can play them for you next game. Everyone tells Slasher Bunny how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Hello, lovely. Hey. Think I won't? Think I won't? Think I won't throw this paillette as well? They'll do it. Alright. Oh, okay. You know what? I don't want to talk about it. Oh, I go down here. Oh, I so go down here. Yikes! Oh, shit nipples. Look at the skin. Ew. Ew. Okay, I threw 3 pallets, but you know what? 1 gen chase. Where are we going? Oh, we're right here. All right. Ada! I got you. Ada's Hoor. I'm joking. But we are playing with Ada's Hoor right now. No bloody coil? That's really good to know. No bloody coil is huge. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Everyone go tell Slasher Bunny how hot and tall, talented, and handsome she is. Thank you so much. And we'll do an Ada game for you next game. But welcome in, Raiders. My name is Pixel Kid. I am celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary this weekend, so thank you guys so much. Also, DJ, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm in a really good mood because I'm 40 from 1K. Wait, 40 from 1K on Twitch? Like 40 follows from 1K? If you guys do not follow Slasher Bunny right now, Slasher Bunny, you have all the more reason to ban people. That's awesome. 40. I remember when I hit my first 1K too, or like 1K on Twitch. I remember that. I think I go to second here. Basically, instant reset themselves. What do you think it's eerie? Listen, that's awesome, Slasher, but I'm so happy for you. Yeah, I go to second stage. See, that's why you can't be upset. about dying. This is like my second or third time going to, or third or fourth time going to second stage. It is what it is. This happens. Don't ban me. Go follow Slasher Plenty! Really? I didn't even hear that. I didn't even hear anybody scream. Ugh, YouTube is rough. YouTube is super rough. I panicked dead hard into the ghosty. You know what? Shit happens. That's really funny. Alright, I actually feel like I've upset people now. Maybe we'll do some solo queue. I feel like I may have upset somebody or something. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not. I hope I didn't upset anybody while I'm playing. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's on me.
You're dead though.
You're dead.
You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No Palin here, no Palin here on the right. No Palin here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go. Like, I just feel like I'm just pissing. Like, oh my, I don't know. I just feel like I'm not a good friend, and I'm just like, I don't know. I just feel stupid, and it's fine. It's fine. Like, it's a video game. It is what it is. I just feel stupid, and it's fine. You know, I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. Alright, you know what? Shut up. No one saw that, right? Oh, that's a trap there. No trap there? Uh-huh. Ooh! Wah! Oh, you get that. Oh, you got that, buddy. Is this trapped? Wait! Oh, God! I ran into whatever that blue thing was instead of, I won't talk about it. Going back to the stupid. Tazmi! GG's. GG's. Horror! Horror, thank you so much! Horror, thank you so much. No, you guys are so good. No, I'm so sorry. I'm just so stupid. It's me. It's a me thing. It's literally no one else's fault. It's all a me thing. It's me being stupid. That looked like a nasty Groot. Wait, Linton, are you talking about the killer? You're talking about, what are you talking about? June! No, please don't. Please contact your credit card company and say that was a mistake. The killer? Oh, that was the Trevor. You're not getting money right now. Call your bank and say that was fraudulent. He was looking so comfortable. So I had to disturb that. Right, Jojo? We had to disturb that. Because you were looking so comfortable. And Mommy had to disturb that because you don't pay rent. And your way to pay rent is by being cute for my friends. Do you mind? Do you mind being cute for my friends? You mind being cute for my friends? Thank you, Jojo. Slasher, did you get your post-stream self-care? Also, did you get any follows? Are you less than 40 follows away now? Are you less than 40 follows away? No, I couldn't care less. I literally could not care less. You know, I don't know. I'm just dumb. I'm just stupid. And I suck at this video game. Ugh. You know? I'm so bad at this video game. Oh! Fine, I'll call Jasper dumb! Jasper, you're no, I can't. You're too cute. Ay, chamoy. Hard-boiled eggs. Guys, please go follow Slasher Bunny. 1, because they're a mod, so you're contractually obligated to. 2, they just raided me, so you are contractually obligated to follow them. And 3, because they're 40 follows away from 1,000 follows. And if you guys are streamers, you guys know what a huge goal it is, and a huge milestone it is to hit 1,000 follows. So if you guys can, remember, a follow is free. And it takes uno momento to follow somebody. Thank you, Rascally Grandpa! Oh, thank you so much. It really means a lot. Truly. Thank you so much, Grandpa. And after I move, I'm going to do a Myers maid cosplay. What? That is so funny. Hey, thank you so much for following Slasher Buddy. You guys are the best, seriously. I'm trying to see if I can get a, like a blue envelope or a, BPS. Do you like audiobooks? So I have never, and like, so we've talked about this before on stream before. It's like, I have no reason to not use audiobooks, but I've never used an audiobook before. And I know it would be really good and easy, but okay, I'm so sorry. You asked a question, I should answer it. I don't not like audiobooks. I've never used one. Tizzo, thank you so much. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, I've never used one though. And it's not for any reason except for the fact that I just haven't used one yet. Open the in-game chat. Oh. What does that mean? Oh, hi, Ada. Oh, I got an envelope. I'll take it. That's better than nothing. All survivors. Okay, go. Deja vu. Balance landing. Well, let's get Kindred back on, because Kindred has been really helpful. I was playing today. Really? Were you doing DBD? Guys, should I do Wobbuffet or Gengar? Who should I eat? Wobbuffet or Gengar first? Yeah, Little Gone. Hell yeah. The Say So. No way. Oh, you saw me? Because if you want, I can be your audiobook. That sounds... Wait, what? What does that mean? Wobba Fett. Alright, I'll eat some Wobba Fett. Gengar? I heard Wobba Fett first. What is the thing? I could be your angle or your devil. That's what that just reminded me of. I could be your angle or your devil. Is that still a meme? I finally know. Yay! You know who else writes books? Rootsy. Also, this is not a call out, Rootsy. This is not a call out. I don't know if you've been working on your book or not, but I know you have started writing the book. It's not a call out though, because I understand writer's block. Listen, my Hobbit fanfic that I started, I'm on a writer's block on. Hi, Alice. Alice, instead of saying how high are you or hi how are you, I'm asking how high are you? In a good way? I can't even smell it. Oh wait, you know what it smells like? Besides amazing, it reminds me of come on, cities. IHOP. Egg. No, officer, it's hi, how are you? No, it's how high are you? I think I'm almost done. Number like, what the fudge? I still have your other book in my Amazon cart. I'm gonna see how much money I have after I pay my taxes, if any. 4 or 5. Shut up. That's crazy. Wait, what time is it? Happy birthday! Everyone has to stop what you're doing and say happy birthday to that one gay cop, because it's officially that one gay cop's birthday. Happy birthday! Oh, thank you, Slasher! But now tell gay cop happy birthday. It is midnight. 8-hour stream. 8-hour stream is egregious. It is midnight. Happy birthday, that one gay cop. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Happy heckin' birthday, that one gay cop. And remember, gay cop is doing a stream today. And by today, it means Saturday. So you guys have to go follow him. And tell him how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Ooh. Egg. Happy Womb Escape Day is crazy. Did you repel out was even crazier. Oi, Jamoy. Sorry I got sad. I'm sorry. I'm just stupid. I'm sorry. I'm fine. I'm totally fine though. 10 hours. Shut up! Oh, L work. Am I right, guys? Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. I'm very proud of you though, Rootsy. Holy crap, that's awesome. You're streaming, you're working, and you're working on your book. You know those blow-up stick thingies they have at baseball games? The dun 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 dun, you know, that they clap together? Those things? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, what about them? Oh, thank you, Alice. I should drink some more is what I should do. Ruchi, what if I want that? Oh! Egg! So good. Wacky inflatable arm... Wait, what did you call it? Wacky waving arm flailing inflatable too, man. I got my dad a desktop version of that. So... Oh! Gay cop, you'll like this. This is my daily calendar. Oh, I should change it. It wasn't my desk yesterday. There we go. It's the 11th. And it's dope. I got some Amazon. Did you just call this the forbidden dildo or the wacky arm inflatable tube man as inflatable inflatable dildo? I gotta stop. Anywho, I got my dad like that sized version of the wacky arm flailing inflatable man tube man. Wacky guy. I don't know. It's one of the Nazgul from Lord of the Rings. Anything can be dildo future. Shut up! Inflatable dildo, yeah. I'm just dumb. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Pixel just assumes everybody hates her, you know? And how many times has anyone given her any reason to think that they hate them? 0 times. Houndmaster? Wait, hold on. Shh. Ask how many times anyone has given me a reason to think that they hate me. 0. But how many times does Pixel think that, so just assume that people hate them? All the time. I'm stupid. Oh, it's a nurse. I thought I heard dog. Nurse. I'm with enough lube and a flared base. Thank you for mentioning a flared base, because that is the most important thing. Flared blazes are so important. Listen, anything could get shoved up that pooper as long as it's got a flared base. Yeah. I worked in I managed an adult store for 7 years, and there were a lot of nurses that came to buy dildos from me. And a lot of nurses would tell me and point at how many things that they pulled out of people's butts, because people don't realize that the anus is a vacuum. And whatever you put up back there is gonna get sucked up in there. Get it out of here, Slasher! Oh my god, please get your post-stream self-care. The suck. Minus me is crazy. Everyone tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are, including Slasher Bunny. Hi, Vicky! Everyone tell Vicky how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Hi, Vicky. Hello, lovely. Oh, so she's gonna come right here. Yep, she's coming right here. Sorry, lovely. Oh, the tunnel. Well. But yeah, make sure you guys tell all the mods how hot they are. And go follow Slasher Bunny, because Slasher Bunny is less than 40 follows away from 1,000 follows on Twitch. So make sure you give her lots of love. Thank you guys so much. And Vicky, thank you so much. Oh, Val! Oh, Val. I'm gonna be like, yeah. I know exactly what those add-ons do. Campbell's. I want to say I've heard of Campbell's before, but I don't know what it does. Oh, yeah, Ewok, that'll happen. Because the anus is a vacuum. And people don't realize that whatever you stick up there, if it don't got a flared base, you're screwed. Don't blink. Oh, is it that one? Okay. What about soup? We're talking about butt stuff, Raven. What about soup? What? This nurse is so hot? Oh, can't relate. Shout to my balance landing on this map, by the way. Oh, shit, nipples. No, don't come here. No, don't come here. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. I saw that pallet was gone, so I had to alter my route. Oh, she gets that. Yeah, she gets that. Oh! Yes, Raven. That is what we're talking about. Yep. Yep. Oh, there was a pallet there. My bad. But hey, I have Kindred, so it should be good. Thank you, Cookie! Thank you very much. Thank you. I want another egg. Chat, please don't put soup up your butt. You can't stop me. What do you mean? No, he'll like that too much, Rootsy. Cookie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. But, Mom, I want to put Campbell's soup up my butt. You know, I've been watching a lot of The Boys recently, and there's a lot of butt stuff that happens in The Boys. Not that I'm, like, against it. I'm just happen to notice that there's just a lot of butt stuff that is involved in The Boys. And, clip what? It won't be pleasant? That is for me to judge. Thank you. Wait, Val, why? Already on it. What did I say? I don't remember. I don't remember what I said. That was suspicious. Oh, that was life. Oh, please don't see me. She might see me. I'm gonna move. Don't have nurses. Oh, this is awkward. Alright, we're fine, we're fine. Sorry, love, sorry, love, sorry, love. Rosie took her to the complete other side of the map, which is so big, so large, so giant, so omega. Mino! Shut the front door, Mino. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in! Holy! Oh, shoot. Shoot and boot. Oh, she's coming right here. She's coming. Oh my god. Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, so dead. Stop that. Ah! Stop it! You hit my squishy. That was my squishy. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Woo! Stop that! She has so many things. Zombies are people too. Welcome in. Jerd, welcome in. Death Base, welcome in. Mina, welcome in. VV Guitars, welcome in. Dragon Tamer, welcome in. Joseph Addison, welcome in. Thank you guys so much. We are currently celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. Can you believe it? Thank you guys so much. Welcome in. Hi, Mina. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Also, thank you for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Guys, everyone go follow Mino. Mino, I hope you're having the best night so far. I hope you had a great stream. Also, Mino, can you let me know who your favorite survivor is? Because I would love to play them for you next game. We are currently playing Ada for Slasher Bunny, who raided us a little bit ago. So let me know who your favorite survivor is. I'd love to play them for you. Or if you have a least favorite survivor... Sorry, I hiccuped. If you have a least favorite survivor, let me know, because I usually die. So if you have a least favorite survivor and you love to watch them die, I'll play them for you. Whichever's your favorite. Oh, shit, I missed that. Campbell's... Wait, was there was a clip. Hold on. Campbell's soup. Was it me saying that you could put soup up your butt? Did some open lobbies! Hell yeah. I hope you had the brush, remember. I hope you guys got lots of blood points. We're playing with Rootsy, one of my mods. Spade System, who is Ada's Horror, one of my mods, and Leon's Moans, who is Winchester Pendragon, who is one of our VIPs, VIPizzles. Whatever. Dicks. I don't oh, dicks. I don't remember what I said. That was apparently so suspicious. What did I say? I gotta read this alert or watch this clip afterwards. It's macho, thank God. I don't even know what I said. We have 5 gens left! What the helly? So anyways, I started blasting. And by blast, I mean ass blasting. She thinks we're still in the basement. Oh, weird. Oh, I have Oblivious on. Whatever's your fancy. Thank you for my daily dose of dicks, Lintona. Least favorite ace? You know what? I'm an ace main, so that's fine. I'll allow it. And favorite sables, you can choose. All right. I might do ace for you because I have the most cakes on him, and I'll probably die. So I'll die for you. Don't worry. I'll die for you, love. I just realized 2 people are dead. I have not been paying attention. Holy shit. You know, I couldn't care less. There's a lot of people that don't like aces, so I don't blame you. Just if you don't get your post-stream self-care, just wait until you see my outfit for him. But seriously, if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. And truly, thank you guys so much for the raid and for the love. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Imagine I had a skill check for that, though. Wow! Danny, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. It's not too bad. Do you think she'll know where I am? There's no way she knew. There is no way she knew. Yo, GG's. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, and I see you, and I appreciate you. For the record, I was in that locker before her thing went off. Cold Shadow, thank you so much. Danny, thank you so much. Rat Boy, thank you guys so much. Welcome in! Danny, let me know if you have a favorite survivor. I would love to play them for you. We're gonna do an ace game. And then we'll play whatever survivor you have. But welcome in. Thank you guys so much. Lintona, thank you so much for all the bits and sound alerts. Welcome in. My name is Pixel Kitten. It is my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. We, oh, well, here. You guys want to see the ace fit? Here's the ace fit. Tell me this is not the best fit that you've ever seen. I love Ace and his little manties. But welcome in. We're celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. I am a variety streamer, an eerie DBD creator, and I play a lot of DBD, Outlast Trials, I don't know, Cult of Lamb, No I'm Not a Human, whatever I really can get my hands on. But thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. Pixel Kitten. Oh, instead of kitten. I don't enunciate my words very well, Val. I'm so sorry. I love it. Danny, let me know who your favorite survivor is so I can play them for you. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Ugh. Sable, I got you. Thank you, Cinnybon. Thank you. Looks like Brian. I've never seen Breaking Bad, but I know I have to watch that show. I did just finish watching The Boys, so that's one show that I need to catch up on that I finally played. Also, I do have some doggies, and I do have some kitties. Here's 50% of my dog population. That's Boo. And then here's 33% of my cat population. Jasper, want to say hello? Okay. Hello, this is Jasper. He's so happy to be here. Do you guys see how happy he is? Happy. Yeah, that's happy face. I guess. The doctor is bugged right now. Isn't the doctor, like, got, like, crazy? But he's got crazy issues for the past year, no? Right? Also, hi, Mediocre Jester. And thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, so I won't, like, be like, oh, hey, thank you so much for the follow. But I do see the follows. I really appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. Please go grab some food. I want to play Sable after this. Right, Jojo? Okay. Is it Nina? Nina, welcome in. Thank you so much for coming over the raid. This is Jasper. Are you staying or are you going? What are you doing? Okay. Okay. You staying? Okay, Muffin. Come on, take another shot, guys. He's very fluffy. Super duper fluffy, and he gets cat fur all over my lips. Do you want to show the belly? Alright, we show the belly. It's belly time! Oh, it's your belly. Belly time! Oh, it's your big belly. Your big belly, Muffo. Oh, little muffin top. Oh, yes, sir. Little muffin top. Oh. Big muffins. Big muffins. You're so cute. You're so cute. Alright, go away. Good boy. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. Got a meow, 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 and a woof, woof. This is the dog that's back there, and then this is the cat that's right there. What the fudge is happening? Icy, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? What's up, young demon? Welcome in. What the fudge is happening? Holy! Oh my gosh. Hi, Icy! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're doing some DVD and celebrating my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. Can you believe it? What's up, Graveside? What's up, Elirial? Oh my god, I butchered that. Oh, that was so bad. I'm so sorry, homie. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, but welcome in. Oh, and thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see... My eyes! I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. What the hecky? Elirial. Did I say that right? Elirial. Hi, Nye! Ugh, everyone tell Nyquist hello. I'm sorry. Elirial, did I say that right? Sup, nerd? Yo, what's up, nerd? Guys, everyone tell Icy how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, Icy, do you have a favorite survivor so I can play them for you? I'm doing Minatori's least favorite survivor, which is Ace, because I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die in this house. And then we're gonna do Sable for Danny. And then whomstever's your favorite survivor, or least favorite, if you want, because I'm probably gonna die. Let me know, Icy. And everyone go follow Icy right now. And if you guys don't, mods, ban them. But Grave, I hope you're doing so good. Nyquist, I hope you're doing so good. But we can do Kate? I'm down for some Kate-alicious, Devilicious, make the boys go loco. Alright, so we're doing Sable after this, and then we'll do Kate. Alright, and it's a demo doge. I like this map. I do like this map. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Seriously, all the follows that have been happening for all the raids and all throughout the night. Thank you guys so much. But please make sure you guys get your post-stream self-care. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink! Nye, are you doing the St. Jude thing this weekend? Hello, doggy. Hello, love. Nice abs! Holy abalicious. Defalicious. Make the boys go loco. Private server. What? Happy anniversary! Shut up. Icy, that's awesome. Happy 1 year affiliate anniversary. That's so cool. I'm so proud of you. Big hacking anniversary. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Hi, Zinka. Got you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry. Also, I've been drinking, so sorry about that. Proud of you. I haven't done anything. All I've done is sit here and feel sorry for myself. It's not been a good couple weeks. Hence why I'm not doing like a special stream or anything today. How are you? I'm so okay. How are you doing? Zika, how are you doing? That's what I want to know. What? Now what the hell Beyonce was that? Oh, I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that. That was really bad. Listen, I'm just saying, I've been drinking. I don't do anything. No. I literally don't do anything. I literally just sit here and I play video games really, really poorly. Thank you so much, Illyrial. Thank you so much. Drink my beer. Handed a blanket for my brother? Shut up. What kind of blanket are you making from? I'm gonna look at his butt. Ugh. Ugh. I do enjoy a good little demo doggy, though. I'm not gonna lie. What if I just ran away and I didn't heal him? Wouldn't that be so funny? Your marks! I kind of want to do another drink. Should I do another drink, guys? Should I? I might. Who knows? I might do another drinky. Yes? I mean, if Mino said so. Where was the down? Oh, right there? Oh, wait, that's a butthole. Wait, where was the down? Oh, over there. Coop? Oh, wow. Your gen is 99? All right, I'm going. Was it a blood gen? My gen? What gen? Was it a blood gen? Yeah, okay. I don't think they hit it, right? You were doing? Okay. This should be enough, right? This should be enough? Should we do it? This one? This one? I don't know. Was it this one? Shoot. I don't believe so. 99? Oh. It was literally... I don't even think that was 99. I think that was 99.999. That was the closest I have ever seen to 99.99. That is crazy. That was 99.99. There is! Exclamation point Discord. To get into the Discord, it's a 1,000 channel point, which we refund you. But it's just to make sure that we control on who gets into the Discord. This is crazy. I've never seen a gen be like that close to being done. You know what I mean? Wiped up. Yep. That's alright. Whoa, I didn't see you! I'm sorry. Honestly, you scared me. You scared me, kitten. Oh, jeez. Oi, chamoy. No, come chase me. Come chase me. There you go. Who's a good little kitten? Good girl. Good girl. We'll get you. I can get you after this game if you guys don't mind waiting. That was good. That was really fortuitous, methinks. Back on the gym. That was really fortuitous. Okay. Might be easier if I do it, Spades, because they don't have to message me first because they're already following. Oh my god, you scared me, Dwight. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Wait! Whoa! Whoa! Hello, love. Guess where we're back to again. Coo! Cue to Gracie. Oh, and he's got, Enduring. So, Coup and Enduring and a mystery Mousecatool for later? No way that missed. What the fudgies? Oh, Raven's got it! Zinka, send Rar Raven a whisper on Twitch. What the fudge? What the fudge? Guys, that's 2 chases that I've escaped so far, and that's not like me. Woo! He's back! He's back! He's back, Ken. Oh shit, nipples! I didn't see that there. If you guys send a whisper, a Twitch whisper to Rar Raven, she'll get that Discord in for you guys. Oh, good. You're good. You guys are good. You guys are Gucci's Gucci. Thank you, Raven. Guys, my black cat is here. One's in chat if you guys want to see a black cat. Who wants to see a black cat? She took Jasper's box too, by the way, which is really rude. Ooh! No way. I do have conviction, so if I get slugged... Oh, man. Sir? Hey. He said, go men, bitch. Oh! Black pussy? Whoa! Oh, is he still cool, man? What did I do? Wait, chat, what did I do? Wait, chat, what did I do? I forgot about Coup! Oh, please, please, don't, no, yes, no, wait, hold on. Oh my god, conviction. Oh my god. Oh my god, conviction. Please tell me there's a door over here. Please tell me there's a door over here. Ah, fudge. Yes. All right, open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks at your window. I need to get out. I need to get out. Sorry, I have conviction. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. All right, you can heal me. I'm about to go down though. Wait, was it right here? Oh, I was gonna say you can heal me, but I just remembered I was broken. All right, bye guys. Jasper! What are you doing? Jasper! Alright, so Jasper was just, So, Jasper was just humping Midnight. And I've never seen him do that. I have owned him for 8 years. I've owned him for 8 years, and I've never seen him hump my cat. That's pretty fucked up, Jasper. I've never seen that. Oh my god, poor Midnight. Look at how traumatized she is. Oh my poor baby. Jasper, bad. Bad cat. I've never seen you hump anything, Jasper. That is actually crazy. 8 years I've owned him. 8 years. I've never seen him hump Midnight before. Now, Charlie will hump Boo, and I know that's like a dominant thing. Like, he does that to be like, this is my house, you know? Yeah, he's fixed. It's just... I've never seen him before. And I'm just like, kind of just like... agog. Aghast. Is Marius in love at last? I've never seen him. Ooh. Yeah, everybody's fixed. It's for all intents and purposes, it's like it's a dominant thing. But the thing is, Midnight is like the owner of the house. Like she's the head honcho. So I think it's very strange that he was trying to hump her. Right, so we're doing Sable. What build do I have for Sable? Oh, I don't have anything, like I don't have any offerings for Sable. Let's put Kindred back on. Let's see if we can get an offering for her. Thank you, JPEG. Thank you so much. Thank you. Celebrating 5 years as Twitch partner. Can you guys believe it? JPEGs. Thank you for the forehead kiss. You take you one, Raven. Raven, do you need me to get anybody else or are you good? Spades and Leon's Moans. Do you guys want to stay in this lobby or do you guys want to back out? I'm okay either way. But up to you. What do you guys think? Your stream. Really? Raymond, thank you so much. What the heck? Up to you. I mean, I guess we could stay. I mean, worst case scenario. Wait, are they on PC? Oh, they're on console. That's fine. Well, I don't have any offerings for you guys, so I'll just do Bloodshot Eye. Also, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Hey, you know what? If they think we're awful teammates, and that's their prerogative, right? None of us like decisions. I'm a Libra, all right? I can't come up with decisions. Oh, you know what? I should post this in the mod chat. Hold on. Oh, Shamoy. There you go. Benny, welcome in. Thank you so much. And I'm a Leo. Maybe you guys have some Libra mixed in with you. Jasper, I can't believe you were such a naughty boy. You know Midnight runs this household. Who runs the world? Girls. Who runs the world? Girls. Oh, this is mine. This is mine. Back off. It's another Sadako! I'm literally gonna... Sadako, if you're watching this stream, go ahead and tunnel me out. I don't want to play. Oh, okay. Oh, no. That was awkward. Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Was like, there's nothing. I'm a Libra, but we can't come up with decisions. That was the joke that I was making. Jenny was like, I'm a Libra, all right? I can't come up with decisions. That's oh pips and poops. Maybe she heard me. Oh, hello frames. Hello frames. Hello frames. Holy frame drops. Holy. Oh, I will drop every pallet on this map. Think I won't? Because I will. Damn it. I ran right in there. Wow! She's got that thing! She's got that thing! She's got that thing! End Fury! End Fury! Pre-chop! 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 Good night, Lintona! Lintona, thank you so much for the bits. You are so hot and tall and talented. Thank you so much. Canary, yeah you do. I expect a lot of cat pics. Thank you very much. This looks like pain res. Like, when'd you go so far? Pain res? Question mark? No? I don't know. Misunderstood softy. Real. Yeah, pain res, okay. It was like, she walked way too out of her way for it to not be pain res. Benny, hope you're doing so good. Hit Nane. Oh, mine. Oh, mine. It's the weekend. Happy weekend. Helms, yeah. Helms, yeah. I'm gonna drink some more G Fuel. Thank you, Julium. Oh, I have a Commodious. Helms, yeah. Exactly! Exactly, zombie. So, she has 1 stack of pain res down. Remember, this hook. Nice! Oh, actually, let me get that totem. Yeah, cool, perfect. Just getting those heal points, hell yeah. Carry that heal is so funny. Hell yeah. Oh, why are we running? Oh, shit. There we go. Well, yeah, there it goes. Oh, damn it! Oh, man, I'm screwed. That was just really unfortunate timing. Oh, guess I go heal. That's really funny. Pop? Okay, so she has Pop, Pain Res, End Fury, and... Oh, that's it. So Pop, Pain Res, End Fury. That's her build. Hi, screwed. I'm zombie. Midnight's back. Thank you, Zane. Thank you so much, homie. All right, we're healed. We're healed. Let's see if we can find a gen to put... Yes. I was going to say, let's see if we can put a gen to put our Commodious into.
36.
Oh my god. Oh, no. Oh, no. I keep running this killer. I'm having the worst luck. Zane, thank you for the 36 months. You know that's a 3-year anniversary, right? That means that you get a brand new Pokemon card to go in my Pokemon binder. You get a fire Pokemon, too. Fire, fire. Let's see if I can get this heal down. I don't know. Gotta watch that TV. Thank you so much for the 3 years of subbing. Enjoy your 90... Countdown. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the fudgy wudgies? Do you want this palette? Oh, she left. I mean, Jill has a lot of palettes in mid, so I'm gonna let her, you know, do her thing. I guess I'll just go back here. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. Chill. Chill on it! I gotta remember to pre-drop, though, because she has... the thing. Ah, poops. Damn! I was gonna die no matter what. Either I dropped it on her head or I get End Fury. A lot of Onryos tonight, I've noticed. Look at this little kitty! Oh, is that one of your emotes? It's so cute. Loaf. It's so cute. I love him. Oh, I pressed A. Sorry. That was me. You know she's gonna come right back, right? On God, she's gonna come right back. Oh! Here she is. Here she is. She's here. Yeah! Here she is! I gotta find another gen to put my thing in. Actually, if you're running away, I'll go back. Right? I just want to put my toolbox into something. Oh, it's so cute. What's your kitty cat's name? The one that's in the emo? Zane, you're gonna be my second, oh, Solstice. I forgot. Sorry. Sorry, hit my headset off. I forgot I have cat ears. But, Zane, you're gonna be my second year anniversary to put in the binder today. We had a 1-year anniversary with Master of Puns, and you're gonna be our second anniversary with, oh, I forgot about that, with a 3-year anniversary, which is crazy. She's getting Jill. Oh, is that Deadod? It looked like a Deadod. I can go get you. Look at those Abby whammies. Jordan! Jordan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Ooh. Holy skill checks that one. Oh, shit! Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. I was busy. Yike! 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 Pally, how are you, homie? Everyone tell Pally how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Hi, Pally. Hi, Jordan. The slutty little crop chop. Oh my god, so hot, right? I love it. All right, that was our Sable game. And then we're going to do Kate. Pally, hope you're doing so good. Oh. Let's see if we can get a little back crack action. Oh, a little bit. A little bit. All right, let's get our 3-year Pokemon card for Zane. Let's see. What's this? Ooh, Oka? I don't think anyone else has this card. After Friday night and felt the urge to remind the homies how awesome you are. That's so funny. You know what? You deserve a big one. No, you. No, you. Literally no, you, Pally. Also, I've been doing a little bit of drinking. I'm actually going to take another shot, I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I'm going to do another drinking. I think Pally deserves the big one. I see. Mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. All right. You'll do a shot with me? Bet. I'll probably do... Maybe I'll do another rum. It's so big. You know, if I had a nickel for every time someone's told me that, I'd have one nick. I'm joking. All right, Zane McBoss. Z is the only thing that's uppercase. For 3 years. Holy! Everybody! I feel like yours is bigger than those. See, that I've heard a lot. Alright, maybe not as much as other people, but... Oi, Jamoy. Zane! Zane, thank you very much for the 3 years. You're a Centiscorch? Centiscorch. Thank you so much for 3 years. Thank you so much for three hecking years of subbing. That's crazy. You know, I should make an emote with my big card. Raven, no! That's alright. I'll be live tomorrow. Oh my god, thank you so much, Zane. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Let's do a shot! We'll do a shot of rum. Look for a gif of a rat? Really? I don't think I've seen that. We'll do a shot of Kraken. Yeah, tomorrow, yeah. After Dungeons and Dragons. So, usually I go live pretty early, because my stream time is 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, but I go live around 6 Central Standard Time. But tomorrow it'll be around 7:05, 7:10. Because it'll be after Dungeons and Dragons. But you know who's going to be live for his birthday tomorrow? That one gay cop. That one gay cop will be streaming for his birthday tomorrow. It is Jordan. It really is. But it's the thing with the highest alcohol content, so. Well, that I have currently. This is a double shot glass, so this is a whole shot. Cheers. Salud. L'chaim. Happy 5-year partner stream. Yip, yip. Ugh. Ugh. I'm out of G Fuel. Fudge. Yucky. Yeah. Wait, so hold on. It's Val's birthday today. Danny, is it your birthday today? Okay. Wait, hold on. Val, is your birthday Friday the 10th or Saturday the 11th? Because that one gay comp is the 11th. Okay, you're 10th, so you're Friday. So your Friday birthday. That one gay cop is the 11th. Danny, yours is Monday the 13th. Happy early birthday, Danny. And it was someone else's birthday. Wait, when's Minos? Is Minos on Monday too? Shut up. Look at all these heckin' birthdays. Look at all these Tauruses in here. I'll feel your G. Wouldn't you like that, wouldn't you? So many birthdays. What happened 9 months ago? Jasper, what happened 9 months ago? What happened 9 months ago? A big fluffy belly is what happened 9 months ago. He's so cute. He's so cute. Belly, belly, belly. Your parents had sex. Thank you, Raven. Oh, Minos is Tuesday, the 14th. Whoa! That's hella premature. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad you made it. Do you have to slap your tail in my face? My boy cats are so good at slapping their tails into my face. Was supposed to be a January baby? Wait, so what were you, Vicky? If you were supposed to be January? No need to look so afraid. Really? Danny? I think I was just in time. Shut up, Vicky. Vicky, that's such a different, month. That's 3 months away. And I was so tiny, less than 7 pounds. I think I was 9 pounds. I think my brother and I were both 9 pounds. Oh my god. Oh, wow. August, baby? I'm October. Wow. Damn. 2 months. 3 pounds. Vicky! I'm so glad that you guys are all okay and you're with us. What the fudgies? December? Wait, Zombie, I forgot. What day in December was it? I don't remember. You're October? High five. I'm October too. 14th? You're a week before my brother. Gotta get away. Get away. Gotta get away. Holy diver, soul survivor. Holy diver. Robust, clearly arriving with both presence and a concerning sense of ambition. That is so nice, Neva Money. What the fudgies? My birth was the only time I was on time. Really? Really? Vicky was like, bet. 2 weeks early. Oldest was basically on time. I know, I want to say that I was on time. I don't know, I could ask. I want to say that I was on time. I do know that my parents didn't check to see what gender I was. And so I had to wear, and they thought, my mom was like convinced I was going to be a boy. And so I had to wear all my brother's hand-me-downs when I was a baby. I don't care. I was a baby. I don't give a fuck. And my, I'm playing as Kate. Kate is next. I do know that I was definitely not supposed to be born because my parents were using all sorts of contraceptives to make sure that I wasn't going to get born. And then here I was like, hello. So despite all odds, here I am. I was a condom baby and a birth control baby. Hello. Quelle surprise. You're 10-12, I'm 10-15. No way. That was moonshine. I am the 1%. Your parents had me at 40? My parents were 27? I don't know. Late, or I think my parents were 30. Yo, 10-22. Yeah, I was a condom baby and a birth control baby. Very cool. Oh, I don't want this build. Not for playing with people. Playing ponies. Kate, what do you have as far as offerings? You got an envelopia? Nope. Well, I have nothing on Kate. Holy! Let me see if I can get some blood points on her and see if I can get an envelope or a BPS or something. I was a lobster baby? What the fudge does that even mean? Cake stacking? I'm trying, but I don't have anything for Kate right now. Well, I too was an oopsie. Mom was on BC, dead work on. Yeah, exactly! You were determined. I was born with a full head of curls. Really? I was born 10 months after the wedding. Well, I guess it's better to be 10 months after the wedding than 10 months before the wedding, right? My mom was a baby when she had me. Oh, really? A baby? Come on. Come on, blood points. Come on, blood web. Give me an envelope or a BPS. I think after this, we go back to whatever character I want, right? Was this our last person we had to do for the raid? Oh, okay. Oh, BPS! I got a BPS! Don't ready up! Hold on. Alright, you can ready up now. Also look at literally know you. Shut up, Danny. No way. Are you close with your mom? That's a really personal question. Ignore that. Wow, ignore that. So anyways, my dad worked at Red Lobster. Shut up. My mom was a customer. They had like 2 dates and 1 night stand. And then you were gifted the greatest child on the planet. That's amazing. Early 20s. Oh my god, babies! Zombie, I'll sandbag you. I'll sandbag you. You used to be? I got you. I understand. Your sperm donor's crazy. Alright. Alright, everybody sandbag Zombie! What the fudge? Emily! Emily, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Oh my god, is it 1 a.m.? Holy bunch. Emily, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How was your stream? Welcome to the 5-year Twitch partner anniversary stream. Yippee! It's nearly 2. Nearly 1 for me. Hi, Manani. Oh my god, I probably butchered that. I'm so sorry. What's up, Manane? Manane? Oh my god. I just took a shot, alright? You can't judge me. Right? You can't judge me? Oni? It's an Oni. Oh, Spades is gonna be so happy. It's the kitty cat Oni skin too! Oh, okay. That was just really unfortunate timing for the record. For the record, I know I was first hit, but to be fair, I was in a really bad spot, alright? I was in a really bad spot. Alright. Whoa! Holy sheboygan. Look at the little kitty cat in his head! It's so cute! Oh my god, zombie! Zombie! Wow! I thought Zombie was gonna sandbag me. Is Zombie taking a hit? What the fudgies? Yo! No way! Goated. Oh! I was spamming that spacebar, but I think it was too far away. Yeah, I think it was way too far away. Oh man, so close though. Oh! Yo, he said, no one's gonna stun me today. Look at the little kitty cat on his head! Now, okay, question. Does this kitty cat have the same, like, breed? Like, is it the same, like, orangey brown kitty cat every single time? Or is it a different kitty cat every time? Because that would be so cute if it was, like, a different look every single time. But Emily, thank you so much for the raid. Mina! Welcome in, guys. Emily, do you have a favorite survivor in Dead by Daylight? 'Cause I would love to play them for you, if you do have a favorite one. But thank you guys so much for the raid. Oh, shite. I just realized I did not play an ad, so I gotta snooze this. Yeesh. Have a good night, Vicky! Vicky, have the best night ever! Everyone say good night, Vicky! Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Nailed that skill check. Nailed that skill check. What is this build? Resilience, Vigil. Okay. Alright. I mean, I guess, right? Fung! Alright. I got you. Fung, man. You guys are gonna hate my build. Ultimate game sense. I'm guessing because he just opened a locker for no pair. Oh, really? Okay. Alright. Good to know. Thank you guys so much for the raids, truly. And thank you for the follows. I have anonymous follows on. But I do see... Oh, shit. Someone's on Hook. I do see the follows, and I do appreciate you guys so much. I'm so sorry. I did not realize they were on Hook. I'm so sorry. I was yapping. Oh, shite. I was yapping. I'm so sorry. I was not paying attention. I'm so sorry. I think I can get this. I think I get this. I'm so sorry. I did not realize they were on Hook. Please don't die! Oh, I am the best around. How many shops are we, Emily? I don't know. I want to say 6 or 7 shots, but I don't want anyone to be like, 6 or 7? But I am about 6 or 7 shots in. I literally think that's how many shots I'm into. Like, I'm not being facetious. Although we were playing chess earlier. Shut up. We were playing chess earlier on Outlast Trials. Oh, zombie, watch out. We were playing chess early on Outlast Trials, so we can get the... Ah, poops. So we can get the 6-7 Pog Champ Twitch badge. Yes! Somebody banned me? Never. Never. You guys would like that too much. Abracadabra, na na, hoo na na, hoo na na, hoo na na. Abracadabra, na na, hoo na na. Jeffrey, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Celebrating 5 years, if you could believe it. And I still have no idea what I'm doing as far as Twitch goes. Can you believe it? I'm sure you guys can. Abracadabra. Oh, zombie's still on hook. That's alright. That's alright. I heal you. I have resilience. Why is it taking so long? Am I, oh, hello? Am I still streaming? Okay, we're good. Alright. I was like, I automatically just think that, my stream just shuts down. Okay, good, good, thank God. Alright, we'll do another cake game, because that one didn't count. Thank you, Girl Jeffrey, thank you so much. Oh, really? Oh my God. Does anyone really know what we're doing? Alright, let's do another cake game. Fudge, I have to try to get another BPS? Oh my God. It took me 8 years to get that. Listen, if you guys have had the same luck as I had with like my PC/internet, you'd understand, right? The panic on whether oh, I can play an ad! And now, and now, and now, and now, and now. No, zombie, you do it. You do it. I'm good. Thank you, though. Oi, Jamoy, can she get a BPS or an envelope? If not, I gotta play an eyeball. Come on. DBD are a bunch of haters. I think I have to do an eyeball, guys. I don't have an envelope or a BPS on her. No, damn. Oh, I do! I got a BPS! Alright, we're good. We're good. We got a BPS. I don't know how or when, but I got a BPS. Whoa! Ho, ho! GG easy! Let's go! You guys are worried. For what reason, Master Chief? We've been streaming for 7 hours. We started DVD, but I stopped over. Oh, really? The games are okay. I'm having fun. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I don't know how to play this game. But my friends do, and that's what matters. We've had, what, the Houndmaster let me live earlier. That was really nice. We had an on-rail earlier that let me live when I was playing solo queue, and then waited till I was the last survivor alive to kill me, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, the game's been pretty cool. Pretty nice. Nostromo! Also, if I've missed anyone's messages or any kissies, please let me know. I am not trying to miss anybody's stuff, but if I do, it is not intentional. Super sluggy night, and that one really killed me. Oh my god, I think my first game on earlier was a night. Oh, do you want me to... Do you want this? Oh, I'm sorry, love. I think they might have a perk or something. 5 more days. Ooh, 4 more days. 4 or 5 more days. Thank you. You can have my firstborn. I got you. I feel like you wouldn't have done that unless you wanted me to get you off. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You wanted me to get off. Mindbreaker, by the way. Yeah, like 4.5 to 5. Whoa! Oh, man. I'm so bad against Felipe's. Oh, pretend like I didn't see you there. I'm so bad against Felipe's. I'm so bad. What is my ping? 45? Why am I lagging? Not that that would have saved... Not that that would have saved me. I was, like, really lagging right there. Against Wraith. I'm so bad against Wraiths. Pixel 6th gen loop to Toxic Bite main while answer... Yeah, see? Exactly! I look at is right. I still have context. I'm both frightened and aroused. Wait! Wait, when I was talking about spades earlier. Really? You know what? I haven't gone against a clown in so long. Oh, wait, is that pain res? Was that pain res? If it is, that's really good that pain res was so quick and I got my stack done right away. I'm really bad against Felipe's in general. Clowns, I feel like I could be somewhat okay with. It depends, you know? I feel like I'm decent against blights. Nurses, fitty. I feel like I'm, like, decent against nurses. Yeah, clowns, I think I'm, like, mid, right? 50-50? Yeah, that sounds alright, Raven. For the record, I didn't mean it, but yeah. I probably did say something like that. Ghouls, again, fitty, right? Dredge, I think I'm okay with. Bamboozle, that's great to know. He left me? Okay, so I'm screwed, is what you're telling me. I'm screwed, is what you're telling me. Because now he knows that I'm the weak link. Does not respect pallets, that's good to know. That's really good to know. I'm the same way when I play killer. I'm almost like, come on, throw it. Come on, throw it. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby, throw it. Why are you whining like that? Nicholas, you are so loud. For what reason, Master Chief? Ah! You know what? He's all yours. He's all yours, Rafe. What do you mean? Wow, he does not respect pallets. You are right. Holy. Sorry, I see a pallet. I'm sorry. It's not because I see you. It's because I see a pallet. I'm so sorry. Oh. Was that a flashbang? Oh. I'm running. Why is my game freaking out? Do you guys see that? Ah! Ow! Gay Cap, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Gay. Why is my game freaking out? I'm not even in chase right now. Alright, there we go. Hello, generator. Alright, for the record, I totally hit that skill check. Yeah, do you guys see the lag? It's like really wacky tobacco. He has 112, but that's like, that's not the, like, why the game's lagging. Oh, do you need heals? No, you're good. 2 gens left. What the heck? I haven't done anything this game. Happy birthday, Gay Cop! Also, Gay Cop will be doing a stream later today, as in Saturday. Right? This is, we've had 2 games today where the servers have shut off. Like, ended. It was really funny. There's one game where, I wouldn't say I got tunneled, but, like, I didn't, like, not get tunneled. But there's a game that I died in, and as soon as I died, the server shut down, so that was really funny. And then there was the last game that we just had, where the server shut off. Thank you, Amelodol. Don't touch me. Thank you, Amelodol. Thank you so much, Angel.
I've been out all day.
Shut the front door. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes to add for you viewing and your sub badge. Thank you so much, Amelodol. I hope you had a great weekend so far. Happy 100 days of being chemo free. Oh, all good. If you have a second after this game's over, I want to show you something that I got. It's a fuck cancer thing. I want to show you because we're doing a stream with fuck cancer in June, I think. I want to show you something cool. Hi, Shadow! Shadow, thank you so much, Angel! Happy 100 days of being chemo-free. I'm a little scared because he's not in chase with anybody, and I'm waiting for, like, him to, come up on my butthole. Whoa. You know what I mean? I'm waiting for a little... Oh, there it is. There's the butthole. Ah. Oh, I'm under a pallet? I'm under a pallet? Oh, that's right. So laggy, you see that? Just like him picking me up. All good. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. 2 cyclone. I've had 2. Wait, what have you had? Oh, good. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Maine is one canister away from getting done. Thank you, lovely. Shut up, Melodol. That's so scary. Are you okay? Yikes. But seriously, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you, lovely. Thank you, Moon Moth. Moon Moth, I love your name, by the way. Holy lag. Why is the server, like, breaking? Oh, I don't know if Maine's gonna get done now. I love it. Ira Games, but they've been okay. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so cooked. I've been alright, though. Who was he on? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Sorry, love. Oh. Oh. Oh, shite. I think Zombie might have to get that save because he doesn't have any hooks yet. Oh, Zombie's right here. Hold on. Oh, okay. I got it! I got it! Thank you, Burby! Thank you, Burb. Burb Fakes, thank you so much, homie. I called you Burb Fakes again. I'm so sorry. Off? Alright, you're the worst. I don't think this is... I don't think this is the play. I think we heal and then we run. Yep, then we go. Okay. We got it. Who's that? I know, I know. I called Lexi Cat earlier and she's like, huh? Not like, huh? She was like, she did the broken heart emoji. It was really funny. Watch before I call Rootsy Red Wolf 05. I will... we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. I will call everybody their old usernames. Think I won't? What's that called? Dead naming? That's deep burb lore. Deep burb. One of his older usernames was Deep Burb. This is my palette. There are many like it, but this one is mine. This is like my safety palette. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Oh, there's one right here. Look, 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 look. What? Go back to my palette, go back to my palette, go back to my palette. There are many like it, but this one is mine. What? Oh, hello, lovely. Wait, there's no gens to guard over here. Oh, he left me. Oh, all right. Dad usernaming, yeah. Probably shouldn't do that, right? Alright, hold on. Hold on. I'll be a good girl. I'm coming. I'm doing gens. Oh, okay. Main just got done, so we'll do that one. That one has... I don't know if that one still has progress on it. Because this Felipe do be Felipe-ing. Oh, but Zombie's on another gen. Okay, this one's been kicked. That's alright. What's happening?
Amaze. Amaze. Amaze.
Thank you, Burb. Burb, thanks for the 100 bits! Appreciate you, homie. Thanks for the money. Oh, they got unhooked. They don't need me. What the fuck? Those emotes are so good. Everybody tell Burb how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. But especially tell him how hot his wife is. I'm sorry, tell him how hot my wife is. So anyways, he started blasting. I can't believe I'm still alive. You needed that laugh, Burb. If you guys need more laughs, go follow Burb Fakes. Burb 3D! I am not trying to do that, by the way. That is all on accidental. Everyone go follow Burb 3D. Burb 3D. Everyone go follow Burb 3D. Burbed, even. Burbed. Gathering blood. Shover pigs. Thank you, Icy. Icy, thank you so much. And thank you so much for the raid, too. Everyone say, good night, Icy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. This is your character, right? You requested Kate Denson? Burb is very hot and tall and talented and handsome. I saw that there was talk about your nipples earlier. Burb is the word. This thing needs like a half of a tank of a gas. Half a tank of blood. Half a tank of blood. Very attractive. Oh, Moonma. Listen, Burb, I'm everywhere. Moonma, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Enjoy your 90. Count up your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudgies? Listen, I can't believe I'm still alive. I can't believe we're all still alive. Do you think he's just letting us live? Do you think he's too hooking us and letting us live? We all know about your nipples. And again, not vodka. Was it more, como se dice, moonshine? Icy, I hope you feel better. An extra for you, my love. Extra for her, Kissy. It was indeed more moonshine. Well, that's not supposed to work. Rosie? Wait, who is that? Get this door open. Unhook zombie magic. We get out. Oh, really? Okay, Cap, that's your problem. But you could have prime subbed to literally anybody on Twitch, and you accidentally prime subbed here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ah, shite. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I don't care if I die. I don't care if I die. Oh, zombie, we get out! Oh, zombie, we get out. Holy. Nice, JJ. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No way we get out. Let me rub your bum. Oh, you're such a good little gamer. More lag. Jade, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. The like lag in this game is egregious. Oh, Spades gets out. Spades gets out. No way. Have a good night, Zinka. Everybody say good night, Zinka. Wait, get some heals. 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 Oh, I tried. That Spades, I got nervous. He had to be too hooking us, right? I think, actually, you know what? I think it's my PC that's freaking out, right? Is it my PC that's freaking out, or is it the game that's freaking out? GG's! I don't know. That's funny. Caramel apple? Yum. Oh, good! Let me show you. So, they have this whiskey. This Penelope whiskey, and they have a special fuck cancer. It's like $80, but it's really cool. So when we do our next fuck cancer charity stream, I'm gonna take a shot of this. But it's pretty cool. But it's from the Penelope whiskey. But it's their special fuck cancer label, so it's really cool. So I can't wait to have a shot of it. And what's our do? We're in Feng Min is our last one. Orella! Shut up, Spades. That's crazy. Do your thing! Do your thing, Chicken Wing. What builds are we doing? Last Stand? What the heckies? Oh, we could do this one. This seems fun. I'll need to see if I can get an offering. Because I don't have anything for an offering, right? Oh, no, I have 30 frightful flawns. 30 frightful flawns. Good night, Raven! Everyone say goodnight to our Raven right now. Elevator operator. Was that our first? Oh! That actually may have been our very first 4 out. Unless we had a 4 out on the Demogorgon game. When I was freaking out about the conviction. We may have had one there. Thank you! Thank you, Empathy. I love you. Thank you, Empathy. Thank you so much. It may have been our first 4 out, though. I'm at work. L work. Should this be your LG? Because I'm going to be live later today, too. Oh, I do have water. Hell yeah. It's almost 1:30. L work is so real. Elevator operator. So I have Dungeons and Dragons today, and it ends at 7. So I'll be able to. I'll be live like at 7:05 or 7:10. Oh, that's fair, Spades. That's fair. Life again. Why do I have life in all these characters? What the heck? Oh, is it a ghoul? Okay. Oh, I have to take my. I forgot I have to turn my my lights off. Oh, there's the ghoul. There's the ghoulet. He may have seen me. He probably saw me, right? Tenacity, No Mither, Unbreakable, and Subverse. Alright, we're gonna do one more game after this. You're the only 10 I see. Tenacity. Yeah, he definitely saw me and he's looking for me right now. Oh, unfortunato. That looks like you have to wait. I'll play another one. Why not put my phone in my apron pocket? Oh, cool! That means a lot, though. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it means a lot to me that people want to save their streaks and people want to hang out with me. It really does mean a lot. Especially when they're at work. Especially when they're on mobile. Because you can only watch, like, one stream, you know? So that's really cool. I love streaking. Screenshot! Screenshot! You should be able to keep getting up repeatedly. We'll see. You know what? If we have, especially if we have people that have, like, flashbangs and flashlights, like this team has, you know what? That should be, yeah. Especially if I go down, like, by a teammate, yeah. For sure. It's a good build. You're the only 10 I see. I haven't used Nasty in a while. Do you guys like my outfit? Guys, rank my outfit 0 through 10. 0 being the best and 10 being the best. Is there still a twins bug? I don't think I've ever played Dead by Daylight where there hasn't been a twins bug. I cannot tell a lie. -5, so amazing. Such a boring ass design. Space, I agree. Oh. Zombie just lost the heck out of him, though. Hey, Emily, I got you. Emily, what do we think of the fit? 0 being best and 10 being best. What do we think of the fit? She cooked, right? I gave you some of my unfrustrated diet builds. Fair. Totally fair. 69? You get me. Totally fair, gay cop. Oh, man. Was it Throwing Tremors? 69? Throwing Tremors. I forgot I have Kindred and was like, why do I see everybody? What the heckies? I love Kindred. Kindred's great. I don't think I changed anything in this build. I don't think... Yeah, I think this was just the build that I had for Fungman. I'm sorry, I got nervous. So anyways, he's coming right back. I'm so sorry, love. So sorry, lovely. So sorry. I missed that skill check. Hopefully he's on me. No, I don't think he is. Alright, well, I'll get the unhook. Damn. I think I cucked by missing that skill check. I'm not altruistic enough for Kindred. Well, I think with Kindred, it's nice because it lets other people know. When you're on hook, it lets other people know where everyone else is. So it's like it's just a really good, like, information. Oh! Okay, he wants me. Good, good, good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy. That's alright. Oh, I should have thrown it then, eh? It's alright. Especially when you're not in comms, too. It's so good. I've noticed it's really helpful during this game mode specifically, because not only do you have gens that you need to do, but you need to get gas cans too, so you never know like who's getting gas, who's doing gens, and who's, you know, in chase, right? So it's so helpful because now everybody knows where everybody is right now. Oh, and you're in basement too. Okay, come get your G Fuel. Drink some water. This is your hydration reminder, chat. If you guys are drinking, make sure you guys are hydrated. I just chugged some water right now, so I'm good. But are you guys good? I'm gonna have full stacks of healing with this. It means we can have another shot, right? We'll see. We'll see. I found the caramel apple one! Oh, yum! Now I wish you had the caramel apple G Fuel, too. That one's so good. You stood up and wobbled? Maybe some extra water in that. Extra water in your G Fuel shot, right? Extra water? Yeah? Be good boy. Be good birthday boy. Oh. Yikes! Maybe he'll follow my scratch mark so he doesn't get zombie. No, he found zombie. Oh, maybe he heard the totem, eh? Damn. Weebles wobble, but they never fall down. Hydration. Hydration time. Ice cold water. Hell yeah. Alright. I'll allow it. I use my serum on spades. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't break that right away, but here we are. No way this Payetta's still here. No way. Damn, I didn't think that pallet was still there. I didn't plan for that. I'm gonna make a snack, but you are a snack. Got him! Got his ass. Got his ass. What is the sub goal at? I can't read it. It's too small. Hold on. What is the Can anybody read what the sub goal is down at the bottom? Whoa! Gay cop, you gotta wait. You can't blow your load before your birthday stream today. 10.95. 5 subs and I'll take a shot. 5 subs, I'll take one more shot. But also, that is not expected, nor necessary, nor pressure. But we're gonna do one more shot. Oh, boing. Oh, is it still down? Oh, this is still down. Well, 10.95 is crazy. What the fudgies? What the fudgies? And then we'll do one more game. It's business. Oh, everybody's dead. I think I can get this heal. Especially with resilience, I think I can get this heal. Imagine I had a controller. Hey, pizza! Oh, get the za. Get the za. Definitely za. Oh no, I wanted to stay in the game so bad. Popcorn! Oh, that is like... Okay. Inside of these bones. K is crazy. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Oh, Val got a birthday sub! Alright, this lag is driving me absolutely bonky bonkies. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! If you guys got gifted a sub, make sure you say, thank you. Winchester, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Thank you for giving the sub to Val, Futaba Loves Curry, Patchy AK Xylon, and it's Liz. No way. I hear it. It's right here. Let's go. No way. You know, Winchester, I recognize your sacrifice and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know what? I will take it. GG's. Thank you very much for your sacrifice. I will not forget it. Gay Cup! Let me know what color pussycat you'd like. If you'd like pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. That was awesome. Oh, also, who do we... Oh, let's do Ace. Am I caught up on people for raids, right? I'm all caught up? Let's do Ace because I have cakes on him. And then, what are we doing? I want that pink pussy. I bet you do. We're doing... You're doing 10 IC. No Mither. Unbreakable. Unbreakable. And you said sprint bursto. Sprint bursto. Perfecto. Alright. Alright. You know, I'm gonna bring a Commodious and then do the... Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Autobot, you are! Damn! It's so hateful. And actually, Autobot has been automodding a lot tonight. Right, Val? I think that's why it's funny. I want that pink pussy club. I want to get... Oh, and, Gay Cop. Malort, rum, or vodka? Because I'm all out of whiskey. Yes, Canary. What kind of pizza was it? What do we want to do? You know, I really like these little eyes that I did the other day. The little, like, Minecraft looking ones. That was really cute. Then we gotta do a birthday hat. Sexy Cupid. I was married to a woman when I was in the military. Really? You know, I didn't know that. Just when I've got you for a minute. Barbecue chicken supreme double. What the fudge? Ugh. Yum, yum, yum. Vodka? I got you. Here's your little Minecraft kitty. Because we did Minecraft the other day. Your little birthday hat. Yep, yep. Alright, Gay Cup. Hanging out right underneath Mad Eye. And right next to Rooster. Alright, what'd you say? Vodka. I'm gonna drink this. We'll play an ad. And I think people are still getting some snackies. So we'll wait a minute. Oh, I do have water, okay. Whew, alright, last shot of the night. And before a zombie goes, last shot? But thank you so much. 1,100 subs. What the budges? Last shot? Last shot. We are streaming again tomorrow. Yep, yep. Cheers. Last shot. Oh, and a stretch. Oh, thank you. Yuck. That's how you guys don't get hangovers. You drink your water. Alright, ad now, no ad in game. Ugh. No, it's good. That's good. Good stretchies. Good stretchies. Oh, where's my ceiling? There it is. Oh, excuse me, lovely. We'll go outside in a second, honey. I don't think we're gonna do marbles tonight because we're going kind of late tonight. So maybe we could do some marbles tomorrow, if you guys don't mind. I don't know, we'll see. Good stretch. We'll see how long this game goes. That was a good stretch. Let me see if we can get a back crack. Ugh, no back crack. Got a burp though. Oh, yeah, that was good. Oh, really? It's this chair, man. This chair has really helped. Charlie! You want to go OUGSIDE? Me too. Me too. I like our nighttime walks because there's no one outside. It makes me happy. Because I hate people. I don't hate people. Guys, I want Taco Bell. Oh, I forgot. I had no either. No! But Irish Queen, fun fact. When I adopted Charlie, he was labeled as part Great Dane. That was part of his label. And, exclamation point Charlie, if you want to see what ingredients make up Charlie. But no, he's not Great Dane, but he was labeled on his adoption site as being part Great Dane. However, it's actually really funny. Oh, Michael Myers. It's actually really funny because my parents have 2.5 Great Danes. They have 2 Great Danes, like pure Great Danes, like 100% Great Danes, and then Great Dane Mastiff. No way. He has Nemesis. Nemesis. Oh. So it's actually really funny that you said that. I know, Ejin. I'm not disgusted. This is my last game, though. Look at you. Look at you, Michael Myersing. Yeah. Oh, he is part Malinois, which I think gives that, like, Great Dane aesthetique, right? I will throw every pal on this map. You think I won't? Because I will. Mink. Oh, he gets me here though. I don't have anything. Watch this tree. Tree tuck. Tree tuck. Tree tuck. Wait, it's tenacity. Ah. Blue, flashy, emblazement. I got you. One gen chase. Yes, he is Brindle. Yes, that's exactly his color scheme. Brindle. Also, Ejin, hope you're doing very good. Thank you so much for the stretch, Irish Queen. Baz is LG. Thank you guys so much for the subs, the bits, the tits, the raids, the wades, the follows, the wallows. Again, it has not been a good couple weeks. Yeah, and he's got the boxer in him, right? Oh, I was gonna be like, are you gonna heal me? Selfish. I'm joking. But it's not been a good couple weeks. So I'm really, really grateful for you guys hanging out with me. Thank you guys so much. I got doggy. Oh no. I got doggy DNA tests for both of them. Oh, that gen sounds like it's almost done. Oh, they got the save. Okay, well then now we'll go back and do this gen. Yeah. And they're both pity mixes. Boo looks hella pity. And Charlie's got like those pit bull ears, but he also looks very Malinois as well. Acts like a fucking Malinois too. Not in a bad way. not in a bad way. He's a good boy. He's just spicy like a Malinois. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Any other Jenna Widows I can do with the soluble thing? Wasn't there one over here that I can do? Yes. A little spit. We love pities. Oh my god, don't make it start on your dog. I swear to god, I feel like I've had a dream about your dog. Bravo. Oh, such a just big old dog. Just big old dog with a little face, and I just want to squish him. Oh, you cute little boy. Cute little boy. Oh, that tickles my butt plug. Thank you. An absolute unit. He is what I aspire to be, like, in dog form, you know? What's his name again? I can never remember his GD name. It pisses me off. Who are you playing right now? Are you playing twins? Him's is lost in the sauce. Doctor played some Hound Mommy. Oh, hell yeah. Thor. See, I knew that. You guys were acting like I didn't know that. Oh, I don't have a flashlight. Oh, Basement has a flashlight. That's right. Oh my god, I totally forgot. So, you remember how I told you guys that I dress depending on how my mental health is? And the more cozy I dress, the worse my mental health. And that's why I'm wearing like this huge sweater. Because I love this sweater. The sweater is like one of my comfort sweaters. And so I've been having a really bad couple weeks since last Tuesday. It's been just really fucking shit. And my body has completely broken out in hives. It has been actually like miserable. Like I have like a rash on my neck. I have like hives on like each temple, all over my body. And I was showering today, and I looked at my body in the mirror, and it was like, holy shit! It's so funny, like how much stress and how much like your body when it's under duress can affect you physically. Like it's incredible, like how much your body reacts to mental things, you know? And it's kind of scary. Like I'm like high-key, low-key, like a little like nervous about all the issues that I have physically right now. Like I'm losing hair like crazy, but that's usually what happens. Like I usually get like a really bad bald spot. It usually starts like right up here. Right up here is where I get like my bald spot. When I get really stressed. It's kind of like just like my go-to stress part or portion of my hair when I start losing it. But yeah, my body is like Goyle. It's bad. Crunchwrap so Why did you guys tell me he was there? Got me talking about Crunchwrap Supremes or some shit. That was so scary. Thank you. That's like our first clip of the night. Oh my god. Anyways, so now they're mad at Spades. I like that. I like that a lot. Crunchwrap Supreme is so cute. Do we get this done? Hell yeah, Winchester. You and me, Girly Pop. You and me. I also get called... I also get called Chunky Butt. That's very funny. What else am I missing? Years ago, whose dog looks like Irish Wolfhound. But there said there was a Heinz 57. Told him next. I told him the dogs have had Irish Wolfhound in her. What's a Heinz 57? I did just say I wanted Taco Bell. I did. Oh my god. Naming your cat Crunchwrap Supreme is so funny. Guys, if you were to give me a nickname that was a Taco Bell item, what would you guys call me? And why is it Quesarito? I feel like that's what Stanley would call me because he knows. Stanley just... Rootsy, for no reason, can you punch Stanley in the shoulder? Do you mind? You clip that! Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, Irish Queen. I didn't know that. But yeah, Rootsy, if you could do me this biggest favor, just like, next time you see Stanley, just like punch him in the shoulder. And just say, this is for Pixel. And the Quesarito. Good last game. Good last game. He'll know what that means. Thank you guys so much for clipping that. I clipped that on my ends too. Oh my god. No, GG's. Thank you, Spades. Huge Omega Dong flashbang save. It got clipped too. Twice! 3 times! I clipped it on my end too. GG's. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. I'm sorry that I played like ass. And I'm sorry that I broke down earlier. But it's fine. It's fine. You know what? To be fair, I'm surprised I didn't break down earlier. Alright. Spades, look away. I'm gonna put some more blood points into Ashley. Actually, I love you, Moist. Actually, I love you, Moist. Alright, I'm gonna get Ashley J. Williams to just... Oh, nope. Okay. He's gonna be Prestige 99, level 50. So he is one slutty little blood point pool away from getting Prestige. And let's put the rest of my points into Dustin. Because he's only Prestige 1. There we go. Oh, okay. Prestige 4 now, apparently. My bad. Kaktua. Oh my god, Leah's mom. I forgot about that. Kaktua. Cinnamon Twist. That's what I call purple nurples. Bro, I just had an idea for how to fix my mental health for the evening. Is it to get Taco Bell? Because same. I'm joking. I'm gonna eat a salad. I'm gonna eat a salad. That sounds really depressing, but I swear to God, I'm gonna eat a salad because it sounds delicious right now. That was stuff on the table. 8-hour stream. You know what? Didn't Alice say to do an 8-hour stream today? This is for you, Alice. You can't think of any flattering Taco Bell nicknames for me? You guys don't have any Taco Bell nicknames for me? A cinnamon twist? Cheesy Fiesta potatoes? Would that be a good nickname for me? You know I won't, Spades. My little hot sauce packet. Like Diablo? Diablo? Can I be a Diablo hot sauce? Because that sounds really badass. You know what? Maybe if I get, like, super drunk tomorrow. If I get super fucking drunk tomorrow, what if I just message all my mods? What if I just unload my mod chat? What would you guys do? What would you guys do if I just unloaded all of my into the mod chat? Really? Do you want to get drunk together? Tomorrow I will. A pretty pixel who hates pickle. Trunk, words of sober thoughts. Oh, and boy, do I have sober thoughts. Really? Ruthie, I'm down. Oh my god. In front of my Taco Bell salad? It's hella flirting? And they know it. Is this a Flay Coco emote? It is. Shut up. Canary, you have the cutest emotes. I want them. I'll get a fresh bowl. Oh, do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see something? Look at this little girl. Look at this little girl. She's so sleepy. So sleepy. She's so soft. Do you guys want to pet her? Look at how soft she is. She's a good little girl. She's a good little girl. She's waiting for mommy to stop streaming. Because I'm streaming way later than normal. And she's like, Mommy, it's time for bed, Mommy. Mina. Guys, everyone tell Gay Cop happy birthday. Gay Cop is streaming tonight, so you guys have to go follow him. And by tonight, I mean today. Look at your eyes. Look, look, look. Look, look, look. Look, look, look. Oh, you're so sleepy. Oh, that's a sleepy girl. Alright. You guys stay right there. Stay right there, Momo. This is where she hangs out. Every time I'm editing, she sleeps right here. Actually, I think I just sent a snap out the other day of her sitting on my desk like this. Good girl. She's a good girl. Yeah, it was? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Yes! I think Midnight would fit into that. I don't think Jasper would. Jasper's gordo. Muy gordo. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I hear you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. All right. Let's find someone to raid, do we? I know there was someone who was celebrating. All right. Internet. PC, please work. Please work. Oh my god. No, my Google Chrome is frozen. Oh, yeah. Wait or exit page. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Be a good little girl. Fudge. All right. Let me see if my PC will work. Or my phone will work. I want to see if this person's rating. Or, oh, my whole Google Chrome just shut off. I'm waiting for my PC to freeze, because my PC does that. We're like, it'll just turn off, you know what I mean? I want to see who's live. There's someone who I know is celebrating an affiliate anniversary today, but I don't know if they're live. No. All right, Google Chrome's not working. Damn, I'm waiting for my PC to just shut off because this is something that it just does, you know? I do not think they're live. I don't see them. I know someone else we could rate, though. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's fair. I feel like we just did recently, so we're good. Alright. Well, we're gonna raise Saphira. Because I see that she's live. Saphira. Alright. Oh, yay! Yippee! Alright, we're gonna raid Saphira. Guys, use whatever raid commands or raid emotes you guys have. Thank you from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much for the raids, the wades, the follows, the wallows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties. Thank you guys so much for everything. And thank you guys so much for spending time with me. Thank you to my mods for everything you guys do in-stream and off-stream. And more importantly, thank you guys so much for putting up with me. I know I was doing really well for 2 weeks, and I've been doing really, 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 really badly for 2 weeks. That's fine. That's fine. That's future Pixel's problem. But tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are for putting up with me. Because, you know. I love you, Moist! I love you, Moist. And make sure you guys go follow Gay Cop. Gay Cop is doing a stream later today for his birthday. And we'll be live later tonight after D&D. After Dungeons and Dragons, we'll do some D&D. I don't know if I want to be brought over to the raid because my Google Chrome's not working, so I might have to just come over on my phone. But I hope you guys have the best night ever. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. I love you guys from the bottom of my butt. Bye-bye! I have a gun? When did I get a gun? Ah! Possessions belonging to victims of Hitch homes. Wait, why did my bearing update?